In the year 2045, Kurum Corporation, headed by the genius Lee Se-jin, developed a hyper-realistic virtual game that they named Ares. The game was well received, and in no time, it clocked over 1 billion users. They added an event in the game where the players are required to break a particular wooden doll in just 10 strikes to receive a guaranteed expensive game capsule that is worth 50 million won, plus 5 bonus points to all stats. For over a year since the game launched, no player has been able to clear the event. Even the game's customer care center is already scared that they are going to receive backlash with claims that the game added an impossible event that cannot be cleared. The relations officer is about to tender his resignation letter when an unknown player, obviously our MC, steps up to take on the challenge. Everyone doesn't pay attention to him until he whips out his sword to land a single critical hit that cuts the wooden doll in half. This shocks everyone since he is the first ever person to have cleared the event. The team leader immediately orders a background check on the dude, and they realize that the sword he used is an epic weapon, which is nothing too serious. This further increases their interest in him since he was able to take down the doll with an epic weapon. Earlier, before clearing the quest, our MC, Kim Hyun-soo, had woken up from a dream where his father was burning and he failed to save him. He meets with his friend, Kim Jae-hoon, in the hospital lobby. Hyun-soo wears a hat and even has a face mask on, basically to hide his face. Jae-hoon requested a meeting with Hyun-soo, and his friend soon teases him about being hot. Hyun-soo angrily opens his face mask to reveal the burnt scar underneath it. Jae-hoon then suggests that they move to the main topic of their discussion. He asks Hyun-soo if he knows about the game called Ares, but our MC has been living under a rock, and he has no idea what his friend is talking about. Jae-hoon tells him a quick summary about the game before revealing that there is an event in the game, which is meant for only beginners. Jae-hoon tells him that no one has succeeded in clearing the event, and this includes all the big names. Jae-hoon lets his friend know the reward that comes with clearing the event, and he suggests that they give it a try. Hyun-soo is surprised that he is telling him that they should try it, since millions of people have already failed to clear the event. Jae-hoon admits that it is going to be hard, but he doesn't think it is impossible to clear. Jae-hoon believes that they have a chance to clear the event with Hyun-soo's cooperation. Hyun-soo is still confused about all of these, and Jae-hoon takes him to the 10 million won capsule that he bought so he could try out the game. Hyun-soo is shocked to hear that his friend spent 10 million on a game capsule. Our MC cannot believe that the game capsule is that expensive, and over 1 billion people are playing it. Jae-hoon believes that it is worth the investment, and he tells Hyun-soo that if things go well, he will get some amazing rewards. Apparently, real-world currencies are being traded in the game, and this has made more people join the game. Jae-hoon is already tired of explaining, and he suggests that Hyun-soo jump into the capsule and start up the game. Hyun-soo is not excited the same way Jae-hoon is, and he asks him where he got the capsule. Jae-hoon tells him to forget about where the capsule came from and just focus on the fact that they can earn amazing rewards with it. Hyun-soo remains the doubting Thomas, and he says there is no guarantee that they are going to earn anything in the game. Hyun-soo wonders what is wrong with his friend. Jae-hoon claims that it is an investment and reminds Hyun-soo that they have a chance with him. Hyun-soo doesn't know what Jae-hoon is talking about, and Jae-hoon explains that in the Ares game there is a blacksmith class. Jae-hoon believes that this is an awesome thing because Hyun-soo just happens to be the only son of a world-famous blacksmith. Hyun-soo finally understands what his friend has been driving at from the start. Hyun-soo then removes his cap to show his friend what he looks like after the accident he had. Hyun-soo looks badly burned with scars all over his head, and he tells Jae-hoon that he is not in condition to try out anything. It turns out that his father was involved in a fire accident at his workshop, and when Hyun-soo tried to rescue him, he got burned too. Even though he managed to save his father, he never regained consciousness. To cover the medical expenses, Hyun-soo was forced to do menial jobs. He was working one day when he was ordered by his supervisor to use the hammer to drive a nail. Hyun-soo was always perfect with the hammer since he had been doing it for over 10 years, but that very day, he realized he could no longer use the hammer very well. He has not been able to put any strength into his right arm, and because of this, he doesn't think he is fit to do anything related to blacksmithing. Hyun-soo lets his friend know that he is only trying to help, but he tells him that he will be fine. Hyun-soo turns around to leave while urging Jae-hoon to return the game capsule and not throw away 10 million won. Just as he is about to open the door, Jae-hoon stops him, calling him the real idiot. He reminds him that he is working his soul and body off just to pay for his father's medical bills, and the jobs he is even doing are not sustainable. Jae-hoon lets him know that the game has what it takes to pay for all of his treatments and make him whole. Jae-hoon uses reverse psychology on him, telling him that he was never a quitter. Jae-hoon lets him know that he is going to pay for the capsule, and all he wants from him is to listen to him. Jae-hoon urges him to give it just one try, and he is free to quit if he doesn't like it. Hyun-soo refuses to give a reply, and he just walks out. While he is at work, Hyun-soo can't forget what his friend told him. It keeps ringing in his head, but he tries to shift it aside because he needs to work and earn money for his father's treatment. Just then, he hears the sound of metal hitting each other, and this reminds him of everything that he has missed. This sparks his curiosity, and he decides to check out the game. He heads to the game capsule, and his desire to get back what he has lost pushes him to enter the capsule. He finds himself in the character creation space, and when he is asked to set his nickname, he uses his regular name. The system kicks into play, and it starts to create his character according to his body type. Hyunsu is surprised when he realizes that his character is being created without any blemish. After creating what appears to be the perfect character with spotless skin, he is asked if he wants to proceed with it. Without thinking twice, he quickly says yes. Hyunsu cannot believe that the strength in his right hand has also returned, and he finally lets off a short smile. He considers himself to be in Ji-hoon's debt, and he vows to pay it back. The game then spawns him in a random territory, which is the Barden territory, the beginner zone. He walks around the territory and soon finds Ren's smithy. Inside the smithy, the blacksmith is working on a sword, and he is smashing the metal really hard until Hyunsu shows up, telling him that he is doing everything wrong. The man is shocked to hear this, and he is forced to ask to confirm. Hyunsu repeats what he said, telling the man that he is doing it the wrong way. Hyunsu knows that he is trying to forge a strong sword, but he assures him that the method he is using will never create something good. The blacksmith still remains confused, and Hyunsu claims that he is just trying to help so he doesn't end up creating trash. The blacksmith is a bit pissed that a nobody like Hyunsu is trying to tell him his job. He then hands him the mallet, telling him to try to forge the sword by himself. The blacksmith lets Hyunsu know that he is going to be watching him. Apparently, Hyunsu was initially looking for a way to win the blacksmith's favor so he could then use his forge. But since he had proposed something else, Hyunsu thinks it is much better. Hyunsu then tells the blacksmith that he is going to forge the sword, but he tells him that he has one condition. The blacksmith asks him what it is, and Hyunsu reveals that he will get to keep whatever sword he forges. In return for this, Hyunsu promises to show the blacksmith how to go about the process. The blacksmith cannot believe just how confident Hyunsu is, and he decides to agree to the condition. However, he lets him know that if he fails to forge a good sword, just like he claims, there will be consequences. Without hesitation, Hyunsu agrees to this. Hyunsu steps up to the forge, and the moment he prepares to start pounding the metal, he realizes that it has been 3 years since he last did something like that. Nonetheless, he believes that he still has what it takes inside him to pull it off. Hyunsu raises his hammer, and he starts smashing the metal. With every strike, his dull senses start coming back to life. Hyunsu feels alive again, which is something he has not felt in a long time. With all the excitement in the world, he continues smashing the metal. Meanwhile, the blacksmith is still watching him, but he doesn't believe that Hyunsu can pull it off because he is just an outsider. However, his perspective starts to change when he sees the way Hyunsu is moving, and he figures out that he has done it before. Although he doesn't think he has the professional skill in him. He soon notices that Hyunsu is smiling like he is enjoying the entire process. But even with this, the blacksmith doesn't think it means anything. In no time, the blacksmith starts to convince himself that he might have wasted his time. Suddenly, Hyunsu uses a professional move, which entails the folding, reattaching, and then refining of the steel. This is something that removes impurities, and the blacksmith is shocked that he has never thought of the method before, which is quite simple. The blacksmith still doesn't want to believe that Hyunsu is getting it right, and he uses his appraisal skill. He is shocked when he realizes that the steel has improved from D grade to C grade. The blacksmith almost loses his mind when he sees this. He knows that he has forged C grade steel before, but he has never encountered such a jump in such a short time. The blacksmith finally realizes that Hyunsu might not be bluffing when he claims that he is talented. However, he still believes that he has reached his limit because there is no way he can go past what he just witnessed. He convinces himself that there is no way Hyunsu is better than him when it comes to the art of blacksmithing. The blacksmith continues watching until he falls asleep. When he wakes up, it is already daybreak, and to his utmost surprise, Hyunsu is still at the forge. He is still pounding the steel with the same method throughout the night. When he uses his appraisal, the blacksmith is shocked to see that it has been upgraded to B grade. The blacksmith cannot believe that Hyunsu was able to reach B grade, and with what he is looking at, Hyunsu is not stopping anytime soon. Momentarily, Hyunsu gets tired, and just as he is about to drop the sword, the blacksmith collects it from him, asking him what needs to be done as he is ready to follow his instructions. Hyunsu smiles when the blacksmith offers to help, and he thanks him for it. The two then get down to working on the sword. The blacksmith brings out his notebook and starts putting down some instructions. In no time, Hyunsu pushes the steel to A grade. The blacksmith is forced to openly admit that Hyunsu is amazing because he has never come across a rare grade item in the beginner zone. Apparently, with this, Hyunsu can forge a one-of-a-kind sword. While the blacksmith is all happy and excited, Hyunsu shocks him, telling him that it is not worth celebrating just yet. The blacksmith is shocked to hear this, and Hyunsu points out the fact that the sword's hilt is not done yet, and the edge needs to be even sharper. The blacksmith looks like a total beginner when Hyunsu lets him know that the blade hasn't reached peak sharpness. The blacksmith admits that he has never met someone like Hyunsu before, and he reveals that he has been hammering since he was a kid. Since Hyunsu plans to take a sword with him, the blacksmith suggests that he forge another one. This time around, the blacksmith brings out the rare forging material, mithril. The blacksmith reveals that the mithril is a family heirloom passed down through generations, and Hyunsu asks why he would give him the material. The blacksmith confesses that he has learned a lot from Hyunsu, and he wants to learn more. In addition to this, the blacksmith doesn't have the skill to forge the mithril, and he wants to see what kind of blade Hyunsu is going to create with it. The blacksmith mentions that he is getting the urge to protect Hyunsu. Hyunsu is blown away because mithril only exists in mythology, but he is finally getting the chance to work with something so legendary. Even though he has never worked with it before, Hyunsu is ready to take the risk and see what will come out of the forge. Since he has gotten new material, Hyunsu says he will have to start all over again. The blacksmith is happy to hear this, and he asks if he can join Hyunsu in making the sword. Hyunsu accepts his request since the blacksmith gave him something very rare and precious. The blacksmith doesn't stop there, and he even asks to call Hyunsu master. Hyunsu subtly rejects the offer since the blacksmith looks way older than him. With this, the two start working on the material, and a month later, Hyunsu is done forging his desired sword. After this, he cleared the event, and this was all the game's management center team could dig out concerning Hyunsu. Apparently, they can't know more about him because he insisted on staying so as to avoid paparazzi. The team continues tracking him, and they soon find out that he has entered the hunting training grounds. At the entrance, the instructor tries to dissuade Hyunsu from entering, claiming that he is not strong enough yet and that he should hunt a rabbit first. Hyunsu insists that he wants to stay but assures the instructor that he won't waste his time. The instructor, Relson, then tells him to pick a sword, but Hyunsu coldly tells the instructor that he brought his own sword, and this is what he plans to use. Apparently, Hyunsu stayed in the beginner zone for a month just to acquire crazy enough skills. He managed to get himself the beginner zone's only epic grade sword, but he is still level 1. When the creator of the game hears this, he suggests that they leave Hyunsu so that they can see how far he can go in the game. The hunting grounds instructor cannot believe that a level 1 player is insisting on using his own sword. The instructor makes fun of Hyunsu for trying to become a blacksmith in the game. He then reveals that the hunting grounds are a dangerous place filled with monsters everywhere. The instructor claims that a trained swordsman is much better than a dude with trash equipment. The instructor's affinity for Hyunsu soon reduces, showing that he is starting to hate his guts. Hyunsu is not surprised by this since he receives the same treatment in real life. Just then, Hyunsu tells Relson to put him through the toughest course in the hunting grounds because he is trying to surpass the best swordsmen who have come through there. This further pisses Relson off, and he decides to teach Hyunsu a lesson by putting him through a trial. He tells Hyunsu to follow him so he can give him a special trial that he can face. Relson leads him to the goblin's cage and he asks Hyunsu if he is sure that he truly wants to take on the trial, and he says yes. Relson angrily tells Hyunsu that he is not allowed to set foot in the hunting grounds for a week if he fails the trial. However, Hyunsu further taunts the instructor, asking him if the third stage is all that is available because he plans to clear all the stages at once. The instructor almost bursts out in anger because of the things that Hyunsu is saying. Without hesitation, he angrily opens the cage to the fourth stage, where a level 15 mad goblin resides. Apparently, only a small number of people usually go past the third stage, and there has not been a single person who has passed the fourth stage. Just then, Hyunsu finds himself going up against terrifying goblins. Hyunsu remains calm as the goblins run at him. He aims his weapon perfectly, while waiting for the annoying goblin that is leaping toward him. With just a single strike, Hyunsu cuts down the goblin with the confidence that there is no weapon in the region that can defeat his sword. He manages to take down one of the swift goblins, but the other one manages to land a critical hit to Hyunsu's tummy. Hyunsu falls to his knees in pain, and the instructor is already waiting to use the "I told you so" phrase. To his surprise, Hyunsu endured the hit and the pain that followed it. Apparently, Hyunsu has built up endurance and stamina over the past month that he has been forging the sword. However, his agility is still lacking, since he has not gotten the chance to work on it. While he is still trying to cope with the pain from the hit, the mad goblin comes running toward him. The goblin looks absolutely terrifying as he brandishes his weapon, ready to take Hyunsu down. To make things worse, Hyunsu gets hit with a status effect that causes dizziness and vision reduction. The instructor is impressed that Hyunsu is able to withstand everything up until that point, but he still believes that it is really the end for him. Hyunsu now finds himself facing off against two goblins. Instead of panicking, Hyunsu focuses everything on trusting the weapon that he personally created. Hyunsu concentrates on all his senses, and just as the goblins are about to hit him, he cuts them down. This leaves everyone watching, including the creator, the management team, and the instructor, in total disbelief. The instructor smiles, and his mood finally brightens up when he realizes that Hyunsu has something that no one else could. Relson assumes that Hyunsu has learned swordsmanship somewhere, but Hyunsu mentions that he was only taught that a blacksmith should be able to handle the weapons he makes. This is when Relson finally realizes what a true blacksmith he is, and judging by the wounds and scars on his arm, he realizes that Hyunsu is not a pushover. Relson has no choice but to apologize for his behavior, and his affinity immediately jumps to the max level. Just then, Relson comes up with a ridiculous offer as he asks Hyunsu if he is willing to become the Mad Lord. This is a legendary class, and when the management team hears this, they almost lose their minds. They cannot believe that Hyunsu has just been offered a class that even surpasses the epic class of the Mad Knight. This is obviously a good thing, but once done, there is no going back on it. Basically, the Mad Lord is a glorious being who leads hundreds of Mad Knights, and he is considered the protector of the game world. Relson eagerly waits for Hyunsu's answer, since it is a glorious offer, but surprisingly, Hyunsu rejects the proposal, saying he is a blacksmith, not a knight. Those who are watching from behind the scenes smile when he says this, and even the instructor is pleased with Hyunsu's answer. Hyunsu thought his life as a blacksmith was over, but the game has changed things for him, and he is not ready to give up on his life as a blacksmith. Just then, the instructor hands him a letter of recommendation, telling him to head to the Lord's castle because there is someone of high importance waiting for him there. As a reward for clearing the 4th stage, Relson gives him the rusty old armor that belonged to the former Mad Lord. Even though the armor is rusty and old, Relson believes that Hyunsu will be able to rejuvenate it and bring it back to life. Relson cheers Hyunsu on, telling him to continue taking on other impossible feats because he is the only one who can. The management team is glad that Hyunsu escaped a situation where he would have lost his potential. Apparently, there is a class that is known as the God of Blacksmiths, and this is the peak level when it comes to blacksmiths, and they are glad that Hyunsu is still on the path to get there. After clearing the training ground, Hyunsu is finally sent into the village to begin his real journey in the game. However, before he reaches the main stage, he logs out because he has things he has to attend to in real life too. Hyunsu is relieved that he is already getting used to the game, but at the same time, his account balance is going down. He figures out that he needs to cover his father's hospital bills and the living expenses too. He gets a call from Ji-hoon, who asks him if he has managed to clear the training ground because he has been so busy with work, which is why he has not logged in for a while. Hyunsu says yes, revealing that he just got a quest and he has also arrived at the territory village. Ji-hoon is glad to hear this, and he suggests that Hyunsu check out the auction house. This is a place where he will find in-game essentials like gear and items that are sold for gold. Apparently, 10 gold equals 10,000 won, and because of the real money trading thing, most people are already treating it as their real job. Ji-hoon confesses that this is the real reason he pulled Hyunsu into the game. Ji-hoon confesses that since he has been playing the game, he has never seen the type of amazing swords that Hyunsu and his father make. Ji-hoon is glad that Hyunsu has finally joined, because now they finally have a chance to start selling the best swords on the market. Hyunsu is grateful for what his friend has done, and he thanks him. Hyunsu then sits down to consume a bulk load of food because he is going to need his stamina to craft loads of items and sell them for gold. After this, he takes a jog while revealing his determination to make sure his father wakes up again. Later on, Hyunsu logs back into the game. He connects to the auction shop and he is asked to enter a shop name so that he can list his items there. Hyunsu then names it the Hyun's Forge. Hyunsu suddenly finds himself in the sky in a place called the Forge of Power. The system informs him that he now has what it takes to access the auction board anytime and anywhere. Apart from his current sword, the Lightbringer, he only has one test sword that he made at the forge. He checks out other swords that are in the test swords category, and he realizes that they are all selling for at least 70 gold coins. Since he wants to make materials like the sword, and his friend told him not to price it too low, he decides to place the asking price at 100 gold coins. Hyunsu puts the sword on the market and hopes for the best. He calls the sword Hyun's first sword, and players looking to buy a sword soon get a notification about the sword. The players are blown away that Hyunsu made the sword when he had not been given a sword. Because of how impressive the sword is, the bid continues going up. At the Golden Shield Guild, they learn about the sword and the fact that it comes with an enhancement option. The guild's vice master is not initially impressed because he claims that enhancement rates are pretty high when using lower tier materials. He believes that Hyunsu saved costs by using the same level of materials. The vice master admits that Hyunsu is pretty wise to have given the sword a name, which is the first sword. Just then, it dawns on them that their standings will increase if they are the first to buy Hyunsu's sword. Without hesitation, one of the guild members, Blam, makes the move and buys the sword. Meanwhile, Hyunsu is still worried that the sword might get sold when he gets the notification that his sword has been bought. Hyunsu is shocked to see this, and when he checks the adventurer's logs, he realizes that his sword was sold for over 1,000 gold coins. Hyunsu almost loses his mind since 1,000 gold coins is basically 1,000,000 won in the outside world. Hyunsu smiles like a baby, and he realizes that he might have finally hit the jackpot. He checks out who bought the sword, and it turns out to be the Golden Shield Guild. Hyunsu receives a message from Blam, telling him that he is from the Golden Shield Guild. Blam lets him know that he is free to come over at any time because they are interested in talents like his. Basically, they are offering him an exclusive sales contract or guild membership if he wants it. Apparently, they are a blacksmithing guild, and they have over 780,000 followers. Ji-hoon once told him that it is harder to have followers than to level up because more players mean more profit. Hyunsu checks out his forge's followers, and he realizes that they are 82, but he continues receiving requests from several other guilds. Basically, blacksmiths are of more importance in the game than in the real world. After all, the game needs competent blacksmiths to help create weapons, gear, and other items. Even with all the tempting offers, Hyunsu doesn't think it is right for him to join a guild yet. This is because he has not even shown half of his skill yet. And to progress further, he heads to the Lord's Manor. Meanwhile, the Lord Barnes is trying to restore an important item, and one of his subjects tells him that they can only get a capable restorer in the capital. This is because the restorers are a proud bunch and would not want to travel down to Bardon. The Lord knows this, but he is not ready to leave his region and travel all the way to the capital. It turns out that the item he is trying to restore is a very important bow left behind by his father. In a shocking revelation, the dude, Bell, speaking to the Lord is a rogue player who is disguised as a blacksmith. He has been trying to gain Barnes's trust for over a week, and it is finally working. Bell tells Barnes that he is willing to help him take the bow to the capital to help restore it to its perfect condition. Just then, Hyunsu enters the room, ultimately ruining his plan by telling Barnes that the bow can be restored in the territory. Barnes is shocked to hear this, and he lets Hyunsu know that the bow is already burnt and badly damaged. Barnes is curious about who Hyunsu is, and he asks his guards. His guards reveal that Hyunsu came with a recommendation letter from Relson. Barnes is shocked to hear that Relson personally recommended someone to him. Barnes immediately becomes interested, and he tells Hyunsu to tell him his experience and ability. Hyunsu replies that he is still a level 1 player, and for his class, he is unemployed. Bell hears this and butts into the conversation, saying Hyunsu is nothing but a piece of trash. He claims that the restoration skill can only be learned by a blacksmith at level 80. Bell screams at Hyunsu, telling him not to meddle in the business that he has already set up. Hyunsu finally speaks, and he tells Bell that he is making a mistake about the type of bow it is. He tells him that it is a horn bow, not a recurve bow. Bell is utterly confused when he hears this, and Hyunsu tells the Lord that he has already gotten the backstory of what happened to the bow. Apparently, the bow was given to Barnes's father by an outsider, and it was something no one had ever seen before. Before Hyunsu can continue, Barnes cuts him short, telling him that he has run out of patience with outsiders lecturing on his family heirloom. Hyunsu finally points out the fact that the bow might have been given to his father by an outsider, but it was crafted in the territory. Hyunsu mentions that he saw a buffalo drawing on the wall while he was entering the hall, and in his world, buffalo horns are special materials. However, he noticed something unusual with the bow. Instead of the usual cow string, a string from a whale is used in the bow. Hyunsu then asks the Lord if he can explain why this is. The Lord says yes, and he reveals that the outsider was his father's friend, and he was also a blacksmith. Apparently, the picture that Hyunsu saw was a depiction of a buffalo migration. It turns out that strings from the buffalo and whale are both rare resources that are found in the territory's swamps and ports. Barnes says the blacksmith made the bow with the rarest materials that the territory can provide. Barnes is impressed that Hyunsu is able to see through what a level 100 blacksmith failed to see through. At this point, Bell is already losing his mind because the Lord is starting to heap praises on Hyunsu. The Lord mentions that he didn't want the heirloom to go to waste and has been looking for someone competent to pass it on to. Because of the way Hyunsu handled the entire thing, the Lord decides to give him the task of restoring the bow. To make things juicy, he is going to receive 500 gold if he is able to restore the bow. Barnes then dismisses Bell, telling him that he will call for him again whenever he needs services. Bell leaves the room, burning with rage and the urge to enact vengeance on Hyunsu for ruining his plan. After Bell is gone, Barnes asks Hyunsu what they must do to restore the bow, and he reveals that they need to find buffalo horns and whale sinew. He adds that oak, mulberry bamboo, and proper tools will be needed. After identifying everything needed, Hyunsu acquires the restoration method for the bow. The system lets him know that the items will be destroyed if the restoration falls below 70%. Hyunsu touches the bow, and the memory of him and his father working on a bow together comes flooding in. Tears drop from his eyes as the sweet memories keep flooding in. Even his game capsule receives a 99.9% sync rate. Hyunsu is glad that he can properly craft, thanks to the skills that his father taught him. Just when he is about to begin the restoration, Barnes himself enters the room, telling Hyunsu that he is willing to assist him. Before they know it, they have been on it the entire day. Barnes can feel the strength in his arm weakening, but Hyunsu, on the other hand, is looking energetic and cheerful as he works on the bow. At some point, Barnes wants to rest, but Hyunsu lets him know that there is no room for this. He reminds him that the reason he started coming to the workshop to help is to personally restore his family's heirloom. Barnes agrees with Hyunsu and reveals that the bow is the only item carrying the memories of his father. Barnes then points out the fact that Hyunsu enjoys working on the bow, and Hyunsu confirms this, saying he has many precious memories about working on a bow. The two continue working on the bow, and before they know it, 20+ days have passed since they started. Alas, they reached the final day, and they were able to completely restore the marksman's horn bow. The system shows the incredible stats of the bow, and it turns out that it has been more refined than the original. With this, a mysterious outsider gave the Lord's family a bow again, and Barnes knows fully well that his father is going to be proud. They take the bow outside, and Hyunsu tells Barnes to test out the bow to see if it feels the same, just like he remembers it. Barnes fires the bow, and it releases so much aura that it destroys the target. Barnes then tells Hyunsu that it doesn't feel the same, and Hyunsu already fears that he means this in a bad way. However, Barnes clears the air with a bright smile, saying the bow feels more superior to what it was before. With this, Hyunsu completes the bow restoration quest with a result that exceeds 100%. Because of this, his intimacy with Barnes reaches the maximum level. Hyunsu heaves a sigh of relief that everything turned out so well. Barnes thanks Hyunsu because he can finally return to his duty. Barnes then mentions that the promised 500 gold coin reward is too small, and because of this, he increases it to 2,000 gold coins. In addition to this, he gives Hyunsu free access to the forge. Hyunsu is blown away when he hears that this is enough money for him in real-life currency. While he is still celebrating, Barnes asks him if he is interested in learning swordsmanship. Barnes reveals that before he became the Lord of the Land, he was a swordsman, and his sword art is the secret sword art that subdued the endless waves of monsters and brought stability to the territory. Barnes admits that Hyunsu is a worthy and capable blacksmith, but he can also see another great potential in him, which is the talent of a swordsman. He initially read this in Relson's recommendation letter, but he has managed to confirm it from the amazing display of strength that he has shown. Because of this, Barnes is willing to share some of his swordsmanship knowledge with Hyunsu. The system then displays the skill quest for Hyunsu to view. Apparently, the prime sword art is a grade B sword art, and Hyunsu is going to get 80% proficiency after training. Barnes lets Hyunsu know that he is about to go under intensive training, just like he made him do while they were in the workshop. A month after this, Hyunsu has worked on a gakgung, which is for his personal use. In addition, he has also worked on restoring the Mad Monarch's rusted armor. In addition to this, he has been training like crazy alongside Barnes. He managed to clear the prime sword art training, and Barnes asked him if he was finally ready to leave. Hyunsu says yes, while thanking Barnes because he has helped him finish all of his preparations. Barnes then asks him what his next plan is, and he reveals that he is planning on getting a new job. Hyunsu is now donning the restored Shining Mad Lord's armor. Barnes assures him that he is free to stop by any time if he needs help. Hyunsu is pleased with the equipment that he has crafted for himself because they are going to compensate for his low-level stats. To also help with his living expenses, he crafted rare-grade bows and put them up for sale on the auction house. This time around, he names the bow Hyun's second bow. He wonders just how much the bow is going to sell this time. Basically, the bow is made from rare materials, and it might never appear again. The Golden Shield Guildmaster, Rune, soon learns of the bow, and he realizes that Hyunsu has made something unbelievably incredible. This is because Hyunsu was able to craft the incredible bow using low-grade materials. Apparently, there is a saying that the game often bestows upon players a befitting job, skill, or title. They perform in such a way that moves the game's AI Rune, then assumes that Hyunsu holds a legendary blacksmith, just like the #1 blacksmith named Smith. When the final bid finally came in, the bow sold for over 2,000 gold, shocking Hyunsu. He can't believe that people are willing to pay such a ridiculous amount of money for a bow. In addition to this, he has amassed over 3,000 followers. Coming in with the followers are hundreds of guild requests and crafting requests that Hyunsu himself can't even keep up with. After he rounds up the sales, Hyunsu prepares himself to head into the Holy Land of the Blacksmiths, also known as the Tower of Blacksmiths. Momentarily, he arrives at the majestic Tower of the Blacksmith, and Hyunsu is blown away by the design. He arrives at the entrance to find a giant lock with a seal on it on the door, and he starts to wonder how he is supposed to enter the tower. The system informs him that he needs to strike the seal with a sword forged in the magical forge. Before doing anything, Hyunsu checks out the padlock and he realizes that it is a rock, and an igneous rock to be precise. Hyunsu is still wondering where the magical forge is when he is suddenly teleported into the forge. The system informs him that he is liable to receive training to craft the sword he needs for the test. In addition to this, materials and tools will be given to him without limits. He also learns that the crafting time is significantly reduced compared to a normal smithy. However, whatever sword he crafts in the forge can only be used for the test and nothing else. Hyunsu starts to wonder what the test is all about. He doesn't know if it is about forging skills or something else. Meanwhile, the master of the tower, Dang, is already convinced that no one is really interested in blacksmithing for the love of it again. Dang has given up on seeing people who love blacksmithing for what it really is, and he just grants the blacksmith title to whoever wants it, since the people just want the title for their selfish reasons. Dang is pretty sure that no one will ever be able to slice the sealing stone. Meanwhile, Hyunsu has decided on what sword he is going to craft, and he has picked the Damascus sword. This is a sword that can only be crafted by the highest grade blacksmiths. Since all the materials are available to him, Hyunsu wants to give it a try. He remembers his daddy once telling him that a sword actually has what it takes to cut a sword, and he taught him how to do it back then. Hyunsu is confident that he should be able to clear the mission too. Hyunsu considers himself lucky because everything he needs is right there for him, and even the crafting time has been reduced. Hyunsu smiles in excitement because he is about to work on a sword the way he wants, which is something that has not happened in a while. Dang is sleeping and snoring when he suddenly wakes up to the strange vibration rocking the tower. He is shocked when he realizes that the tower is actually shaking because someone is hammering. Dang doesn't want to believe his eyes until he looks through the window to see that the entrance lock has been cut off easily. Dang immediately heads to the entrance as Hyunsu is entering, and he concludes that the god of blacksmiths has finally appeared. Hyunsu nervously asks Dang if he passed the test. Dang mentions that all they have been doing is measuring ability through the stone, but Hyunsu sliced the stone in half, which means they couldn't get a measurement. Hyunsu hears this and assumes that he is about to undergo a retest. Dang then leads him to a magic circle, and he reveals that it is a summoning circle. Dang picks up a hammer and presents it to Hyunsu, saying it is his. Hyunsu is confused by this, but when he collects the hammer, the system informs him that he has received the Hammer of the Covenant. In addition to receiving the hammer, an SS-grade quest is bound to follow. Dang then pushes Hyunsu into the summoning circle, telling him that there is a true test that he has to take. Momentarily, he finds himself in a strange area, and the details of the quest finally appear. The system tells him that he must subjugate the invading orc army, and Hyunsu looks around to see a horde of orc army rushing toward him. Hyunsu almost craps his pants when he sees this, leaving him to wonder if he has been given a blacksmith quest. Behind him are 50 warriors, and they believe him to be a reinforcement from Dang. The system then tells him that he has to obtain 70 contributions among the 50 brave warriors to pass the test. The leader of the subjugation unit, Hans, specially welcomes Hyunsu, and he tells Hyunsu that the orc invasion has become rampant recently. He reveals that their weapons have been damaged in the battle against the orcs, and they need Hyunsu to help them repair the swords with his skill. Hyunsu tells Hans that they are mistaken because he hasn't changed his class to blacksmith, which means he can't yet use the skill. Hans then asks him about the hammer in his hand, and Hyunsu nervously reveals that he got the hammer during his advancement test. Hyunsu explains that he was merely sent to take an additional test, and this was when it dawned on Hans that Hyunsu doesn't have real battle experience yet. Hyunsu then confesses that his combat level is still at the beginner stage. Hans's expression immediately changes when he hears this because they were expecting someone useful, but they seem to have been sent someone they need to start lecturing on how things are done. Hans then tells Hyunsu to stay at the watchtower, where it is safe until they return from battle. Just then, an axe comes flying toward Hans, and Hyunsu comes to his rescue by swiftly slashing down the axe. Hans's eyes light up in shock and amazement when he sees this. Hyunsu admits that he is inexperienced, but he asks if he can join the battle. Hans agrees, and Hyunsu follows the unit to the battlefield. He is hoping that he will be fine if he is able to fight the orcs the same way he fought the goblins. Hans then orders Hyunsu to follow Ben's squad, and he will be the one to give him instructions on how to move. In no time, Hyunsu finds himself facing off against the orcs, and he realizes that they are quite different from the goblins. Hyunsu finally steps into battle with the conviction that he is not going to lose. The first orc that comes running at him loses his head faster than he can blink. Just from defeating one orc, Hyunsu gained 86 experience points, and he smiles because the month he spent training alongside Barnes wasn't a waste. Hyunsu also levels up even though he is still jobless, and when Ben sees this, he realizes that Hyunsu is an amazing fellow. However, talking to Hyunsu makes Ben lose concentration, and when Hyunsu notices that Ben is about to be overwhelmed by an orc, he switches from his sword to his bow. Hyunsu fires a pinpoint arrow that heads straight for the orc, and before the orc senses the arrow, it is already too late.
The arrow impales him and sends him flying with immense pressure. Hyunsu doesn't stop there as he fires another arrow that smashes an orc's head. Hyunsu levels up again, but Ben is more impressed with the fact that Hyunsu is able to take down a huge orc with just an arrow.
Hans screams at Ben, telling him to get out of his zone because the orcs are already converging on Hyunsu's position. Ben realizes that Hyunsu got into trouble because of him. Ben fears that Hyunsu is about to die because of him, but Hyunsu immediately swaps from his bow to his Lightbringer sword. Using the Lightbringer, he activates the flurry skill that indiscriminately wipes out every enemy within a 10-meter radius. The sword kicks into play, and Hyunsu easily cuts through the orcs that have surrounded him. He also levels up from this, and he managed to reach a 19% contribution. Seeing this, Hans is confident that they are going to be able to win the war as long as they have Hyunsu by their side. Hans then screams out so that his soldiers can hear, and he tells them they finally have a chance to defeat the orc unit, which is something they have never been able to do in the past. As the fight continues, the squad's morale also increases, and Hyunsu already sees himself as a member of the unit. Hyunsu continues fighting, and when he reaches 20% contribution, he realizes that his contribution is progressing a bit slower. Just then, the system informs him that he is defeating orcs faster than everyone else, and because of this, he has unlocked another chapter that has never been opened before. Momentarily, they encounter a level 51 orc warrior.
When Hans sees this, he becomes concerned, and he immediately orders his men to stop advancing. It turns out that they have tried several times, but they have never been able to defeat the orc warrior. However, things are not looking good for them because they are surrounded by the orcs already. Hans fears that his overzealousness has caused him to go deep into enemy territory. Just then, Ben encourages the warriors, telling them that they are going to defeat the orcs. Hans agrees with him because they are tired of getting bullied by the orcs. Hans is staying on a hillside, and he notices that the team is rushing in to attack the orcs. He decides to cover them using his bow from where he is. He fires an arrow at the orc warrior, aiming directly for his head, but the arrow bounces off the orc's helmet. Seeing this, the team realizes that they might have to retreat to re-strategize. However, Hans makes a daring move to attack the orc warrior, and this leads to him losing his proficient hand. Hans finds himself at the mercy of the orc, and Hyunsu comes rushing from behind while calling his name, hoping that he stays alive. In no time, they find themselves surrounded by the orcs. Hans is badly wounded, but he is safe with the soldiers. Hyunsu has tried everything he can, but he can't seem to pierce the orc warrior. He realizes that the casualties will just continue increasing, and he immediately orders the soldiers to form a defensive position so that they can retreat to the forest behind them. He assures the soldiers that he is going to follow them afterward. Ben then reiterates the order for his comrades, telling them that they need to get the captain to safety so that they can regroup. The soldiers then run into the forest, but Ben stays back to tell Hyunsu that they will not be able to run very fast in the forest. Ben says the decision can only buy them a bit of time. Hyunsu figures out that all he needs is 5 minutes, and he asks Ben if he and the soldiers can hold out for 5 minutes. Ben assures Hyunsu that they can hold out for 5 minutes as requested. Hyunsu then takes the time to think about the orc's armor. He doesn't want to believe that it is too tough for arrows to pass through. Hyunsu then equips Dang's hammer, which turns out to be an epic item. The hammer practically reduces crafting time, and while Ben and the remaining soldiers are busy battling it out with the orcs, Hyunsu is cooking up something nice. Even though they are tired from fighting the orcs, Ben and his team are ready to hold out till Hyunsu is ready. Ben is bleeding all over, but he keeps pushing himself forward with the idea that they only have to wait 5 minutes. Just then, Ben finds himself in the presence of the orc warrior, and just as he is about to be killed, a powerful projectile comes flying toward the orc warrior. The projectile hits the orc warrior with enough force that it shatters his armor and cleanly passes through his body. Blood spills everywhere, leaving Ben confused. He turns around to see Hyunsu standing in the distance with a powerful signature aura swirling around him. Hyunsu aims another round of projectiles at the orc warrior, and this time around the projectile smashes his head, causing him to crash to the ground. Ben is utterly blown away when he sees this, and when he takes a closer look, he realizes that Hyunsu has equipped another item on his bow. Hyunsu has equipped an item called Swift Arrow, which provides 70% penetration and 60% arrow speed. It is basically an arrow that is short but flies faster than any other arrow, and it carries enough destructive power to shatter a stone. Hyunsu is able to use this thanks to the genius pipe he constructed using bamboo. Hyunsu doesn't stop with his attack, and when the soldiers realize that the orc warrior is back on his feet with the attempt to fight, the soldiers also get motivated to fight, so that they can buy Hyunsu time. Hyunsu calmly aims his bow at the orcs with the confidence that the arrow's piercing power can be compared to that of a musket. He fires another round of the arrow, and this time around, he cuts through the orc warrior's neck, ultimately defeating it. Hyunsu finally gets the notification that he has defeated the orc warrior.
Hyunsu then gets a ton of notifications about leveling up. Because he killed an orc warrior, he is given the title Orc Slayer, which increases his attack power against orcs by 15%. To make it sweeter, orcs will now fear his presence. The other orc warrior senses the terrifying power that just slain his friend and immediately drops his weapon to run away. However, Hyunsu is not about to let him get away, and he runs after him. Hyunsu intercepts him, and he looks absolutely menacing, like a devil, as he fires his deadly arrow at the scared orc warrior. The projectile completely takes off the orc's head, and with this, Hyunsu finds himself standing over a pile of orc bodies. He has completed his quest to subjugate the orc army, and in addition to this, his contribution rate hits 92%. The system basically tells him that he cleared the quest with astonishing results. A roar of victory emerges among the soldiers, and they start cheering for Hyunsu. The system informs him that the subjugation unit totally trusts his command. He is given a hidden piece as someone who leads the battlefield, and for this, he gets a special effect, which grants him 10 charisma points. Ben helps Hans up, and he carries him to where Hyunsu is. Hans thanks Hyunsu from the bottom of his heart because he never thought they would ever be able to defeat the orcs in his lifetime. Hans hits his chest with his severed arm as a sign of respect, and the other soldiers follow suit. Hyunsu also returns the gesture by placing his hand on his chest while thanking the soldiers. With this, Hyunsu completes his trial, and he heaves a sigh of relief before looking to the sunset as he prepares to finally return to the blacksmith's tower. However, the question of how he is going to return to the tower remains. Apparently, the Council of the Blacksmiths, headed by Deng, has been looking for a worthy blacksmith who will wield the powerful sword they have. They just can't give it to anyone since most blacksmiths now care about money rather than giving out perfection. However, they believed in the prophecy that a successor to the blacksmith god would appear to bring prosperity to the clan again. Deng now believes that he has found the right person, which is why he called together the other blacksmith lords to the central tower. Coulson, the tower lord of the bow blacksmiths, doesn't agree with Deng's decision to give the sword to an outsider. Deng then tells Coulson that Hyunsu has already passed the condition that they set for the sword to be given out. In addition to this, Hyunsu hasn't selected his profession, but he was able to lead soldiers, and with his blacksmith skills, he wiped out the orc warriors. When the other lords hear this, they become curious because they can't believe that someone without a class was able to carry out such a magnificent act. Deng points out that the prophecy said that the successor to the god of blacksmiths will be stronger than anyone, and Deng believes that the sword will provide the final answer that they are looking for. Just then, the butler informs Deng that Hyunsu has arrived at the hall, and Deng orders that they bring him in. Hyunsu pushes the door open, and Deng tells him that he has passed the test, which gives him the right to enter the blacksmith's sanctuary. In addition to this, he has also earned the right to challenge the sword of prophecy left behind by the god of blacksmiths. Deng lets him know that they are going to know everything the moment he grabs the sword, and after this, he is going to be given a great reward. Hyunsu wonders if the reward will be a legendary class since he recently completed an SS rank quest. Just then, one of the lords commends him for a job well done, telling him that he did well to have made the swift arrows in such a dire moment. However, he's not entirely pleased because he believes that the arrows are nothing but imitations. The Lord believes that Hyunsu is lucky because he would never have passed if he hadn't had an epic bow from the start. Most of the lords don't believe in him, and they tell him to draw the sword so that they can finally see if he is a fraud or not. Hyunsu figures out that the dudes are masters of the blacksmith's tower, and they have each forged the legends of Ares. They are basically high-tier NPCs that possess titles and levels that are beyond impressive. To put it into perspective, Coulson is an impressive blacksmith who has reached level 365. Hyunsu admits that they are all impressive, but at the same time, he doesn't see himself as an inferior blacksmith to them. He wonders what will happen if they compete without the help of titles. Hyunsu approaches the sword, and it suddenly gives off an overwhelming aura, shocking everyone in the room. The sword ultimately turns into a blinding light and enters Hyunsu's body. Hyunsu doesn't know this, and he remains confused, wondering where the sword disappeared to. Deng already figured out what just happened, and he is pleased that his suspicions were all correct. Deng bursts into loud laughter, saying he finally understands what it means for the prophecy to be fulfilled. All they have been doing is creating rituals and procedures without doing the right thing. Coulson is pissed, and he doesn't want to accept the fact that Hyunsu might be the successor. Hyunsu soon gets the notification, congratulating him that he is the game's first god class. Coulson cannot believe that a trash foreigner has been granted the god class. Without holding anything back, the system immediately promotes Hyunsu to the god of blacksmiths. Hyunsu is a level 10 player, but he has attained the god of blacksmith class already, and to make it lovely, he is the first. Unlike the others, Deng is behind him, and he is excited that Hyunsu was able to pull it off. In addition to the class, he is given an SSS rank title, the god of blacksmiths. The title allows him to break material level restrictions whenever he is crafting. Whenever he is also crafting artifacts, his mastery increases depending on the type of material. Basically, he is going to become stronger than anyone in a blacksmith class. The system then informs him that the sword trial will begin once he reaches level 100. While the other lords are already closing in on accepting the decision, Coulson screams out in anger, saying he is not ready to accept. He tells his comrades that they can't choose the god of blacksmiths just because the sword did so. Dane cuts in, telling the dude that the prophecy is absolute, but Coulson claims that whoever is acknowledged by all the Tower Lords will be the one to become the successor of the god of blacksmiths. Since this is also part of the prophecy, Coulson angrily uses the loophole to challenge Hyunsu to a blacksmith's duel. Coulson assures Hyunsu that he is going to accept him as the real deal if he manages to defeat him in the duel. However, Hyunsu will have no choice but to forfeit the title if he loses. Dang is ultimately concerned when he hears this, and he tells his colleagues that they need to restrain Coulson, but none of them moves an inch. Dang is surprised that his colleagues are not making a move to restrain Coulson. Coulson then tells Hyunsu that he is free to withdraw, and in return, he will grant him the position of Vice Tower Lord. Coulson is already smiling, believing that Hyunsu will back down, but unknown to him, Hyunsu was secretly wishing for it. Without hesitation, Hyunsu accepts the duel, since a blacksmith's duty speaks through their skill. The system then generates the quest of him going up against Coulson in a duel. Coulson then informs him that a blacksmith duel is different from that of a knight. He lets him know that the items that they pour their souls into making at the forge determine the winner. Apparently, they are going to strike the sword that they make against each other, and whichever sword breaks first loses. Coulson reveals that there is a high-grade smithy prepared inside the hall. Coulson believes that Hyunsu should be able to forge a sword in one day since he now has the blacksmith skill. Coulson laughs at Hyunsu, saying he will only be able to pull this off if he is truly the god of blacksmiths. With the challenge set, Coulson leaves, promising to see Hyunsu the next day. After Coulson is gone, Dang reveals his worry that Hyunsu accepted the duel without thinking twice. Dang explains that Coulson is an exceptionally skilled blacksmith, even among the Tower Masters. Dang says Hyunsu still needs the time to grow, even though he has acquired the god's skill. Hyunsu reveals that he would have been doomed to lose the duel if he hadn't changed his class. Hyunsu knows that Coulson must have acquired impressive and special abilities since he is a Tower Master. However, his decision to change to God class immediately took away the gap between them. Basically, the difference will now be determined purely by skill. This is because of the new skill he obtained. The new skill is called God's Custom-Made Creation. This is a skill that allows him to make any artifact that he wants. In addition to this, he can then imbue the artifact with whatever effect he wants. The higher the grade of the effect, the more difficult it is to craft. However, the effect value is granted at 100% depending on the crafting technique that is employed. Meanwhile, Coulson has also entered his smithy to work on his desired sword. He considers himself the chosen one since he inherited his blacksmithing skill from his father. However, he later met a master whose skills were greater than his own, and this is why he stopped forging swords and ultimately became the Tower Master of the Bow Blacksmiths. Coulson was resentful that he met someone greater than him, but he had no choice but to accept the reality of things. However, he can never accept the decision of bringing someone from an unknown origin to become lord over him. Fueled with rage and determination, Coulson pounds the steel he is working on with precision and power. At the same time, Hyunsu is also working on his sword. It is known that the process of imbuing artifacts with abilities and effects is based on the fundamental principle that gaining one thing means losing another. Dang figures out that Hyunsu will have to max out the strength of the sword to get a bit of an advantage in the duel. And to achieve this, Tower Gods usually craft at the highest possible grade. Dang is worried that Hyunsu might not be able to achieve this, since his strength and stats are merely at the rare grade level. However, Dang wonders what is going on inside Hyunsu's head as he crafts his sword. After a long night, the long-awaited hour for the duel finally hits. Coulson and Hyunsu are present in the hall, and the other Tower Lords are also present as witnesses. Coulson laughs at Hyunsu and says he has managed to cook up something overnight, which is why he didn't run away. Coulson smirks at Hyunsu, saying he would like to see if his skill matches one who is worthy of being the successor of a god. All while he is boasting, Hyunsu remains silent. Coulson then pulls out a beautiful sword from his sheath and introduces his sword as the Black Knight. It is a unique sword that boasts 12,000 points to its durability level. It also has a passive skill called the Weapon Breaker. Dang is not surprised when he sees this because Coulson's skills are not to be joked with. Dang is impressed that Coulson was able to create a flawless and unique grade dueling sword overnight. Coulson smiles evilly because he is pretty sure that his colleagues can see the perfection that he has managed to create. This is a sword that he has imbued with his family's tradition and secret techniques. After Hyunsu is tired of Coulson's brags, he finally pulls out his sword. Coulson almost loses his mind when Hyunsu is about to pull out his sword. Even Dang waits in anticipation for Hyunsu to pull out the sword. However, they are all hit with disappointment when they see the sword that Hyunsu made. The sword is nothing more than a rare grade sword that has just 1,000 points of durability. The other tower gods are also disappointed, and they have already made up their minds that Coulson was right after all. Coulson smiles evilly because he is confident that he is about to trash Hyunsu and put him in his place. Coulson makes the first move as he rushes toward Hyunsu so he can finish him off once and for all. Hyunsu merely maintains a defensive position to wait for Coulson's attack. Their swords finally clash with a powerful impact, and one of the swords gets cut off cleanly. The lords are stunned when they see that Coulson's sword was the one that broke. Coulson cannot believe his eyes as he looks at his broken sword lying on the ground. He is forced to ask Hyunsu how he was able to do it. Hyunsu then reveals that swords cannot be judged by their grade alone. It turns out that Hyunsu's sword has an active skill that prevents it from being broken unless the durability points reach 0. And with the single strike that they hit each other with, it only removed 100 points from the sword's durability. Upon hearing this, Coulson remembers when his father once told him that the god of blacksmiths will one day come, and he will be one who will reshape the way they think and see things. His father told him that everyone would be given the chance to meet him. Coulson was excited back then to meet the gods of blacksmiths because of his teachings. Hyunsu already knew that breaking Coulson's sword would not be enough to convince the Tower Masters. And this is why he made the decision to create a sword that cuts other swords. When he told Deng about his plan, Deng was skeptical. Hyunsu admits that it is not going to be an easy task, but creating such an artifact comes down to the blacksmith's skill and the sweat that he sheds. Deng finally realizes that Hyunsu is someone who makes bold choices that defy common logic. Coulson is completely broken, and he finally opens his mouth to acknowledge Hyunsu. He asks him if he will ever be able to make a sword that cuts other swords too. Hyunsu smiles as he tells Coulson that there is nothing called impossible. Coulson shed tears as he fell to his knees to greet and pledge his loyalty to Hyunsu. With this, Hyunsu clears the blacksmith duel quest. After the issue has been sorted, Hyunsu is treated like the important person that he is. The first thing they give him is 500 gold coins, which leaves him in high spirits. Alongside the 500 gold coins, they give him the scroll containing the legendary bow recipe. This is one of the 10 treasures of the blacksmith's tower. Coulson reveals that he was never able to complete the bow recipe, but he knows that it is the right thing for him to hand it over to someone who is on the path of becoming very powerful. Deng also assures Hyunsu that the lords will devote themselves to the new way of things with Hyunsu's arrival. Since they are all ready to support him, they urge him to stand at the pinnacle of power. After he logs out of the game, Hyunsu meets with his friend, who expresses his surprise that he is getting very good at the game. He believes that all of his suffering at the forge is finally getting paid off. Ji-hoon then asks him about the perks of being a god class. Hyunsu replies that it is not something noticeable from the start. Hyunsu then reveals that he has to go and pay his father's hospital bill the next day. Apparently, they have added another 10 million won to the medical bills. Ji-hoon then reveals that he has looked into the new medicine that Hyunsu wanted for his father. With what Ji-hoon has gathered, the medical cost is 20 million won, and it is also not covered by insurance. Ji-hoon then adds that Hyunsu's treatments will also cost a ton of money that his new god class might not even be able to cover. Basically, there is a limit to how many artifacts Hyunsu will be able to craft and sell due to his stamina. Ji-hoon then tells him that he has to level up and get more fame, which means his growth as a god is essentially important. Ji-hoon advises him to become friends with the most famous people in the game because this is the only way to get much better rewards and rare items of the same grade. Ji-hoon expects him to use this as a foundation to craft the best artifacts. To help with everything that he has counted, Ji-hoon assures him that he has a plan to assist him. On the game's group chat, the players talk about the player, named Lord, who recently got promoted to legendary class. The players are blown away when they hear this, and it turns out that Lord achieved this by defeating the Sword King, Barad. However, by defeating him, he only landed a hit, which is something no one has been able to do up until that very moment. This has the players wondering how he did it. The next day, Hyunsu realizes that he is still going to have a hard time paying his father's hospital bills because it is just too much. Even with the amount of money he has earned in the game, it is still not enough. Hyunsu is wondering how he can get money to pay his father's hospital bill when he gets the notification that his first custom-made sword has sold for 53,000 gold coins to the player lord. This came in at the right time as Hyunsu rushes into the hospital to tell the attendant that he is now ready to pay his father's hospital bills, which were due to run out that very day. Because of how clutch the money came in, Hyunsu realizes that Ares is his saving grace, and there is no chance for him to stop playing the game. Just then, Lord sends Hyunsu a message, saying he was able to pass Barad's test thanks to the sword. Lord believes that the 50 million won he paid for the sword is not a high price, considering how powerful it is. He was able to create an opening with the sword, and this surprised Barad himself. Lord then tells Hyunsu that Barad, the king of the Goyard kingdom, is waiting for him. Apparently, Barad wants Hyunsu to craft a sword for him. Hyunsu is shocked when he sees the message, and Lord makes it very important that he go see Barad. Hyunsu steps outside the hospital and he realizes that he finally has the power to solve all of his problems, which includes the new medicine treatment and his father's hospital bills. He just has to meet Barad and then find the lost forge too. Later on, Hyunsu tries reaching out to Barad, but he hits a brick wall. He is informed that he can't meet Barad yet because his level is low. Apparently, he has to increase his level and fame a bit higher if he wants to meet Barad. Hyunsu almost faints when he learns that he needs to be at least a level 200 player before he can meet Barad. Hyunsu then asks if there is any other way that he can get to see Barad. He is told that he can use the Goyard Martial Arts Tournament. This is a tournament that is held every year in the Goyard Kingdom, but only players who are level 50 to 60 are allowed to participate. Barad is always present because he is looking for warriors to scout. This is basically why he holds the tournament every year for outsiders. Jihoon tells Hyunsu that the tournament is about to be held, and the winner of the tournament receives their prize money directly from Barad. This makes it the only way for him to meet Barad with his current trash level. Later on, Dang tells Hyunsu to head to the castle territory, which is at the border of Prime and Goyard, where war with the undead happens regularly. Dang believes that his skills are going to be needed. According to Dang, the territory is the fastest place if he wants to level up. With this in mind, Hyunsu starts heading to Cassel with the burning determination that he is going to clear the quest no matter how hard it is. Momentarily, he arrives at castle territory, where he meets the level 26 warrior, Lander. Lander reveals that they have been waiting for reinforcements because the number of invading undead has increased. Hyunsu is surprised to hear this, and he asks if there is a particular reason why this is happening. Lander mentions that the invading undead army is always easy to take on whenever the holy bell of Ramus rings in the territory. They have been using this to keep the invading undead at bay until recently. After hearing this, Hyunsu realizes that it is a kind of event system. Apparently, the holy bell shattered into pieces, and because they have no idea what they are supposed to do, they have been asking for reinforcements to help their defenses. However, the undead army has started to notice that something is wrong, and they are gathering in large numbers. Hyunsu then asks Lander if the bell can be repaired. This is when it finally dawns on Lander that Hyunsu is from Dang. Hyunsu confirms this, saying he was sent by Dang, the blacksmith of the sword tower. When Lander realizes this, he gets more serious, and he reveals that they have been waiting for him. He urges him to follow him because they need to meet the commander. Moments later, they meet Commander Cal. Cal offers Hyunsu a proper greeting since he is from the Great Dang. When Cal hears Hyunsu's plan to repair the Bell of Ramus, he tells Hyunsu that the bell is basically unrepairable. Hyunsu is shocked to hear this, and Cal explains that they have tried to restore the bell countless times but have never succeeded once. Everyone who has tried has come to the same conclusion that the bell is an irreparable artifact. However, there is still one of them who is still in castle, and they are looking for a way to repair it. Even though the said person is trying her best, Cal believes that it is nothing but a waste of time. Apparently, the smith is already at level 290, but they were not able to do it. Cal then asks Hyunsu about his level, and Hyunsu reveals that he is still on level 13. The commander and his subordinate are shocked when they hear this. Cal then humbly tells Hyunsu that it would be better for him to find someone of his level to help because the territory is on the brink of destruction, and they can't afford to waste a second. The commander is still telling Hyunsu how he needs to protect the territory when a soldier comes running over to tell him that the undead are invading the eastern wall. Basically, a horde of ghouls is swarming into the area. Cal immediately tells his people how essential it is that they defend the main gate. As Cal is about to leave, he calls Lander with him, and he tells Hyunsu that everything that he has told him so far is a secret that must not get out. Hyunsu assesses the situation and believes that he might be able to pull off the quest, the same way he did with the orcs. The quest officially opens, telling Hyunsu to defeat the invading ghouls and protect the castle gate. Just as the soldiers reported, the undead army has started climbing the walls in large numbers. Hyunsu joins the fight as he aims his bow at the invading undead army. Lander tells him that the undead soldiers are hard to kill without a weapon imbued with holy power, which is why they need to aim for the same spot multiple times to effectively end them. However, Hyunsu shows him just how effective he is when he takes down a ghoul's head with just a single shot to the head. Lander is shocked to see this since there is no holy power in the weapon that Hyunsu is using. Without holding back, Hyunsu continues firing his weapon at the annoying undead monsters. Hyunsu alone is able to deal so much damage to the undead army that it breaks down their formation. Hyunsu pushes them back, giving the soldiers breathing space. The soldiers waste no time as they start cheering for Hyunsu. Even Lander is excited, and he confidently tells the undead army that they are done for. Hyunsu heaves a sigh of relief because things are going much easier than he thought. Suddenly, things go south when a giant siege ghoul appears. The system gives him the new task of defeating the terrifying monster. With just a single step, the giant ghoul is able to wipe out a bunch of soldiers. The ghoul is so big that its height overshadows the castle walls. The soldiers start screaming in fear, and they conclude that Cal might be their only hope. However, this is no-go area because Cal is busy defending the gate and doesn't have the luxury of sparing any of his men. Lander sees this and realizes that the walls are going to be crushed. Just then, Hyunsu says he is going to draw the ghoul's attention. Lander is still asking how he plans to do this when Hyunsu leaps off the wall and charges toward the giant ghoul by himself. Lander tries to stop him, telling him that it is dangerous to go alone, but there is no stopping Hyunsu. He switches from his bow to his sword, and he jumps down the castle walls to find himself facing the giant ghoul. Since his mission is to defeat the giant ghoul, this is exactly what Hyunsu plans to do. Hyunsu dashes toward the giant ghoul, and this is enough to get its attention. The ghoul chases after Hyunsu, and it turns out that his plan to lead the ghoul away is working. However, Hyunsu finds himself in a tight spot, where he is trying hard to stay alive because the giant ghoul is pretty fast. Since the giant ghoul is pretty stubborn, Hyunsu swaps weapons again. Once the ghoul reaches him and stands directly above him, Hyunsu fires the bow with the confidence that the ghoul is done for. The arrow travels at a blinding speed and it hits the ghoul right on the head. The ghoul screams out loudly, but by the time the ghoul turns to look at Hyunsu, he realizes that his high-powered arrow was not able to do anything against the giant ghoul. The ghoul angrily kicks Hyunsu before he gets the chance to react. Just one kick from the ghoul ultimately drops his health points below 10%. As he is thrown to the ground, Hyunsu is informed by the system that he will be automatically logged out of the game once his HP hits 0%. Hyunsu is pissed off by this because he is not ready to go out in such a trashy manner. Hyunsu manages to get himself off the ground because he is not ready to suffer a forceful exit from the game. He knows that he is going to lose his chance to participate in the Goyard martial arts tournament if this happens. And if this happens, his father's hospital bills and his own treatment, and even his plan to take back the blacksmith shop, will all be impossible to achieve. Hyunsu is bravely determined to change his reality, which is why he started the game in the first place. And because of this, he can't afford to give up. Hyunsu grabs his bow and he fires another round of arrows into the ghoul's leg. This is enough to cause it severe pain, and it screams out loudly. The ghoul gets angrier as he starts moving toward Hyunsu. At the same time, Hyunsu's health points drop below 3%. But even with this, Hyunsu is not ready to give up. Hyunsu pulls his bow to the limit, and just when he is about to fire, the string snaps and it breaks. Hyunsu finds himself at the mercy of the ghoul. Before he can do anything, he is smashed by the ghoul's giant hand, and this drains his HP to 1%. Hyunsu suddenly finds himself in a weird space, and he starts wondering if he has finally reached the end. However, Hyunsu still doesn't want to give up. He raises his hand as if he is trying to reach for a ledge to help him up. Just then, the system informs him that he has met the special condition needed to acquire a new skill. Apparently, this happens when a god blacksmith's health points go below 5%, but they have a strong desire to fulfill. The new skill he got is the god's emergency crafting, which allows him to begin emergency crafting. The only condition is that he has to craft the weapon within 20 seconds. In addition to this, he can only use the weapon for 30 seconds. Hyunsu realizes that he finally got the chance he was praying for. Since he is looking for a way to clear the quest, he grabs the hammer and the materials he needs. While doing this, his 20 seconds are already running out. Hyunsu quickly gets to work, and he pounds the steel aggressively. Just before the time runs out, Hyunsu completes the crafting of his desired weapon. Hyunsu is transported back to the battleground, and he immediately swings his weapon at the giant ghoul. This delivers a powerful clean cut through the ghoul's body. Hyunsu lands on his knees after the powerful strike, and the ghoul crashes to the ground. Hyunsu's face lights up in hope and happiness when he realizes that he managed to do the impossible. The system informs him that he has defeated the ghoul, and because of this, he gained a ton of experience. However, he loses consciousness before he gets the chance to celebrate. Lander comes rushing toward him while calling his name frantically. The next morning, Hyunsu regains consciousness, and he asks the soldiers how much time has passed since he went out cold. He is also worried about the ghoul, but suddenly, he hears the soldiers screaming and cheering his name. They call him a hero, but Hyunsu remains confused until Cal shows up to tell him that they survived because of him. Cal wants to know how Hyunsu did it, but he finds it hard to explain it to him. He knows that no one would believe him even if he tries to explain it. What he did was to craft a weapon which has divine power in it while they were under attack. Cal then tells him that he has no reason to be modest because he deserves all the attention and love. Basically, ghouls are vulnerable to holy power just like ghosts. This is why Hyunsu forged the Four-Seal Sword, because it has the power to drive away evil spirits. This is all thanks to his father for telling him when he was younger. Hyunsu is glad everything worked out well. He also likes the skill that he used, but it is sad that it is just a one-time use. Cal then tells Hyunsu that it is time he takes his reward. Cal hands him the pouch of money, which turns out to be 2,000 gold. As usual, Hyunsu is blown away, and he happily accepts the reward. Cal then apologizes for the way he treated him. Hyunsu and the other soldiers are shocked when they see the commander bowing to Hyunsu. Hyunsu quickly tells the commander that there is no need for him to apologize. In return, Hyunsu thanks the man for acknowledging him. The two hold hands, and this brings the spectating soldiers to tears. Because of the interaction between the two, Cal's affinity also shoots up to the maximum level. Cal then makes a formal request of Hyunsu. He begs him to repair the Bell of Ramas. Because Cal felt divine power in the sword that Hyunsu used in defeating the ghoul, Cal is confident that Hyunsu can pull off the repair. Hyunsu lets Cal know that he would have loved to help, but he needs to get to the Goyard Kingdom as fast as possible. This is when Cal reveals something shocking, telling Hyunsu that the Lord has a legendary mineral. Cal lets him know that the Lord might be willing to give him the mineral if it helps fix the bell. This is enough to catch Hyunsu's interest, and Cal leads him to where the broken fragments of the bell are. Hyunsu is shocked when he realizes that the bell is completely shattered, not slightly broken or anything close to it. Cal smiles at him like a good puppy, asking Hyunsu if he will be able to fix the bell. Hyunsu nervously says yes, but deep down, he is worried about the restoration process. Just then, a lady appears behind them, telling Hyunsu that the bell cannot be repaired because even she, a level 290, could not pull it off. The lady stands in front of Hyunsu with a deadly stare, and she concludes that Hyunsu is nothing but a fraud. Earlier, a woman named Belle, the team leader, announced she was leaving the guild. The master of the Golden Shield Guild, Rune, asked her in shock why she was suddenly resigning and whether she didn't care about everything she had built so far. She replied that she was tired now. Rune tried to persuade her to stay, saying that if she could bring in the blacksmith Hyun this time, things would get better. But she angrily retorted that this was exactly the problem, asking him how they could offer 500 million a year to a random player. Rune argued that the blacksmith Hyun had sold his first crafted sword for 50 million won, and that, if they could recruit him, the guild would rise quickly. Belle reminded Rune that the blacksmith they had brought in before was just an external source, and the one who came after took the deposit and ran. She added that another blacksmith won the lottery and disappeared, and continued to list the failures. Belle asked him to stop, explaining how difficult it was to clean up all this mess, and insisted that he not try to stop her. Rune reluctantly agreed to her decision, but assured her that he would always keep a place for her if she decided to return. At the castle. Belle arrived to find the village in ruins and wondered in shock how a village like this could disappear. She thought that this was the place that had shown her the people here were not just non-player characters, but real people like her. Belle believed that if they could just fix Rama's bell, perhaps they could stop all this destruction. She decided she needed to go and check the bell again. When she reached the bell room, she was surprised to find Hyunsu there. She accused him of being a fraud. Hyunsu replied in confusion, asking who she was to say that. She answered that she was a blacksmith of a much higher rank than him. Captain Carl intervened and asked everyone not to fight. He introduced Belle as the advanced blacksmith he had mentioned earlier, and introduced Hyunsu as the person who had helped eliminate the ghouls. The captain cheerfully added that, on top of that, Hyunsu now said he would fix the bell. Belle wondered to herself how a level 38 player could help eliminate ghouls and now claim to fix the bell. Belle accused Hyunsu of trying to take advantage of the deteriorating situation in the castle region. Hyunsu, tired of her rant, asked her what she had been talking about since she arrived. He then ignored her and began to examine the bell fragments, wondering if they had changed in some way. A system window appeared confirming that Rama's bell was imbued with holy power, was completely destroyed, and that repair was impossible. Hyunsu concluded that there was no chance of repair through traditional methods. He then took a hammer and struck one of the fragments with force. Belle screamed in terror, telling him to stop. Hyunsu spoke calmly and explained that restoration was indeed possible. Belle angrily asked him if he didn't understand the meaning of unrepairable artifact. At that moment, a soldier rushed into the room shouting for the captain and told them that the undead were pouring in massive numbers. Everyone was shocked. A system window appeared, and Hyunsu initially thought it was a new quest, but he realized it was an update notification. The notification announced that the castle region update had begun and that after the update was complete, the updated region would be created. They realized the region was turning into a land of the undead. Belle believed this was the end, but Hyunsu corrected her, saying that if they made the bell, they could stop it. Belle described his words as impossible, but Hyunsu insisted it was possible. He then turned to Belle and asked her directly if she wasn't the one who wanted to protect it. Belle admitted that Hyunsu was right but wondered how to do it. Hyunsu asked her to follow him, adding the shards of Rama's bell to his inventory. Hyunsu enthusiastically declared that they would protect this place together. Captain Carl told Hyunsu that he was counting on him to repair the bell and that he would hold them off for as long as possible. Hyunsu told him to leave it to him. The captain raised his sword and shouted to his men not to lose hope, declaring that they would fight until the end. He urged them to hold on a little longer, insisting that they must protect Cassel. In the blacksmith's workshop, Bell asked Hyunsu what he was going to do. Hyunsu explained that when he shattered the shard earlier, the holy power had not disappeared, which meant the power was within the material itself. He planned to melt it down and forge a new bell, believing that if the bell was complete, the holy power would be stronger. Bell commented that she had never seen a skill like this before, and Hyunsu replied that a skill was not always needed to fix something. The smelting process began, and Bell wondered in amazement if he really intended to do this by hand in this day and age. Hyunsu asked her why she wasn't helping, explaining that he could not do it alone. Meanwhile, in the game developer's offices, the developer watched the countdown for the Cassel region update with less than an hour remaining. He declared in despair that they were in trouble and that the update was about to go to waste. A colleague asked him why he was grumbling on update day, and Kim Tae-suk told him to look at the screen. The colleague wondered if it was about that blacksmith player. He asserted that a player couldn't fix it, but their female colleague clarified that Hyunsu was no ordinary player. The fateful day of the castle region update arrived, and the battle intensified. Carl shouted orders to stop the undead and prevent them from entering. They fought with all their might, panting from exhaustion. The soldiers suffered brutal attacks and one fell to a huge monster, but Carl intervened and killed the beast. Captain Carl rushed to check on him and shouted to his men to hold on a little longer. He urged them to protect Cassel, the place where they had been born and raised all their lives. In the midst of the fight, Captain Carl's sword began to crack. He wondered in despair why this was happening now. As his sword his shatters, the monster lunged at him, and the captain was completely surprised. He cursed the situation, believing that everything would end like this. Suddenly, a powerful ringing sound echoed across the battlefield. The undead clutched their heads and screamed in pain. They burst into flames and fell one by one as the mysterious sound of the bell continued to spread. The bell's echo resonated throughout the region, and the defending forces looked joyfully toward the source of the sound. Captain Carl exclaimed happily that Rama's bell had been repaired. In the developer offices, one of the developers spat out his drink in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Apparently, Hyunsu successfully created a new bell. In the office, a developer shouts, asking what is happening and whether the update has really failed. Kim Tae-suk explains that Hyunsu has not slept for a moment since the update countdown began a full week ago. It is revealed that 5 days earlier, Hyunsu went straight to the blacksmith's workshop in the Cassel region, gathered the city's workforce, and began repairing Rama's bell. He explained that they must melt everything down to its basic materials, or more accurately, extract the divine power from them. While Hyunsu was drawing the blueprints, he left Bell in charge of managing the workers and supplying the battlefield. After that, Hyunsu began the custom god crafting process. He planned to use his skill to maximize the bell's power against the undead and evil forces, and to add a skill that could inflict direct damage. With the shared will to protect the Cassel region, everyone worked toward a single goal. While the workers were determined to do whatever it took to protect their homeland, they believed this would imbue the bell with even greater divine power. On the final day, Bell wakes up suddenly, wondering when she fell asleep. She sees the completed bell in awe, and couldn't believe that Hyunsu worked on it for days without a break. A system window appears before her, announcing that her apprentice title is glowing. She has witnessed a crafting process performed by a master craftsman blacksmith, which increased her advanced blacksmithing mastery efficiency by 22%. She wonders in shock if this young man is truly a master craftsman. Hyunsu tells her that the noise must have been very loud, but she slept soundly. Bell protests, saying she wasn't unconscious for that long. Hyunsu reassures her that they are in the final stages and asks her to wait. Bell suddenly asks him if he is Hyun, the blacksmith. Hyunsu confirms his identity, then places his hand on the newly completed bell, which glows with immense power and is imprinted with his special symbol. Bell looks at the completed bell with admiration, saying that calling it beautiful doesn't do it justice. It is a magnificent masterpiece. A system window appears, explaining that this is Hyunsu's second custom creation in progress, unique with infinite durability. It is a reconstructed artifact that was once irreparable. Bell wonders if this is the reason for its power, admitting she has never seen anyone succeed at something like this before. Suddenly, Bell grabs Hyunsu's hands tightly and eagerly asks him to be with her from now on. Hyunsu asks her in confusion what she means, wondering if it's a love confession, which Bell denies in embarrassment. The scene returns to the decisive day of the battle, where Hyunsu strikes the newly completed bell. Waves of holy energy emanate from it, annihilating the hordes of undead who scream in agony as they burn. The soldiers gasp as they watch the horrific scene. A system message confirms that Hyunsu has created a new bell and eradicated the undead, and that he can now prevent the update and create a new story. Hyunsu shouts triumphantly that they did it, thanking God he wasn't too late, but he immediately collapses, overcome by a state of extreme exhaustion that leaves him stunned. Bell rushes to him, anxiously asking if he is okay, while a system message announces the completion of the Repair Rama's Bell quest. Another message indicates that the rewards have been changed. Meanwhile, the news spreads quickly throughout the Ares player community. Someone asks if others know the Blacksmith Hyun and posts a topic titled, "The Reason the Kassel Region Update Failed," along with pictures of the tower before and after the bell's repair. Players recognize the name Hyun from Hyunsu's first custom sword and are stunned that he repaired Rama's bell. As a result, huge numbers of players start following Hyunsu's workshop. Hyunsu wakes up in his bed to the sound of continuous notifications, wondering about all the noise. He sees that his workshop's follower count has jumped to 100K and is amazed, wondering how this is possible. Hyunsu smiles, realizing it was a good thing he engraved his name, Hyun, on the bell, as now everyone who visits the Kassel region will see it. Someone knocks on the door and asks for permission to enter. Captain Carl enters enthusiastically, announcing that their region's savior has awakened. He tells Hyunsu that he has come with the Lord's approval to give him his reward for making the bell, 330,000 gold pieces. Hyunsu is stunned by the amount, which is equivalent to 330 million won. The captain adds that the savior deserves a reward of this caliber and presents him with a box as a gift from the Lord himself. Hyunsu opens it to find the legendary mineral orichalcum. Hyunsu thanks the captain. Captain Carl insists that they are the ones who should be thanking him, explaining that, unlike other outsiders, Hyunsu did not abandon their region and instead protected them. The captain expresses his sincere gratitude. Hyunsu feels the captain's sincerity and thinks that he only did what had to be done, realizing that the despair of the people in Ares is no different from the despair in reality. Hyunsu then takes his leave of the captain, explaining that he needs to return to where he used to live for a while, and the captain immediately agrees. Hyunsu decides it's time to reclaim his workshop and logs out of the game. The captain and his colleague look at the spot where Hyunsu disappeared, commenting that outsiders are a strange group. The next day in Gongju, Hyunsu meets with the real estate investor Kang Hyuk-soo. Kang looks at his phone, which displays a message stating that Mr. Hyunsu has deposited 330 million won. Kang tells Hyunsu that he really did it and is really impressed. A year ago, Hyunsu sits with Kang, who is reviewing the property papers. Kang tells him that the total amount comes to 330 million. Kang mentions that he heard about the big fire and reassures Hyunsu that the amount should be more than enough for the hospital bills, urging him to keep his head up. As Kang prepares to leave, Hyunsu asks in a hesitant voice if he could buy back the workshop. Kang asks for clarification on what Hyunsu just said. Hyunsu repeats his question, explaining that if he could somehow raise the money, would Kang sell the workshop back to him? Kang advises him that buying a burned-down workshop would just be a waste of money, and that he would be better off buying a new one if he needed it. Hyunsu insists that it must be their workshop, as the place is filled with memories of his father. Kang thinks it over and then decides to grant Hyunsu a grace period of exactly 1 year. However, he warns him that the second the year is up, he will sell the property to the first buyer. Hyunsu thanks him warmly, while Kang tells him he will be waiting for his call. Back in the present, Hyunsu admits that although he was the one who made the offer, in his heart he knew he was asking for the impossible. Hyunsu explains that the 1-year period was just a rough estimate, and that the opportunity to sell such a property could have ended at any time, but Kang had already kept his promise. Hyunsu asks why Kang was so kind to him. Kang replies that he was the first person ever to ask to buy back a property after selling it. He adds that he just wanted to encourage someone like him. Hyunsu thanks Kang again, and thinks to himself that thanks to him, he didn't have to give up the workshop and that he needs to give him something in return. Hyunsu asks him if he is familiar with a game called Ares. Kang laughs and replies that of course he knows it. Who hasn't heard of it these days? Hyunsu reveals that he is actually a blacksmith in Ares. Kang comments that this is the perfect job for him. Hyunsu offers to make him an artifact as a gift. Kang excitedly asks if he can make him a custom piece regardless of the effect type or level. Hyunsu smiles and replies, "Of course," promising that he will make him anything he wants. Hyunsu enters a tavern where Belle calls him over to sit with her. This is the first time they have seen each other since the undead incident. Belle complains about how hard it was to find him, and Hyunsu apologizes, but she says she was just kidding. Belle properly introduces herself, explaining that she was the chief strategist for the Golden Shield Guild and the one who built the guild into what it is today. She adds that on that day she became certain of one thing, that Hyunsu would one day become one of the top-ranking players. Therefore, Belle gets straight to the point. She tells him that when he eventually creates a guild, she wants to be its first member. Hyunsu jokingly reminds her that she was calling him a scammer. Belle immediately apologizes but justifies her stance by saying anyone would have misunderstood in that situation. Hyunsu tells her he was just kidding and that he is also looking forward to working with her, and they shake hands. But before that, Hyunsu decides to tell her his plans. Belle is shocked to learn that Hyunsu is going to meet the Sword King Barad, one of the 10 legends. Hyunsu confirms that he will enter the Joyard martial arts tournament, and wonders if the winner will receive their prize from Barad himself. Belle confirms this but is worried, explaining that this tournament is a gathering of rising stars from all over, and it's no joke. Hyunsu simply replies that this is exactly why he must win. Belle wonders how he can say that so simply, and if he can even taste his food. Hyunsu reassures her not to worry and tells her that he will aim for the top using his specialty, leaving her puzzled. The day of the Joyard martial arts tournament arrives. The tournament's head, Beckel, welcomes the outsiders. He announces that the tournament will begin the moment he steps off the stage and that they will all face monsters shortly. He adds that although they may not be able to see him, His Majesty King Barad is watching them, so they must be on their best behavior. He wishes them luck, and a system window announces the start of the tournament. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake. Apparently, a massive golem appears, and the system announces that the first mission is to survive the golem's attack with a 1-hour time limit. The participants rush into battle enthusiastically, with one expecting a golem to be the first opponent. A system window announces the first trial of the tournament. Whoever kills the stone golem, level 109, will receive a reward. A participant is surprised by the golem's high level, wondering if it was always this high and noting that the first round is supposed to be easy. Another participant recklessly charges, declaring, "First come, first served," but is immediately crushed by the golem, resulting in a forced logout. The other participants scream in terror and try to dodge the attacks, but they fall one by one and are logged out as well. The participants realize this situation is completely different from the information they had and wonder how they are supposed to defeat this thing. Hyunsu stands observing the situation, while the other players curse their bad luck, realizing they've been deceived. Elsewhere, the tournament head, Beckel, realizes the tournament has turned into a complete disaster. A stone golem from the high-level tournament has been mixed in by mistake. Beckel fears that at this rate, all tournament participants will be eliminated and decides he must see His Majesty immediately. Beckel rushes into the king's chamber, calling for King Barad, and insists they must stop the tournament now. But King Barad calmly rejects his request. This makes Beckel confused. The king asks if he still doesn't understand the situation. The king tells him to look closely at that warrior. In the arena, Hyunsu fires a glowing arrow that hits the stone golem. It is revealed that this is Hyunsu's third custom creation, the Orichalcum Fletching Arrow, a special arrow with the ability to return to the user after being fired. The other players are amazed, wondering how an arrow can return like a boomerang. Hyunsu thinks that this arrow is the reward he received from the Cassel region, and that it's incredible that it's made of the legendary Orichalcum, performing as well as expected. Hyunsu fires the arrow again, hitting the golem. As it returns, the arrow nearly strikes another player, who yells at Hyunsu to be careful unless he's trying to kill him. Hyunsu immediately apologizes. As a result of the hit, the stone golem is stunned for 4 seconds. The players shout that the golem is stunned and that this is their chance to attack. They launch an all-out assault, but the golem recovers and retaliates with an AoE attack, sending them flying. The golem then locks onto Hyunsu and charges at him. Bro is definitely cooked. One player shouts that they just need to hold on a little longer and it will be over, and another yells at Hyunsu to run. The players take the brunt of the attacks and struggle to stay alive. At the last moment, Hyunsu switches his weapon to his daylight sword, declaring that it's not over yet. He blocks the golem's massive blow, but the force of the impact throws him to the ground. Back in the castle, Beckel pleads with King Barad, saying they must stop the tournament now and pointing out that the participant seems to have reached his limit. The king watches with interest, and suddenly something unexpected happens that catches his attention. In the arena, despite having fallen, Hyunsu uses the emergency god crafting skill again. The crafting process is complete, resulting in the Damascus Waldo, a weapon specifically designed to cleave through stone. With a single powerful strike, Hyunsu successfully defeats the stone golem. The Damascus Waldo disappears, as it was an emergency creation, while Hyunsu receives a flood of level-up notifications. Hyunsu is amazed to realize his level has increased by 14. The other players look at him in disbelief, wondering how he managed to defeat it. Hyunsu asks them in confusion if they weren't supposed to defeat it. The players reply that the mission was to survive, so how could they possibly defeat a monster with such a huge level gap? They explain that the trial consists of 3 stages, and the appearance of this golem had already disrupted the balance. It wasn't there to be defeated. Hyunsu now understands the situation. Suddenly, he feels extremely dizzy and loses consciousness. The other players gather around him, wondering if he has fainted, and notice that he hasn't been logged out. They begin discussing how many weapons he used, at first thinking he was multi-skilled, but now realizing he is a weapon master. They wish they had just one of his amazing weapons. At that moment, Beckel announces to all participants that due to an error on the organizer's part, the martial arts tournament will be suspended and orders everyone to leave. News of Hyunsu's achievement spreads rapidly online, with thousands watching a live stream of him unconscious in the arena. Viewers wonder how he managed to defeat the stone golem alone and ask for information about his bow and arrow. Someone notices that Hyunsu has dropped his arrow, and upon zooming in, they see the name Hyun engraved on it. The viewers immediately connect him to the Hyun who created the unrepairable bell in the Kassel region. They are stunned, marveling at how a blacksmith could be so powerful and at the superiority of his equipment. In the offices of the Beholder Company, the customer service team faces a flood of inquiries about why the tournament was suspended. The staff cannot provide clear answers, merely stating that it was a decision made by Ares' free will or that it relates to an internal issue in the Kingdom of Joyard, apologizing to the customers repeatedly. In the development department, a colleague tells her team leader that there is a big problem. He replies that he is busy. She informs him that the Joyard martial arts tournament has been suspended, and he answers nonchalantly that they knew this would happen. The colleague shouts that it was not the problem. The problem was that King Barad had summoned the user Hyunsu. The team leader is shocked, wondering how they could meet so quickly when the tournament arrangements still require time. The colleague confirms that Hyunsu is already on his way to the reception hall. The team leader realizes he is in trouble and that he will be working all night again. He comments that this user defies all logic and that his actions are unpredictable. He wonders what will happen if Hyunsu succeeds in Barad's request and their affinity reaches its maximum. He concludes that in that case, Hyunsu will master the art of the Sword King's swordsmanship and become the strongest blacksmith ever. The developer team leader adds that it won't be easy, as the decision rests on Barad's free will. His colleague expresses a feeling that Hyunsu will succeed, which worries the team leader, who asks her not to say such ominous things. The next day in the game, Hyunsu is escorted to the throne room, thinking that he will meet Barad sooner than expected. Hyunsu kneels before King Barad, who addresses him as stranger. Barad explains that normally the prize would have been presented in front of everyone, but he asks for his understanding in simplifying matters due to the unexpected incident. He adds that everyone will acknowledge his remarkable performance as a weapon master yesterday. The king offers Hyunsu a monetary prize of 13,000 gold pieces, but Hyunsu suddenly stands and interrupts the king, saying he heard that he's looking for him. The king's guards are enraged by his insolence, believing that such arrogance cannot be tolerated, no matter how rare the warrior, and wonder how he dares to speak while his majesty has not finished. Hyunsu calmly replies, announcing that he is Hyun the blacksmith. This makes the guards angry, and they prepare to remove him immediately. But King Barad orders them to stop, confirming that Hyunsu is the guest he has been waiting for. Hyunsu formally greets his majesty, King Barad. Barad, one of Ares' 10 legends, tells him that he has taken his time. Hyunsu replies that the road here was rough. Barad asks if he knows why he was summoned. Hyunsu guesses that it is to commission him to forge a sword, which the king confirms. Barad explains that even the best blacksmith in the kingdom, and even Day, the master of the sword tower, have failed at this task. For this reason, he wants to know what makes Hyunsu trustworthy. Under immense pressure, Hyunsu replies that he has only one thing. He has come all this way believing in nothing but his own skill. King Barad laughs loudly. Impressed by the stranger's boldness, the king decides to bet on Hyunsu's confidence and orders his men to bring what he has prepared. A glowing chest is presented before Hyunsu. The chest contains 100-year-old cold iron, a special ore that has absorbed cold for 100 years and possesses fire resistance and ice properties. Hyunsu looks at the metal in amazement, thinking it seems like something straight out of a martial arts novel. Barad specifies his request. He wants a sword of epic grade or higher that emanates frost. He promises that if he is satisfied, he will grant Hyunsu anything he desires. But he warns him that if he is disappointed, Hyunsu will never set foot in the kingdom of Joyard again. A quest window appears, titled The King's Commission, which requires the king's acknowledgement. The reward is the fulfillment of one request from Barad, and the penalty for failure is expulsion from the kingdom of Joyard. Hyunsu accepts the quest, promising that he will not disappoint the king and that he will surely succeed. Later in the blacksmith's workshop, Hyunsu feels his neck burn from the intensity of the gaze directed at him. He turns to see a woman watching him. It is Bella, the vice captain of the Knights of the Kingdom of Joyard, and her level is 301. Hyunsu thinks to himself that even though he is a stranger, placing a guard on him so blatantly feels excessive, but he retracts the thought, considering it natural that they would not trust him easily. Bella tells him to pretend she is not there and to focus on his work. Hyunsu asks her with a sarcastic smile if his staring is that obvious, and she replies yes. Bella thinks to herself, wondering who this young man thinks he is. She remembers that His Highness has pinned his last chance on him and vows that he had better not fail. Hyunsu feels the immense pressure she is putting on him. Suddenly, a doorbell rings in the game, puzzling Hyunsu. He apologizes to Bella, explaining that something must have happened in his real world, and asks if she minds if he steps out for a moment. Hyunsu wakes up in his capsule in the real world and goes to open the door. He is surprised to see the landlady. Hyunsu asks her the reason for her visit. The lady tells him that she has decided to sell the house, explaining that her husband has recently become unemployed and they need to sort things out. She apologizes to him.
Hyunsu tells her not to apologize, feeling that he is the one who should be sorry for renting the place for cheaper than the market rate and for being late with the rent several times. He asks her when he needs to leave, and she tells him that she will need him to vacate within 2 weeks. The lady feels ashamed before him, but he asks her not to say that, assuring her that he has lived well here and bowing to her respectfully. After she leaves, Hyunsu repeats the deadline to himself. 2 weeks.
Hyunsu feels exhausted. He thinks that although he earned a good amount of money in Aries, his father's hospital bills cost tens of millions, and buying back the burnt workshop cost him 330 million. Moreover, he hasn't even started his own burn treatments. He wonders in despair where he is supposed to go now. At that moment, his phone rings. The caller is Kim Hyo-won. When he answers, Belle asks him what he is doing and tells him she has a good idea about the quest, which is why she called. Hyunsu asks her to call him back later, explaining that his head is a bit preoccupied right now. Belle asks if something is wrong. Hyunsu tells her that Barad's quest is important, but he suddenly has to move out of his house in 2 weeks. Belle angrily reminds him how important this quest is. She tells him that she expects 2 main outcomes from it. Belle explains that right now people are arguing about whether the champion of the Joyard martial arts tournament and the blacksmith Hyun are the same person. She suggests he not clarify it yet, because when he reveals his path later, it will cause an uproar. She adds that he received a commission to forge a sword from Barad, one of the most influential NPCs in Aries. She asks him to just imagine Barad revealing a new sword engraved with the name Hyun. That, she says, is the moment his value will skyrocket, which is why she said she would stand by him. Hyunsu thanks her, saying she has brought him back to his senses and promises he will do his best. Hyunsu returns to the game to find Bella shouting at him angrily. Bella yells at Hyunsu, asking why he is only now returning, and he asks in confusion what happened. Bella tells him that His Royal Highness Barad has been trapped in the dragon's nest. Hyunsu asks in shock where King Barad is trapped. Hyunsu asked for the exact location of the dragon's nest. Bella, incredulous, questioned how he could be surprised when he didn't even know where it was. Hyunsu replied that he thought he should at least act surprised. Time pressing, Bella began to explain. She clarified that the dragon's nest referred generally to the fire-type monster region. Among those areas, the Ifrit dungeon stood out, a place from which no one had ever returned alive save for His Majesty, King Barad. Hyunsu questioned why the king would enter a dungeon he had already visited, especially without the weapon he had commissioned. Bella explained that His Majesty's target of revenge was within that dungeon. The words target of revenge caught Hyunsu off guard. At that moment, the scene shifted to the flame nest. King Barad stood before the blazing dungeon gate, wounded and weary. He understood that crossing the threshold would trigger the beginning of everything. Even his current sword, he believed, would not be enough. Relieved that his men had escaped safely, Barad reflected on the 3 days it would take for reinforcements to arrive. A bitter smile formed as he admitted to himself that perhaps he should have waited for the stranger to complete the sword. A memory surfaced, one steeped in grief. He remembered his son, Ban, who would have been about the same age as Hyunsu. The memory of Ban's final moments replayed in painful clarity. Ban had died in his arms, calling out for his father. Barad had demanded to know why Ban had come without telling him. Ban had explained that he believed conquering the dungeon would make him a son his father could finally be proud of. Yet, realizing too late that he was not strong enough, he had apologized. Barad had pleaded with him to hold on, to cling to life. But Ban had apologized once more before breathing his last breath. Still haunted by that moment, Barad now recognized that he should have waited for the sword, but letting Ifrit escape was unthinkable. He had waited years for this opportunity. Steeling himself, he stepped forward into the blazing gate. Back in the workshop, Bella continued her explanation. Since the prince's death, His Majesty had tried every means to hunt down Ifrit, but the monster had evaded capture until now. This, she said, might be the king's final chance. Though she admitted struggling to place her trust in a stranger like Hyunsu, she acknowledged that there must be a reason His Majesty had entrusted him with the task. Lowering herself, Bella bowed as a knight of the Kingdom of Joyard and begged Hyunsu to save the king. An emergency quest appeared, a sword that can save the king. The objective was to forge a blade capable of rescuing King Barad. The reward was an increase in Bella's trust. The penalty was Barad's death. Hyunsu reflected on the king's loss. He remembered the day when he too had almost lost everything to flames. A question echoed within him. If his family had died that day, could he have moved forward as Barad had? With resolve, he pledged to do everything he could. Returning to the forge, Hyunsu began to work intensely. Sparks flew as he hammered the cold iron, then plunged it into water. He recalled that Ifrit's heat could melt even unique-grade weapons. To stand a chance, the new weapon would need to surpass that tier. His focus shifted to the unsolvable effect of the frozen stone. As his concentration deepened, a system window appeared, indicating his understanding of the 100-year-old cold iron had evolved. Another notification followed. The spirit of the blacksmith had been activated. According to the system, Hyunsu had immersed himself in the work more than anyone else. Passion, determination, and empathy had drawn him into a state of absolute focus. The announcement declared the forging of Hyunsu's first legendary grade sword. From the workshop, a brilliant light burst outward. Bella, sensing the intensity, wondered if the sword was complete. Hyunsu stood with the newly forged blade glowing in his hand. With steady determination, he declared that it was time to save His Majesty, King Barad. In the flame nest, Barad cried out in pain, collapsing under a powerful strike. Though wounded, he rose to his knees, refusing to surrender. Before him stood the leader of the flame nest, Ifrit, level 409. Immediately, King Barad leaps forward, waited long enough for this moment. King Barad then charges his sword with an aura and successfully lands a slash. However, it seems it doesn't have an effect as Ifrit only regenerates its body. Ifrit then turns around and tries to sneak attack from the ground, but fortunately, King Barad jumps away in time. As he was running away, Ifrit's fire began to engulf King Barad's sword and turned into a tornado attack, melting his only sword. Ifrit then charges an attack and attacks King Barad multiple times, but he easily avoided this all. This enrages Ifrit and unleashes a wide flame attack that traps King Barad in the flame. Unable to stand up, he cursed at himself. Ifrit raised his weapon for the finishing strike, hurling a flaming spear toward King Barad. At that moment, a massive icy sword appeared out of nowhere, intercepting the attack. Hyunsu and Bella had arrived just in time. Bella shouted to Barad, urging him to use the new sword. The king grasped the glowing blade that had been thrown before him. A system window appeared, displaying the sword's details. It was Hyunsu's custom creation equipped with astonishing powers, plus 343% fire resistance, plus 194% ice attack power, and an extraordinary plus 397% increase in ice attack power against fire monsters. The weapon also possessed an active skill known as Frost Blossom. Hyunsu called for the king to use it. Barad gripped the sword tightly as icy power surged through it. He activated the Frost Blossom skill, sending a mighty wave of frost sweeping across the battlefield. The frozen surge countered the fiery onslaught, and Ifrit screamed in agony as the cold devoured his flames. Declaring that the battle was finished, Barad lunged forward and delivered a finishing blow that was so powerful it cut Ifrit's body in half. The system announced that the boss monster had been defeated. Relief washed over Barad. For a fleeting moment, he believed victory had been achieved. But suddenly, Ifrit's body glowed ominously, swelling with destructive energy. Hyunsu wondered aloud what was happening. Bella recognized the danger and realized that some monsters self-destructed at death. In an instant, the entire dungeon was engulfed in massive flames. Bella screamed for him to escape, warning of the danger, but the king ordered her to stay back. Calling it a royal command, he accepted his fate. Looking down at the locket that held his son's picture, he thought to himself that it was time to end everything. Bella's heart sank in despair. She knew she had to save her king, yet his command bound her. Conflicted, she stood frozen in place. Hyunsu stepped forward. He declared that he would go in her stead. Using emergency godcrafting, he forged a flame-resistant shield and pushed into the flames. While walking, he called out to King Barad. The King Barad demanded that he leave, claiming he had already done more than enough. Hyunsu refused, insisting that he had come to accompany him and would not leave him behind. Hyunsu's eyes fell on the locket. He asked if the king's decision was because of the one within it. Barad admitted the truth. Because of him, his son had perished, and he could not bear to live with such shame. Hyunsu asked if he truly believed his son would want this. This makes King Barad angry, and he grabs Hyunsu by the collar, shouting that he dared not speak of such things. The grief of losing a child, Barad cried, could never be understood by anyone. Hyunsu conceded that he could never know such pain, but he confessed that he too had faced despair. His father lay in a coma, and each day he had prayed for him to awaken. Though those prayers had not been answered, he had found peace simply in the fact that his father was alive. With quiet resolve, Hyunsu told Barad that surely his son would have wanted the same. Tears filled Barad's eyes as Hyunsu urged him to let his son rest in peace. In his vision, he saw Ban smiling. Choked with emotion, Barad apologized again and again, admitting his own foolishness. Hyunsu whispered that he must continue to live, that he should strive to be the kind of father his son could be proud of. At last, Barad nodded. He agreed, saying he must not remain a shameful father. As Hyunsu carried King Barad, they successfully emerged from the flames. Bella rushed toward them, crying out in relief and asking if His Majesty was safe. Hyunsu reassured her that Barad was fine, then added that he would be gone for a while. A system message appeared, announcing that his health points had reached 0 and that he would be forcibly logged out. Before vanishing, he comforted her with the reminder that strangers did not die and completely logs out. Bella stood frozen in shock as Barad collapsed into her arms, whispering that the boy had saved him. She shouted his name, urging him to remain conscious, but Barad drifted into unconsciousness, a faint smile lingering on his face. Hyunsu awoke in the real world. A system notification informed him that due to the forced logout penalty, his level had decreased by 1. 3 days later, Barad is still unconscious and dreaming of his son, Ban. He sees Ban standing on a hill and immediately runs toward him, overwhelmed with joy at the sight. Ban gently says he only came to say his final goodbye. Hearing those words, Barad freezes in disbelief before breaking down into tears. Ban tells him to listen to Hyunsu and says he truly wishes for his father to live happily from now on. As he slowly fades into thin air, Ban pleads with him one last time to live his own life. Barad desperately screams his son's name until Ban disappears completely. Even in reality, Barad, still unconscious, continues crying while calling out for Ban, as if trying to hold on to the dream. He wakes up abruptly, gasping, and his attendants rush in immediately to check on him. Barad tells them about Ban visiting him and saying goodbye in the dream. Despite the sadness, Barad feels grateful to Hyunsu for helping him finally let go of the grief that had chained him for years. Feeling lighter, he decides he must see Hyunsu right away. Soon after, Hyunsu's arrival is announced, and he steps in, respectfully greeting Barad. Curious and concerned, Hyunsu asks about Barad's condition, and Barad reassures him that he is doing much better. He invites Hyunsu to sit, saying there is something he has always wondered about. Barad wants to know how outsiders feel just before they die, even though he knows they are immortal and revive afterward. He believes that despite resurrection being guaranteed, death must still be frightening for them. Barad asks because he wants to understand why Hyunsu went against all odds just to save him. Hyunsu explains that he had 2 reasons. First, because Barad carries a burden in his heart just like he does, and Hyunsu wanted him to keep living despite that weight. After hesitating about the second reason, Hyunsu lets out a small, awkward laugh and admits he was also motivated because he believed that Barad would certainly give him a generous reward. Barad is deeply touched by the first answer and finds the second one surprisingly amusing. He tells Hyunsu that he truly intended to give him a generous reward. Barad then hands him a scroll containing over 1,000,000 gold. Hyunsu is stunned into silence by the enormous gift. Barad explains that the sword saved his life, so the reward must be just as significant. Hyunsu quickly bows deeply, thanking Barad for the reward, but Barad waves him off and urges him to sit. He happily promises that he will live his life to the fullest until he meets Ban again in the afterlife. Barad also hopes that Hyunsu can live with vigor until his father awakens. He pleads with Hyunsu to visit from time to time because he is curious about how Hyunsu's story will unfold. Hyunsu agrees to visit, promising to come and exchange stories with the king. To his further surprise, Barad stretches out his hand to shake him, offering to be his friend. Still in awe, Hyunsu happily accepts the handshake, amazed that he can truly be friends with a legendary figure. To commemorate their newfound friendship, Barad announces that he wants to pass his swordsmanship to Hyunsu. Benson, a knight commander of the Goyard Kingdom, immediately protests, reminding Barad that his successor, Rode, has already been appointed and trained in Barad's swordsmanship art. Benson argues that Hyunsu might not be qualified to receive such a legacy. Barad immediately shuts him down firmly, declaring that he passes his swordsmanship only to those he deems truly qualified. As Barad turns to face him, Hyunsu receives a new quest notification from the system. He is to learn Barad's swordsmanship, and the penalty for failure is a decrease in affinity with Barad. The quest description specifies that to qualify, Hyunsu must successfully land 3 hits on Benson. Barad then informs Hyunsu that Benson will be in charge of his qualification trial. After receiving 2 days off from Barad, Hyunsu logged out of Aries and using his game rewards, he first settled his father's hospital bills. Then he signed a contract and paid for a new apartment. After getting his new apartment, he gave a gift to thank his previous landlady for always overlooking his overdue rent. With all that taken care of, Hyunsu called his friend Ji-hun and invited him out for a meal. Ji-hun assumed it would be the usual cheap beer at a convenience store, but to his surprise, Hyunsu took him to a barbecue spot and ordered some premium beef. As Ji-hun shovels food into his mouth, he can't believe Hyunsu actually bought him such expensive beef. Hyunsu explains that Ji-hun has helped him countless times, and he just wanted to do something in return. Hearing him get all mushy, Jihoon is creeped out a bit because Hyunsu has never been one to express his feelings like that. To Jihoon's further surprise, Hyunsu hands him an elegant gift package. When Jihoon unwraps it, he is shocked to find a pair of designer shoes inside. Overjoyed, he asks how Hyunsu could afford such luxuries and drools over it, still struggling to believe the gift is for him. Hyunsu also lets him know that he has sent him back the money for the game capsule. Jihoon is stunned by that too, but the shoes remain the most exciting part. He thanks Hyunsu for the shoes as he continues to drool over them. Hyunsu also thanks Jihoon for helping him change his fate, but Jihoon is still not over his designer shoes, pretends not to hear him, prompting Hyunsu to playfully shove a piece of beef into his mouth. After completing all his tasks in the real world, Hyunsu logs back into the game and returns to the Goyard Kingdom for his qualification trial with Benson. Barad presides over the duel, while Bella acts as the referee. Benson draws his sword and urges Hyunsu to do the same, warning that he won't go easy on him for Barad's sake. Hyunsu replies that he feels the same, but to Benson's surprise, he dips his hand into a pouch and pulls out a large stone. Hyunsu casually holds the stone in one hand, smiling as he looks forward to the qualification duel. Hyunsu then tosses the stone into the sky, and as it glows with a blinding light, a sword materializes. Benson stares for a moment, confused, but his initial surprise soon turns to disappointment. He had expected something spectacular from all the drama, yet it was just a seemingly ordinary sword. He looks down on Hyunsu's weapon and scoffs, calling him foolish before preparing to strike. Benson believes that there is no way Hyunsu can defeat him with such a measly blade. Still boasting, he confidently charges forward, swinging with full force. Hyunsu manages to block the attack with his sword, but it starts caving under the pressure of Benson's power. Benson, feeling smug, asks what Hyunsu was expecting to achieve with such a useless sword. After a while of struggling, Hyunsu's sword shatters, but to Benson's shock, the shards from the sword scatter all over, hitting him in several places. After the dust dies down, Hyunsu proudly announces that he has completed his mission of successfully landing 3 hits on Benson. From the system's notifications, Hyunsu announces that the number of successful hits is 59 in total. As Hyunsu continues to explain his strategy, Benson looks at him, confused and speechless. He never imagined that the boy would use such a clever method to outsmart him. Despite his astonishment, Benson is impressed and asks about Hyunsu's identity. With pride, Hyunsu brandishes Dang's hammer and declares that he is the god of blacksmiths. Benson is completely shocked and immediately bows in deep respect to Hyunsu. He pleads with Hyunsu to spread the king's swordsmanship throughout the world. Hyunsu is stunned and feels the weight of such a request pressing on him. After successfully qualifying to learn Barad's sword art, Hyunsu undergoes 2 weeks of intense training under Barad's guidance. At the end of the period, he masters the Sword King's swordsmanship, and even his beginner sword skills improve significantly. Training with Barad evokes a sense of déjà vu, just like when he trained with Dang. Hyunsu wonders if all swordmasters are this intense. Despite everything, Hyunsu is still worried about his low level. Because of his low level, he could only learn 3 chapters of Barad's swordsmanship. Barad had promised to teach Hyunsu the remaining chapters after he had sufficiently raised his level. After recovering from the intense training, Hyunsu goes to visit Barad to ask him for more special cold ore. But to his shock, he learns that the ore he used to craft the sword was the last remaining one. Hyunsu feels dejected, realizing this could disrupt his plans, but Barad lets him know that he can obtain more from the frost mine. Hyunsu is relieved to hear this, but hesitates, wondering if it is okay for him to retrieve it alone. Barad then orders Bella to go to the frost mine with Hyunsu, but she refuses, insisting she prefers to stay by the king's side. Barad insists on telling her that it would be a good experience. Left with no other excuses, Bella reluctantly agrees to obey his request. Shortly after, Barad announces the good news of Ifrit's defeat to the kingdom. The chat network lights up again, celebrating Barad's success. Players are also fascinated by his new sword, marveling at the intense cold aura it exudes. During discussions about the materials, someone notices Hyun's name engraved on the sword. They also point out that the same name appeared on the boomerang arrow used by the recent martial arts tournament champion. Curiosity spreads among the players about Blacksmith Hyun's true identity. They speculate endlessly about his age, gender, and level, wondering when they can get a reveal. Bella, checking the chat from real life, smiles, happy that no one knows his true identity. She had cleverly spread the story that Hyunsu and Blacksmith Hyun are different people. Meanwhile, Jihoon laughs as he reads the wild speculations about Hyunsu. One player even guesses that Blacksmith Hyun is a pot-bellied otaku in his 40s. Jihoon bursts into laughter, finding it impossible to imagine Hyunsu as a chubby 40-year-old. Tired of all the wild speculations, everyone on the chat network eventually decides to just follow Blacksmith Hyun. Hyunsu sits quietly in a corner of his new apartment, watching as notifications of new followers flood in like a waterfall. The hype, he realizes, is because Barad had deliberately shown off Hyunsu's name on the sword during his victory speech to the Goyard Kingdom. Since then, Hyunsu's followers have skyrocketed from 100,000 to over 300,000. Hyunsu wonders what would happen if people discovered that Blacksmith Hyun and the martial arts tournament winner are the same person. He decides to be careful and keep it a secret for a while, knowing he still has many goals to achieve. Though he wants to log back into Ares to begin his Frost Mine quest, Hyunsu first remembers a favor he owes and quickly sends a message to an anonymous recipient. Elsewhere, Kang Hyunsuk sits in front of his monitor, checking the latest game updates. Seeing that Barad cleared Ifrit's tomb in just 3 tries, Hyunsuk concludes that the area must be extremely difficult for users to penetrate. Besides being a real estate investor, Hyunsuk is also an unofficial high-ranking player in the game, Ares. He has entered the Salamander dungeon multiple times for his quest, but has never been able to clear it because his artifacts keep melting under the extreme heat. Even unique grade items fail to withstand the dungeon's fire. Exhausted from repeated failures and frustrated that money cannot solve his problem, Hyunsuk is still searching for a skilled crafter to create durable artifacts. Just then, Hyunsuk receives a text from Hyunsu. He is surprised and delighted to finally hear from him. Hyunsu was contacting Hyunsuk to keep the promise he made about helping him craft an artifact. Hyunsuk had completely forgotten about it, but after thinking for a moment, he finally recalled their conversation the day Hyunsu came to clear his 300 million won debt. Hyunsu wants to know if Hyunsuk intends to add any new requirements to the artifact before he begins crafting. Hyunsuk is a bit excited and hopes this artifact can help him clear the Salamander dungeon. He responds to the message saying he has no other requirements. Hyunsuk also requests to know Hyunsu's level, but he is disappointed when he learns that it is only level 59. Still, Hyunsuk hopes that Hyunsu can help him make something reasonable. After responding to Hyunsu, he contemplates sending a request to Blacksmith Hyun as well. Hyunsuk worries that Blacksmith Hyun is too high class and would not accept a request from a ranked player. Since the class change quest is almost approaching, he decides to try his luck and message Blacksmith Hyun. Meanwhile, Hyunsu and Bella finally arrive at the Frost Mine. Hyunsu learns from the system that he is the first user to enter the Frost Mine, and for his reward, all EXP gain will be doubled. Hyunsu asks Bella if she has been to the mine, and she responds that it is also her first time there. Soon, a smug miner interrupts them, asking how they entered the Frost Mine. Bella introduces herself and whips out her royal permission slip to show him. Seeing the slip, the miner is excited because he has never seen a royal seal before. He introduces himself as Banya, saying he can't just let them wander around. However, since his father is the captain, Banya offers to guide them to him. Banya and Hyunsu immediately hit it off, but Bella is still her cold, aloof self. While going to see the captain, Hyunsu sees a bunch of weird monsters inside a section of the mine, and he asks Banya about it. Banya explains that the mine used to be some type of dungeon, rumored to contain monsters back in the day. However, about 100 years ago, a wizard sealed them away. Hyunsu learns that the crystal stuff on the monsters is the special cold iron. Banya warns him not to get greedy and step inside the sealed barrier, as that is their territory. He explains that although the sealed area has the most ore, coming out alive might not be possible. They soon meet up with the captain, and Banya bids them farewell before leaving. But he hides behind a rock, watching them instead of leaving. Banya wonders why an outsider would come all the way to the Frost Mine. Taking one look at Hyunsu and Bella, the captain, Rek deduces that they are an outsider and a royal knight. Hyunsu informs Rek that he seeks an ore superior to the normal 100-year cold iron. Although this extra special iron exists, Rek doesn't feel like telling them where to find it. He feels that outsiders are greedy, and once the news gets out, the mine will surely fall into chaos. Seeing that Hyunsu came with a royal knight, Rek contemplates how to politely turn him down. He decides to scare Hyunsu off by telling him to mine 40 ores in 1 week, which is difficult because an average miner can only extract 3 per day. He promises to tell him about the extra special ore if he can complete the task. The system immediately draws up the quest notification, including rewards and penalties for failure. Rek is feeling quite smug and asks Hyunsu if he accepts the offer. After pausing for a moment, Hyunsu confidently accepts and even claims he can mine 40 more than Rek asked him to. Rek is surprised, but he keeps his cool, saying that it is an impossible feat. Rek lets Hyunsu know that if he succeeds, he will personally mine the superior ore for him. He also warns that Bella must not assist Hyunsu on this task. Hyunsu agrees, and the two men seal the deal with a promise. Before leaving, he bows respectfully, promising to return for his reward in a week. Once they leave, Rek calls out for Banya, who is still hiding behind him. He grabs Banya by the ear and scolds him for running around while injured. Rek drags him away by his ear while still scolding him. Meanwhile, Bella starts scolding Hyunsu for provoking Rek by adding another 40 iron ore to the bet. Hyunsu ignores her nagging and proudly shows off his mining tools to her. He had already prepared it in advance before coming. Hyunsu is determined and vows to get that superior ore promised by Rek. Watching his strange behavior, Bella wonders why the king befriended such a crazy person. 1 week later, Rek sits in a corner, wondering what happened to Hyunsu. He heard from the miners that Hyunsu has not come out of the mine for a whole week. Rek finds it absurd and refuses to believe them. Just then, he sees Hyunsu walking out of the mine cheerfully, covered in dirt. Rek is feeling very confident that he didn't meet up to the requirement, so he asks Hyunsu to fulfill the bet. Hyunsu immediately pulls out 1 ore from his storage space. Rek feels quite satisfied as this is all he expected Hyunsu to amount to. But to his utmost horror, more ores spill out from the storage space. Soon Hyunsu shows him a whole mountain of special ore, about 200 in total. Rek is completely shocked and asks Hyunsu for his true identity. He wonders if Hyunsu is some legendary miner, but Hyunsu proudly announces that he's just a regular blacksmith. Apparently, Hyunsu's mining tool is his custom-made Damascus sword, which is currently serving as a pickaxe. This is the sword he crafted solely for cutting rock, and surprisingly, it can also transform into a pickaxe. Still struck speechless, Rek quietly stares at the heap of ore for a long moment before praising Hyunsu for finally carving a name for himself as a blacksmith. He apologizes for underestimating him and quickly invites him to dinner. Hyunsu accepts without hesitation, and Rek suggests bringing Bella along too. Later that night, the trio heads to a lively pub for dinner and drinks. They watch in surprise as Bella, ever so aloof, chugs down her beer quietly all by herself. Hyunsu and Rek try to get her to engage with them, but she refuses, claiming it makes her uncomfortable. Suddenly, a huge dude slams his hand on Hyunsu's shoulder, loudly praising him for mining 200 minerals. When the man learns that 20 of those minerals were rare frost iron, he's even more impressed. Curious, he asks to see Hyunsu's pickaxe, and Hyunsu readily shows it to him. Soon, a crowd of miners gathers around, admiring the pickaxe. Hyunsu instantly slips into salesman mode as he excitedly explains how incredible the tool is. He proudly adds that it can also transform into a sword with even more impressive qualities. Bella quietly drinks her beer while watching him light up as he talks about his craft. The miners are amazed by Hyunsu's mining skills and cheerfully urge him to drink more with them. Before long, Hyunsu joins them wholeheartedly, drinking until he completely zones out. The following day, Rek brings Hyunsu to the mine to show him where he can obtain the superior ore. Hyunsu feels a pit in his stomach when Rek points toward the sealed section where the monsters are contained. Rek assures him that the 1,000-year frost iron lies somewhere inside the barrier. Frustrated, Hyunsu asks how he's supposed to retrieve it when the monsters are still in there. Rek simply feigns ignorance and tells him to figure it out on his own. While Hyunsu is still struggling to process the situation, Rek casually waves goodbye and leaves. Hyunsu freezes when the system suddenly notifies him that a new story is beginning. To his shock, he learns that the barrier has weakened, because a full century has passed since the mage Balloon created it. The monsters trapped inside for 100 years are now on the verge of going berserk, and the system warns that the barrier will completely break in 3 minutes. Panicking, Hyunsu sprints after Rek, calling him back. He urgently explains the barrier situation and advises Rek to evacuate the miners immediately. Rek starts to brush off his worry, but he stops mid-sentence when the mine suddenly shakes and begins to collapse, leaving everyone stunned. Chaos soon erupts as Rek orders everyone to evacuate immediately. Hyunsu warns them again about the incoming monsters, but Rek insists he should leave first while they rescue the trapped miners. The other miners also urge Hyunsu and Bella to escape, saying they can't abandon their comrades. Rek, still confident, explains that the structural magic designed for collapse situations must have activated, so it should be safe to rescue those inside. But Hyunsu feels a deep unease, knowing from the quest details that this magic will fail to activate properly, meaning the monsters will break out at any moment. Hyunsu grows even more frustrated as he tries to figure out what to do, when suddenly another quest notification appears. According to the system, 58 miners are trapped inside the collapsing tunnels, and the 38 outside are also in danger. The quest orders Hyunsu to ensure that every miner survives both the collapse and the incoming monster attack. His reward will depend entirely on how many miners make it out alive. Hyunsu is irritated by how casually the system treats the miners, as if they're livestock. Even though they're just NPCs, he still genuinely feels bad for them. Determined to save everyone, Hyunsu immediately draws his weapon, ready to take on the monsters. He instructs Bella to deal with any creature that slips past him. Watching his unwavering confidence, Bella quietly wonders where he gets such boldness from. Hyunsu simply turns and proudly declares that outsiders are basically immortal, which only makes her stare at him in disbelief. He plans to wait for the monsters at the barrier entrance while she stays behind in case any slip past him. Moments later, the monsters gather on the other side of the weakening barrier, waiting eagerly for it to shatter. Hyunsu looks down at his Damascus sword, wondering if it's strong enough to handle them.
After thinking it over, he realizes it probably isn't. He quickly abandons the idea of relying on his sword and decides to craft something entirely new. He prepares to use his emergency crafting skill to make a weapon with a divine attribute, using even more of his precious minerals. Hyunsu can only hope it works out since this is his first time activating such. While crafting the emergency weapon, Hyunsu wonders what kind of effects he can produce by pouring in a large amount of high-quality minerals. He silently hopes the finished weapon will meet his expectations and deliver truly devastating damage to the monsters. Moments later, he activates the divine emergency craft, forging a massive sky iron greatsword that glows with power. Almost immediately, the system begins the countdown for the barrier break. When the timer reaches its final second, a violent explosion erupts, signaling the shattering of the barrier, yet Hyunsu is already braced for the incoming monster invasion. Only moments after the blast, several monsters, including a high-level stone troll, a stone orc, and even a stone wolf, charge out of the previously sealed area. The system quickly warns Hyunsu that his special emergency weapon will vanish after a single swing. As the monsters rush forward, Hyunsu grips the greatsword and dashes toward them without hesitation, swearing he won't allow a single creature to slip past him. Hyunsu takes a giant leap toward the monsters, fiercely swinging his sky iron greatsword at them. With just one swing, the sword releases a frost storm, which unleashes a barrage of frost iron spikes that pierce several monsters at once. Unfortunately, Hyunsu's special weapon disappears after the attack. Watching all the frozen monsters, Hyunsu is still amazed by the sword's massive effect despite its one-use policy. Even though he has completely taken out this wave of monsters, Hyunsu worries that more will appear inside the dungeon. He wonders how the trapped miners are coping. Meanwhile, the miners are busy relentlessly digging to rescue several other comrades trapped in the rubble. Hyunsu stands in the middle of the chaos, watching them work to save their comrades. He really wants to save them because he considers them people instead of just ordinary NPCs. Seeing them throw themselves into a dangerous situation just to save their friends reminds Hyunsu of when he jumped into an inferno to save his father. Then and there, he swears to save everyone from their impending doom. Soon, another wave of monsters charges towards the entrance, but this time, Hyunsu plans to lure them to a secluded place to prevent any collateral damage. He quickly sprints towards another entrance, leading the monsters away. Hyunsu summons his Damascus sword and immediately starts taking down the creatures one by one. After a fierce battle, he takes out a bunch of them, but suddenly a huge one appears from nowhere, almost pounding him to a pulp. Fortunately, he responds just in time, cutting down the giant monster's weapon. After that, Hyunsu successfully slashes the monster, defeating it. Just when he breathes a sigh of relief, a fresh new batch of monsters suddenly surrounds Hyunsu, preparing to feast on him. Hyunsu takes a deep breath and decides to finally put into use the Sword King's swordsmanship that he learned from Barad. Just like that, he unleashes the Sword Fury on the horde of monsters, swiftly chopping them up into pieces in a very short second. After chopping up the monster meat using the Sword Fury method, Hyunsu is burned out and immediately collapses in the middle of the dead horde. Before completely passing out, he learns from the system that he has successfully cleared out the illusion dungeon. Another notification pops up notifying him that all 96 miners have been saved. Hearing about his new remarkable achievements, Hyunsu is so excited that the fainting spell clears from his eyes. To his surprise, the system notifies him that he can also manipulate the situation to receive even more rewards from the miner captain, Rek. Hyunsu is confused by the request, but he decides to take advantage of it anyway. He was satisfied just with saving everyone, but since they're offering him this opportunity, Hyunsu decides to accept it. Moments after struggling to rise back up, he gets a good idea of how to manipulate things. Meanwhile, Rek is still busy helping the injured miners. After taking care of the last one, he proudly announces that no one was lost in the mine collapse or monster attack. The miners erupt in joyful cheer as they hug each other, sincerely happy to have survived a crazy situation. Bella, on the other hand, stands quietly in their midst, watching as the miners happily congratulate each other for surviving. She then tells Rek that Hyunsu lured the monsters further into the dungeon. Rek hadn't noticed before, but he realizes now that Hyunsu is actually missing. The miners are also stunned when they hear about Hyunsu's heroic act. They all realize that Hyunsu is the reason they didn't see any monsters earlier. Rek says he did it to protect them, and as captain, he plans to save the last one of their mining family, Hyunsu. With renewed determination, he invites the miners without injuries to follow him into the dungeon in search of Hyunsu. They all agree, and moments later, the group sets out with torches into the dungeon, calling out his name. They all searched for a long time but couldn't find Hyunsu's whereabouts. Moments later, one of the miners calls the attention of the others while pointing towards Hyunsu, who has collapsed beside a rock. Everyone immediately rushes over, calling out his name. Someone points out that Hyunsu might be severely injured. Bella pulls him into an embrace, calling him foolish for facing the monsters alone.
Suddenly, her eyes widen as she realizes that his heartbeat is stable. In order to calm the frantic group, she wants to tell them that Hyunsu's injuries are not serious. But suddenly, Hyunsu tugs at her hand to stop, and he quietly tells her to shut up for a moment. To her shock, Hyunsu stands up by himself, and pretending to be pitiful, he lets them know that he was able to defeat all the monsters despite the narrowing situation. Bella is speechless, watching him shamelessly spin the pitiful sob story while acting like a green tea beach. Although she is the only one who knows what is going on, Rek unfortunately buys into his bullcrap. Feeling extremely guilty, he grabs Hyunsu's hand and thanks him for saving them. He also apologizes for getting too engrossed with saving the mining team that they momentarily forgot all about him inside the dungeon. Rek soon bursts into tears, saying that Hyunsu has done way too much for them, while they only offered him a measly meal and beer. Taking advantage of the situation, Hyunsu explains that he saved them because they treated him and Bella like their family. He adds that he was touched by how they cared for themselves also. Rek is relieved that everyone is now safe, but he still feels terrible for allowing Hyunsu to throw himself into danger to save them. He continues to cry, embracing Hyunsu violently, and in the process shoving Bella into a corner. Just like that, all the miners rally to help their savior out of the dungeon safely. The system notifies Hyunsu that his manipulation tactics were successful, and now the miners will never forget him. He grins proudly, seeing that his drama queen abilities didn't go to waste, while Bella quietly watches him in disbelief. Hyunsu gives a thumbs up, which drives her crazy because just moments ago, she was starting to actually like him. But now, she is truly convinced that Hyunsu is a con artist. The following day, Hyunsu wakes up and nearly jumps out of bed when he sees Banya standing over him. As Banya calls out to the others to announce that Hyunsu is awake, Rek bursts into the room as well, checking on him with visible relief. Behind Rek, the rest of the miners crowd around the doorway, peeking inside like curious kids. Since Hyunsu plans to leave the next day, Rek says there's something important he wants to tell him. He quickly gathers everyone, and with a big grin, Rek announces that all the miners will be working solely for Hyunsu today. Hyunsu is taken aback as they explain that this is their way of repaying him for saving their lives during the crisis. Rek then promises to personally locate the 1,000-year frost iron for him. Hyunsu, still pretending not to be concerned about the reward, insists he only did what anyone would have done. After declaring their resolve, the other miners file out of the room, leaving only Rek, Banya, and Hyunsu behind. Rek awkwardly asks for a favor, but instead of explaining, he tells Banya to speak for him. Banya jokes around for a second, stammering dramatically, but then his expression turns serious as he kneels and begs to become Hyunsu's follower. Instantly, the system notifies Hyunsu that the future legendary miner Banya has pledged loyalty to him. It grants Hyunsu permission to accept Banya as a retainer, leaving him completely stunned and speechless. Meanwhile, in the real world, the relations officer of the special user management team is suffering through yet another round of exhausting overtime, thanks to Hyunsu's latest stunt. She desperately wishes the team leader were around to handle the fallout from his new expanding influence on the game. She can't understand why yet another legendary NPC has gone off script and offered himself to Hyunsu, who doesn't have a territory or even hold a guildmaster title. Hyunsu tries to turn down Banya's offer, insisting that he's just an ordinary guy with no qualifications to lead anyone. But Banya refuses to back down. He admits that he secretly watched Hyunsu mine those 200 minerals a week ago, and the sight left a deep impression on him. What truly sealed his resolve was seeing Hyunsu throw himself into danger to save a group of ordinary miners without hesitation. That courage made Banya respect him wholeheartedly, which is why he's now determined to become Hyunsu's follower. Suddenly fired up, Banya begs Hyunsu to accept him, swearing that he'll mine, fight, and swing his pickaxe proudly under Hyunsu's banner. Seeing his sincerity, Hyunsu feels tempted to accept, but his hesitation makes Banya worry that Hyunsu is rejecting him because he has no power or title yet. Hyunsu quickly denies it, saying he is just not ready to lead anyone yet. After a moment of thought, he finally agrees to accept Banya as his retainer and promises to summon him once he establishes a proper base of operations. Banya's face instantly lights up, and before Hyunsu can react, the boy leaps forward and hugs him tightly, overwhelmed with joy. Right then, the system notifies Hyunsu that the retainer contract is complete and that he can now view Banya's profile. After reading it, Hyunsu is thrilled to have gained such a capable and rare ally. Once the excitement dies down, Banya immediately asks when they will meet again. Hyunsu promises it won't be long, and Banya excitedly vows to keep mining non-stop until Hyunsu returns for him. Behind them, Rek watches the two quietly, listening as they continue discussing their plans with enthusiasm. On the day of his departure, while waiting for Rek and the miners, Hyunsu checks his mining stats to see that he had obtained 415 iron ores and 1 frost steel. Moments later, Rek proudly unveils an entire truckload of unique 1,000-year frost ore, presenting it to Hyunsu. He explains that although it shares the same name, This particular type has been buried for nearly 6,000 years, making it far more potent and valuable. Hyunsu is completely stunned, unable to process the crazy amount of treasures in front of him. Bella snickers beside him, teasing that at least all his dramatic performance in the dungeon paid off. Hyunsu quickly shuts her mouth, not wanting Rek to overhear them. Rek then thanks Hyunsu for giving him the opportunity to mine the 1,000-year frost ore, something he never expected to accomplish in his entire career. Hyunsu and Bella thank everyone earnestly and even bow deeply to show their appreciation. The miners urge them to stay just a little longer, clearly not wanting to part ways yet. Banya even bursts into tears like a drama queen and runs toward Hyunsu. Before leaving, Hyunsu pulls out his Damascus pickaxe to hand it over to Banya. He smiles slyly, knowing he'll keep earning ores as long as Banya uses it. Banya is deeply moved when he receives the tool and immediately releases another waterfall of tears, pledging his undying loyalty to his master. Meanwhile, Hyunsu is secretly so pleased with himself that he almost feels guilty for the trick. As Hyunsu and Bella prepare to step into the portal, everyone bids them farewell, urging him to return soon and preferably as a better liquor expert. Bella quietly watches how warmly Hyunsu interacts with the miners. Despite her initial judgment, she's impressed by how he earned their trust by diving into danger for them without a single thought for his own safety. She murmurs a soft compliment before stepping into the portal. Hyunsu turns, hearing only Bella calling him cool before she vanishes completely into the portal. He quickly hurries after her, demanding she repeat what she said earlier. A few days later, in the Salamander dungeon, Hyunsuk is frustrated after repeatedly failing to clear the level. No matter how many attempts he makes, he always gets stuck midway. He even hired the 11th ranked Blacksmith to craft a shield, but it couldn't withstand the dungeon's intense heat. Just as Kang Hyunsuk begins to lose hope, a message bird appears with a gift from Hyunsu. Hyunsuk accepts it, still skeptical because of Hyunsu's low level. But the moment he opens the package, he's stunned by what he finds inside, wondering if the item is the result of a system bug. Hyunsuk is completely stunned to find a unique, custom-made shield inside Hyunsu's gift pack. The shield is modeled after the legendary Aegis and would only need a few more authentic materials to become an exact replica of the divine artifact said to have been wielded by Zeus himself. As he examines the craftsmanship of the shield, Hyunsuk is deeply impressed by Hyunsu's extraordinary talent. The shield's design features Medusa's head, which is capable of turning men to stone, a concept Hyunsuk immediately recognizes as a masterpiece. Just then, a system notification reminds him that he has only an hour and 30 minutes left to complete the quest. Hyunsuk ignores the warning, too absorbed in admiring his new artifact. He hopes that with this game-changing shield, he finally stands a chance of clearing the difficult level. With renewed determination, Hyunsuk steels himself and enters the Salamander dungeon once more, ready to face the final challenge. Meanwhile, Hyunsu is with Nell in the reception hall of the Goyard Kingdom. Nell happily thanks him for escorting her there, noting that it's been quite a while since they last met. Hyunsu explains that after leaving the frost mine, he had logged out to look after his father for a while. Curious and concerned, Nell gently asks if his father has shown any signs of waking from the coma. Hyunsu admits there has been no change yet, though he's still hoping for a miracle soon. Hearing this, Nell decides they should focus on discussing the setup of his guild. She gives Hyunsu a stack of papers to show him all her plans so far. Nell suggests they keep the guild small and exclusive for the time being. According to her, their first goal is to make Blacksmith Hyun very famous throughout Ares. Nell explains that rather than teaming up with high-level players immediately, it is far more strategic to raise Hyunsu's reputation first, which will in turn make their guild grow much faster. She then asks him to select some good founding members for the guild D, and Hyunsu immediately thinks of Jihun. After racking his brain for more members, Hyunsu draws a complete blank because he has not had enough time to build connections with any other players. Suddenly he remembers Kang Hyunsuk and gives Nell his username, Bark. Nell searches for it, but Hyunsuk's profile is set to private. She asks him for any other information, but Hyunsu knows absolutely nothing. Annoyed, Nell scolds him for recommending someone without even knowing the most basic details about them. Hyunsu, however, doesn't care because Hyunsuk helped him when he was at his lowest, and that is all that matters to him. Nell then asks if Hyunsuk runs a business, and Hyunsu excitedly confirms it, wondering how she guessed. Nell sighs, disappointed by Hyunsu's naivety. She assumes this mysterious dude is just some evil overlord who is trying to use Hyunsu's rising fame to launch a business in Ares. Hyunsu waves off her suspicion, insisting that Hyunsuk isn't that kind of person. Since founding members are ultimately the guildmaster's decision, Nell reluctantly drops the argument. Still, she insists she must meet Hyunsuk before they reveal Hyunsu's true identity to him. To her shock, Hyunsu casually mentions that he already placed his blacksmith signature on the gift he sent out earlier, leaving Nell absolutely speechless. Somewhere inside the Salamander dungeon, Hyunsuk is still kicking monster butt with his new digs. And shortly after, he defeats the monster using the shield. He is stunned that the shield even has other features beyond his imagination. While still reveling in its greatness, Hyunsuk is shocked when he sees Blacksmith Hyun's symbol behind the shield. He finally makes the connection, realizing that Hyunsu is also the legendary Blacksmith Hyun. Once again, he is surprised by Hyunsu's ability and wonders how to repay him. Suddenly, a towering figure materializes out of nowhere and ambushes Hyunsuk from behind. The crazed, cloaked figure hurls several more blazing fireballs, attempting to bury him under a raging inferno. When the explosion finally settles, Hyunsuk is shocked to find himself still standing safely behind his shield. The cloaked figure is also surprised that he actually survived the attack. It then demands to know the name of the shield's creator. The cloaked figure proceeds to launch another series of attacks, threatening to destroy Hyunsuk's core self, not just his avatar, if he refuses to answer. Hyunsuk desperately tries his best to dodge the attacks, refusing to betray his friend. He chooses to quit Ares completely if the monster decides to hunt him in its true form. Seeing that Hyunsuk remains steadfast, the figure unleashes an even more devastating attack. Hyunsuk braces himself and uses his shield to block the impact. At that moment, the cloaked figure, revealed to be the Fire Queen's avatar, casts her final blow, Death Hand, intending to erase him completely. Yet even after the terrifying strike, Hyunsuk only loses a few HP thanks to the shield's incredible power. Seeing that he still has 33 HP remaining, Hyunsuk marvels at the shield's unbelievable durability. To his shock, he realizes that the shield actually responds to his will because it is infused with Hyunsu's heartfelt wishes for a friend. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts, and the shield transforms into a spear right in his hands. The Fire Queen freezes, speechless at the unbelievable sight. As Hyunsuk charges forward to retaliate, he activates a hidden skill called Frost of Aegis. The Fire Queen also prepares to counterattack with powerful magic, but before she can make a move, Hyunsuk unleashes the Frost of Aegis directly at her. The transformed spear immediately pierces through her head, ultimately defeating the Fire Queen's avatar. A moment later, Hyunsuk finally receives the prompt confirming the dungeon quest completion, along with a Crimson Dragon armor as his reward. Then a sudden explosion erupts in front of him as the system notifies him that he has completed a secret trial. Apparently, this is because of his refusal to expose Hyunsu's identity despite the impending danger. For completing this hidden loyalty challenge successfully, Hyunsuk is granted the qualification as a Growing Warrior, which is a rare hidden class promotion as his reward. Basically, a Growing Warrior is an epic class promotion, and they can even rise to the rank of a legend. Apparently, this is a special class dedicated to protecting loved ones. After learning the true purpose of the dungeon quest, the system recommends that Hyunsuk join a guild. He thinks about it for a moment, and decides to talk to Hyunsu first. Later, Hyunsuk meets Hyunsu and Nell at a bar. The moment he enters, he causes a stir as everyone admires his top-tier armor. Even Nell is surprised by his aura and decides to tread carefully. Seeing his expensive gear and knowing he runs a business in the real world, she assumes he must be someone incredible. Hyunsuk reaches their table and drops his serious vibe, excitedly thanking Hyunsu for helping him clear the dungeon quest. He is about to mention Hyunsu's connection to Blacksmith Hyun when Nell quickly stops him from revealing it in public. Hyunsuk turns and notices her presence for the first time. Many people in the pub were already listening to their conversation, so Hyunsuk offers to pay their bill and move somewhere private to continue. Soon they arrive at the exclusive Goyard Kingdom private lounge. Hyunsuk immediately continues from where he left off and explains that he made the connection between Hyunsu and the legendary blacksmith after seeing the seal on the shield. Nell notes that Hyunsuk, also known as Bark, is a very straightforward guy. Hyunsu says he carved his mark on purpose because he didn't want to hide his identity from him. Hyunsuk gestures for him to come closer, and when he does, he places a hand on Hyunsu's shoulder, thanking him once again. Apparently, Hyunsuk had suspected Hyunsu's identity when he paid back the 330 million won debt to buy back the forge. But now, he was completely sure that Hyunsu was even more outstanding than he expected. Remembering how someone tried to steal his artifact in the dungeon, Hyunsuk now genuinely considers Hyunsu a friend. Since Hyunsu has no plans of revealing his identity, Hyunsuk agrees to help keep it secret. Hyunsu thanks him, and Nell feels terrible for talking trash about him earlier. Nell quickly introduces herself to Hyunsuk as Hyunsu's manager and sincerely apologizes for misjudging him. Hyunsuk is confused, so she explains the whole evil business overlord misconception she had. Hyunsuk chuckles, telling her that she isn't entirely wrong. He explains that a lot of people will definitely covet Hyunsu's skill. He adds that he even considered forming a guild with Hyunsu, but never planned to exploit him. Hyunsuk is relieved knowing someone like Nell is around Hyunsu. After thinking for a moment, Hyunsu invites Hyunsuk to join his guild. Hyunsuk is surprised, and Hyunsu explains that he wants them to share in the joy of growing something together as friends. The tension rises as they wait for his answer, and moments later he cheerfully agrees. After accepting, Hyunsuk properly introduces himself as User Bark, a level 311 growing warrior. Nell is stunned when she realizes he has the potential to reach the legendary class. Hyunsuk feels that reaching legendary status is nothing special for someone like Hyunsu, since he is Blacksmith Hyun, but he is completely shocked when Hyunsu introduces himself as the god of blacksmiths. The two men shake hands, sealing their cooperation, while Nell quietly watches with satisfaction. They continue feasting after the successful recruitment. Hyunsuk then hands Hyunsu a return gift of 400 million won. Hyunsu tries to refuse but freezes with wide eyes when he sees the amount. He insists it's too much, yet Hyunsuk refuses to take it back. Moments later, Nell finally gets her chance when Hyunsuk asks about their guild plans. She immediately lights up and explains their star strategy in detail. Hyunsuk likes her direction and urges her to continue. Nell excitedly shares that she plans to feature the hottest, scandal-free, handsome player, Hyunsu, on a live broadcast. Hyunsu, who has been busy stuffing his face with meat, stops instantly. The idea of going live makes him very uncomfortable, and he rejects it on the spot. Basically, after Aries grew in popularity, Purium Corp partnered with many broadcasters, flooding public and online platforms with Aries-related content. Among them, AJ Internet Broadcasting Station once had the highest viewership thanks to their live streams of Aries players. But the station has been declining recently. Today, at AJ Broadcasting, everyone is scrambling as they prepare for another live stream. With only an hour left, the producer is a bundle of nerves because of their awful ratings. Another dude tries to calm him, saying he has managed to pull in a bit of attention. Apparently, Blacksmith Hyun refused to appear on their show but connected them to the martial arts tournament champion. The two men pray that this will bring in at least some viewers, since this might be their last chance before the station shuts down. As the broadcast countdown begins, the chat explodes with viewers speculating about the new guest. Most people have already given up hope because recent guests always turn out ugly. The show, called The Room of Truth, exposes a guest's real height, weight, and other stats exactly as they are. Moments later, the stream starts and the host, MC Tumps, takes the stage. Everyone on the chat hope they can finally see Blacksmith Hyun. Once again, they start speculating about his pot-bellied identity. The host then introduces Hyunsu as the martial arts tournament champion and invites him into the Room of Truth. The moment his handsome face appears on screen, the chat section explodes. Both Hyunsu and the MC are confused as they stare at the flood of question marks in the chat. Hyunsu even worries there might be a system glitch. Someone finally explains that the viewers are freaking out because of his looks. Suddenly, a user named Rowoon donates 500,000 won, asking when Blacksmith Hyun will appear. It turns out Rowoon is Korea's #1 forge master, Kilma. Even Hyunsu is shocked to see his name pop up in the donation feed. A few days earlier in the Black Anvil Guild conference room, 4 members gathered to discuss what to do about Blacksmith Hyun. Sylvia complained that it was unnecessary to call an emergency meeting during their busiest period just because of one blacksmith. Dox countered by explaining that Hyun had blown up in popularity after crafting a sword for Barad. Vaughn didn't think their guild had any reason to feel threatened by some ordinary celebrity blacksmith, but Dox argued that they should recruit him before his fame grew even bigger. After listening to everyone, the guildmaster, Rowoon, decided to postpone any decision until he could personally see Blacksmith Hyun. This is the reason Rowoon is watching today's stream and demanding to see Blacksmith Hyun. Everyone on the broadcast is shocked to see him in the viewer list. MC Tumps announces Rowoon's presence and thanks him for the donation, thrilled because having the #2 ranked blacksmith and the master of the #1 domestic guild watching their failing stream is massive. Tumps immediately tries to ride the hype, urging others to donate. Soon after, Blacksmith Hyun donates 100,000 won, stating he will only accept an interview through Hyunsu. Tumps nearly faints from excitement, but only Hyunsu knows that Nell is behind this brilliant plan of splitting him into 2 separate personas. Tumps officially begins the interview and asks Hyunsu to introduce his age and occupation. Hyunsu replies that he's 23 and currently just a gamer. The chat goes wild again when he mentions he doesn't have a girlfriend. Female players in particular flood the stream with donations, openly volunteering themselves as his girlfriend. Tumps is thrilled, while Hyunsu sits there confused because he hasn't even said anything special, yet the donations keep pouring in. Tumps decides to ask a few questions about Blacksmith Hyun next. Nell had already arranged for Hyunsu to pretend he was speaking with Hyun through an earpiece, so when Tumps fires off a few basic questions, Hyunsu keeps touching his ear as if receiving answers. He only responds to the question about Hyun's job, claiming everything else must remain a secret. The vague replies frustrate the viewers, and the chat starts to sour. Tumps panics and whispers for Hyunsu not to ruin their momentum. Hyunsu also worries that dodging too many questions will damage Hyun's reputation. With sudden resolve, he blurts out that he wants to introduce himself through his works. Realizing his slip, he quickly touches the earpiece again, pretending he was only relaying Hyun's words. Tumps immediately presses the button to play the special fantasy content he prepared for Blacksmith Hyun's collaboration with the martial arts tournament champion. Tumps explains that it is called the Time Attack Dungeon Mission, where Blacksmith Hyun must craft 3 artifacts within 10 days, and Hyunsoo must use that artifact to clear the dungeon. The viewers complain that the mission is difficult, and even Tumps is a bit uneasy, but he secretly vows to revive their channel using this mission. From behind the scenes, Rowoon makes a bet after donating 100,000 won. He promises to donate 1 million if Hyun crafts a rare artifact, 3 million for epic, and 10 million for a unique artifact. Rowoon adds that the condition for failing the mission is that Hyun will reveal all the information on Barad's sword. After pretending to speak to Hyun, Hyunsoo accepts the challenge on his behalf. After the chaotic interview at AJ Station, Nell is seen checking out the community chat. She asks Hyunsoo how it feels to be famous, but he is too engrossed in his planning to reply. Nell has to tap him on the shoulder to get his attention. She wonders what type of amazing stuff he plans to make, but Hyunsoo has not figured anything specific yet. Seeing that Rowoon is trying to undermine him, Hyunsoo plans to make unique grade artifacts for the challenge. Nell thinks that this whole saga feels like a duel between him and Rowoon, but Hyunsoo denies it. Nell insists that it is because if he wins this bet, then apart from the donations, his fame would also skyrocket. Losing, of course, would mean a drastic drop in his value. Therefore, Hyunsoo is determined to win no matter what. Hyunsoo immediately thanks Nell for motivating him again. Just when Nell is basking in the warm feeling of his gratitude, Hyunsoo throws her out of his workshop to focus on his work, leaving Nell standing outside in disbelief. 10 days later, the station begins to live stream the Time Attack Dungeon mission. This time, the producer is stunned to see over 80,000 viewers on their stream. The show writer, Kim, is also nervously hoping the stream will go viral. Moments later, Tumps announces the beginning of the show as Hyunsoo arrives at the Time Attack Dungeon to face the monsters. The challenge, which is considered simple, is to break through about 40 monsters and destroy a red jewel on a hill located 400 meters away. According to Tumps, some dude named Prow holds the shortest time record of 1 minute, 23 seconds, and he is also number 7 on the unified rankings. Apparently, this record has not been broken yet, and the reward for breaking it is 10 million won. Hearing the prize for beating Prow's record, the chat section blows up. A few moments later, the countdown ends, prompting Hyunsoo to start the mission. Hyunsoo stands on top of a hill watching the monsters below. He then shows off his gauntlet to the viewers, announcing that it is his first artifact for today. The viewers are skeptical about trashing monsters with an ordinary gauntlet, so they begin to make fun of him. Hyunsoo prepares to fire his favorite bow and arrow, using the gauntlet to boost its destructive power and other stats. He immediately fires a shot toward the monsters, and in seconds the arrow shatters the red jewel on the hill. The system immediately notifies him that he has completed stage 1 of the mission and even set a new record of 41 seconds. Tumps excitedly congratulates Hyunsoo for his new record and for winning the 10 million won prize. Hyunsoo shockingly reveals that his reward will be 20 million instead of 10, leaving Tumps confused. Meanwhile, Rowoon and his members are also quietly watching the stream, and to their surprise, Hyunsoo announces that his gauntlet is a unique grade artifact. After reminding Rowoon about their bet, Hyunsoo proudly announces that his gauntlet is a unique grade artifact. Rowoon immediately tells him to reveal the item's information, and Hyunsoo agrees without hesitation. After displaying the gauntlet's detailed stats, Rowoon is finally convinced of its authenticity, and immediately transfers the promised reward for crafting a unique grade item, which is 10 million won. Hyunsoo thanks him for the money, and then announces that Blacksmith Hyun intends to sell the artifact through a live auction during the broadcast. Before leaving their viewing room, Rowoon instructs his members to keep monitoring the situation closely and to contact him only if something important happens. Moments later, Hyunsoo starts the auction at 10,000 gold, but no one places a bid at first. He starts feeling uneasy, wondering if the price is too high or if they miscalculated the audience's interest. The starting price was actually set by Nell, and now Hyunsoo is questioning whether it was a smart call on her part. Suddenly, someone bids 15,000 gold for the item, breaking the silence. And just like that, the bids begin pouring in at a rapid pace, leaving Hyunsoo completely speechless. Soon, the bid climbs all the way to 40,000 gold, surprising even Hyunsoo with how quickly the value skyrockets. Overwhelmed with excitement, he bows deeply and thanks everyone, telling them to continue sending their bid requests directly to Hyun's forge. Shortly after, the second stage of the challenge begins, and Tumps urges the audience to keep sending their bid interests. For this stage, Hyunsoo has to defeat a giant level 121 Cyclops. As the Cyclops prepares to attack, Hyunsoo leaps into the air above it and tries to strike with his sword. Unfortunately, The Cyclops lands a devastating blow on him. The viewers are certain that Hyunsu is done for, but to their surprise, he fiercely charges toward the monster again, leaving everyone completely confused. The Cyclops tries to counter the attack, but Hyunsu's sword shatters the creature's weapon. Not giving it time to recover, Hyunsu swiftly delivers another strike, instantly defeating it. The viewers are left stunned by his insane one-hit kill and begin speculating wildly about the weapon's grade. Hyunsu laughs at their guesses, especially when someone confidently claims the sword must be a rare grade item. The impatient viewers urge him to reveal the grade, but he ignores them, trying to build even more suspense and momentum. After the anticipation reaches its peak, he finally reveals the stats, and the viewers are disappointed to see that it is just a normal grade, something even a regular blacksmith could craft. Apparently, it was supposed to be a unique grade great sword, but Hyunsu was penalized for using his god's emergency crafting twice in a row, which caused the grade to drop by 2 tiers. Hyunsu feels terrible and tries to laugh it off, but deep down he is deeply disappointed. Now Blacksmith Hyun's reputation begins to plummet as people speculate that his earlier success might have been pure luck and nothing more. Rowoon also feels that Hyun was just lucky the first time. He receives a call from one of his members, and Rowoon still advises that they recruit Hyun despite the disappointing result. He wants them to offer a 2 billion won signing bonus to secure Hyun for their guild. After the call, Rowoon wonders if that price is a bit excessive, but he quickly dismisses the thought. He wants his guild to secure all skilled blacksmiths, no matter the cost. Suddenly, he notices the penalty on the sword description and wonders exactly what it means. Meanwhile, Tumps announces the successful end of the second stage and immediately introduces the final, most difficult stage. He explains that Hyunsu must retrieve a flag from the hill while avoiding a swarm of boss-level monsters. The catch is that he must reach the destination without being forcibly logged out even once. Tumps proudly announces that the boss-level monsters for the final level are level 138 werewolves. Basically, werewolves have extremely thick hides, making them difficult to hunt even for users of the same level. This is why the success rate for this final stage is only 20%, and the current record holder barely managed to pass it. After explaining the final level, Tumps tells Hyunsu to begin the mission. Acting all pitiful, Hyunsu decides to put the poor weapon saga behind him and face the current challenge head-on. He freezes for a moment as the viewers urge him to start the mission. Hyunsu, ever the drama queen, dramatically announces that he has no intention of running away from the monsters like a coward. Due to the level of his last weapon and Hyunsu's low grade, everyone is already underestimating him. They call him arrogant, wondering what he plans to do instead of running away like a normal player. Hyunsu soon reveals his next weapon, a bow of some sorts, claiming that he plans to hunt down the boss-level werewolves using it. The viewers immediately call his claim a bluff, advising him to just run away instead of acting all cool. Using his bow, Hyunsu confidently fires a shot toward the horde of monsters, and in less than a second, the arrow hits one of the monsters and then carves a strange circular pattern on the ground beneath the rest of them. Suddenly, an explosion erupts there, ultimately destroying all the monsters in its radius. Hyunsu is quietly pleased with the devastating effect of this new weapon. The viewers, however, are left completely baffled by the insane effect of a single strange arrow, prompting them to urge Hyunsu to reveal the artifact's full information. Hyunsu proudly shows them the bow, explaining that it was crafted based on a Jeju Island mythology. He details that it was modeled after the legendary bow said to have been used by the Great Star King to shoot down the sun and the moon. Hyunsu calls the weapon the 1,000-pound bow. When he was young, Hyunsu learned about this Jeju Island folktale from his father. The story spoke of 2 suns and 2 moons whose existence threw the world into chaos. The king of this chaotic world, Sobyulwang, asked his brother Daebyulwang, the king of the underworld, for help. Daebyulwang agreed and descended to this world to shoot down 1 sun and 1 moon using the 1,000-pound bow. After hearing this story as a child, the bow was the only detail that truly caught Hyunsu's attention. From that moment on, he wished that one day he could create the 1,000-pound bow himself. During the planning phase before the livestream mission began, Hyunsu racked his brain trying to figure out how to make it. With Ares' technology and his own knowledge, he believed it was possible to recreate the legendary bow. After much contemplation, Hyunsu finally realized that the bow did not need to weigh exactly 1,000 pounds, as the name suggested. Instead, the bow itself could weigh around 600, as long as he found a way to increase the weight imposed on the enemy it struck. Once he grasped this concept, Hyunsu immediately put it into action and created his own version of the 1,000-pound bow. Now back to the final mission, Hyunsu continues advancing toward the flag. After the first wave of monsters, he successfully takes down 10 more werewolves while heading toward the cliff where the flag is located. Everyone is amazed by how easily he defeats the extremely tough werewolves using only a bow and arrow. However, after defeating the monsters, Hyunsu soon senses an eerie aura the moment he enters the forest. Suddenly, another horde of werewolves charges towards him, and from on top of a tree, Hyunsu prepares to wipe them out in a single shot. Before he can release the arrow, a giant, terrifying monster suddenly appears behind him. Hyunsu's body freezes instantly, leaving him unable to move. This is caused by a fear status effect contained within the monster's fierce roar. While still frozen in place, Hyunsu receives a notification announcing the start of a new storyline. According to the system, the creature before him is a fragment of Fenrir, the king of the werewolves. Fenrir's fragment is a level 178 monster, and anyone who defeats it will receive special rewards. At the sight of this monstrous enemy, Tumps and the viewers are left in shock. Meanwhile, Hyunsu struggles desperately to regain control of his body, but the status effect proves overwhelmingly strong. Fenrir's fragment soon charges toward him, followed closely by the surrounding werewolves. Moments later, they reach Hyunsu, and one of them successfully slashes him with its claws. Hyunsu attempts to fire another shot, but by this point he is already bleeding, and the lingering fear effect continues to slow his movements. Sensing his strength fading, he activates the gauntlet to compensate for his weakened state. With the added power, he finally manages to draw his bow. Fenrir then unleashes its claws of destruction upon him, and for a moment the viewers are convinced he is finished. However, as the dust settles, Hyunsu suddenly reappears, leaping high above Fenrir, and from midair he releases a decisive shot that strikes one of the monster's eyes. Enraged, the beast tries to retaliate, but Hyunsu remains unfazed. With the arrow still stuck in Fenrir's eye, Hyunsu decides to show the viewers the true power of his bow. Suddenly, the monster loses its balance, nearly slamming itself into the ground. This is because the 1,000-pound bow adds 1,000 pounds of weight to the directly hit area, increasing it to 10,000 pounds. As the immense weight drives Fenrir deeper into the ground, an explosion follows and Hyunsu ultimately defeats the beast, leaving everyone in utter confusion. With the final challenge complete, Tumps is completely mind-blown, and the chat section also lights up like Christmas. Hyunsu stands proudly on top of his conquest and apologizes to the viewers because they want Blacksmith Hyun to auction the bow as well, but Hyunsu informs them that it is not for sale. After jumping out of the pit, Hyunsu continues to apologize to the audience on behalf of Blacksmith Hyun. As he pulls out the required flag to complete the final stage, he lets them know that Hyun will be accepting crafting requests from only one archer. Hyunsu urges archers to send their requests to Hyun's forge just as they did during the auction. After raising the flag, Hyunsu thanks the viewers for watching and immediately exits the fantasy mission area. Shortly after, he appears at his rented blacksmith shop. Hyunsu checks his messages and finds almost 1,000 requests. He is quite satisfied with the impact of today's live broadcast. From his haul, Hyunsu realizes that he obtained a few legendary materials and a large amount of EXP. On top of that, he has reached level 100, meaning he can now establish a guild. Hyunsu is happy about this because he can finally spend more time with his friends and, most importantly, bring back his retainer, Banya. Moments later, the system prompts him to choose a guild name. After thinking for a while, Hyunsu decides to choose something that represents wishing for a bright future, so he types in the name Gwangmyeong. Just like that, Hyunsu becomes the guildmaster of the Gwangmyeong Guild and also acquires the title Lord's Grace. Immediately after the guild is established, Nell and Bark, also known as Hyunsuk, join as well. Both Bark and Nell praise Hyunsu for choosing the name Gwangmyeong. Nell, who is already logged out, tells them that she will handle the search for their base of operation. She asks what Hyunsu plans to do next, and he replies that he intends to visit Barad to fulfill a promise. Apparently, Barad told him to come see him after establishing a guild, so Hyunsu decides to head to the Goyard Kingdom to keep his word. Meanwhile, in the Goyard Kingdom, Barad's subordinates try to dissuade him from granting territory to an outsider. However, Barad is determined to go through with it, even though the requirement for granting territory is to first accomplish a great feat. Seeing that they continue to protest, he sternly reminds them that he is not someone who makes decisions on a whim. A few days after the earth-shattering broadcast, Hyunsu receives a call from the broadcast station's producer. The producer thanks Hyunsu for helping their show and promises to invite him again if another opportunity pops up. He also informs Hyunsu that they received a total of 37 million won in sponsorship money, and after deducting other fees, 25 million will be deposited. The producer further adds that Hyunsu will also receive the 10 million won prize money for breaking the new record. He then carefully asks how to handle the money transfer to Blacksmith Hyun. Hyunsu lets him know that the money can be deposited into his account and he will make sure Blacksmith Hyun's share gets to him. After the call, Hyunsu is excited about the money he received from the sponsorship deal. He quickly calculates how much he made from selling the gauntlet to a player named Ian for 65,000 gold. After adding everything up, Hyunsu is stunned to realize he earned about 100 million won in total. Just then, he receives a message from Nell asking if he can log into the game right now. Hyunsu then responds that he can and immediately logs into the game. Once he logs in, Hyunsu finds himself in the intermediate zone town square where Nell comes bolting down shouting his name. She excitedly informs him that the Black Anvil Guild offered a blank check to recruit Blacksmith Hyun. She also tells Hyunsu that Hyun's forge has now surpassed 410,000 subscribers and reached the 49th place in the Korean blacksmith rankings. After spilling the good news in one breath, Nell grabs Hyunsu, repeatedly shaking him out of excitement to make sure he knows how mind-blowing the news is. Hyunsu awkwardly chuckles as he credits all the glory to Nell's hard work. Nell soon regains her composure and quickly apologizes for getting too excited, after which she asks Hyunsu about his trip to the Goyard Kingdom. She asks if he's ready for the journey, and Hyunsu reassures her that he's well prepared. He then tells Nell that he tried fixing the damaged equipment he received as a reward from defeating Fenrir, and he plans to show it to Barad to build up the trust between them. Nell lets Hyunsu know that it's a good idea and hopes he can get another hidden quest during his trip. As Hyunsu thanks Nell for always looking out for him, Nell finds herself lost in his gaze, forgetting she has to respond. Wondering why she's staring at him so intently, Hyunsu asks if he has poop on his face. Embarrassed, Nell is flustered, realizing that she has been staring at him for quite some time. Afterwards, she tells Hyunsu that she's still searching for a good spot for their guild's base, but she hasn't found one yet. She promises to keep him updated as soon as she finds one, but Hyunsu lets her know that she can take as much time as she needs. Meanwhile, in the Goyard Kingdom, Barad is seen stroking the mane of his new white wolf while speaking to a member of his cabinet. The man asks if wolves are Barad's newest hobby, but Barad explains that he received the wolves as a reward for clearing the last dungeon. The man Barad is meeting with turns out to be Marquis Valo, the true power behind the Goyard Kingdom. After congratulating Barad on clearing the dungeon, Valo mentions that word has reached him of the territory granted to an outsider. When Barad asks if he disapproves, Valo respectfully answers that such a reward is too extravagant for an ordinary blacksmith of foreign origin. Valo considers Hyunsu too ordinary, and a beginner among other outsiders. Barad tries to explain that he did it because Hyunsu saved his life and asks Valo whether he still objects. Unfortunately, Valo remains stubborn, but before he can continue protesting, Barad notices that his wolves are suddenly on high alert. They immediately start growling, but before he can figure out why, someone informs Barad that Hyunsu has arrived. Barad and Valo immediately turn to the door and are utterly stunned when Hyunsu walks in, covered in armor with Fenrir's aura. Valo is startled as he begins to wonder how a blacksmith has such a terrifying aura. Upon entering the room, Hyunsu takes off his helmet to greet Barad, reminding him that he has returned as promised. Soon afterward, Barad and Hyunsu are left alone, and Barad remarks that the air around Hyunsu has changed in such a short time. He wonders if it has anything to do with the armor, and Hyunsu confirms it, praising Barad for having a keen eye. He then explains that the gear on his body is Fenrir's helmet and cloak. According to Hyunsu, the equipment boosts one's stats and grants them the dignity of a wolf. Barad then asks if Hyunsu also made the gear, but Hyunsu says he simply repaired the armor after receiving it as a reward. Hyunsu then notices that Barad's wolves are terrified of him, making him convinced that the armor's effect must be working perfectly. At the same time, Barad comforts his wolves, reassuring them that Hyunsu is not a bad guy. Hyunsu then asks why Barad wanted him to return after forming a guild. Barad explains that it is because of a small territory in the western part of the kingdom called Balas. Apparently, this territory was once famously known as the village of blacksmiths, and they prospered until a few years ago when things suddenly went downhill. Barad reveals that the territory is practically ruined and has negatively impacted other neighboring territories, leading to continuous disagreements among the nobles. To reconstruct Balas back to its glory days, countless talented individuals were sent there, but for some unknown reason, the mission failed. However, no one can explain why the mission always fails, and the talented individuals sent there always end up fleeing the village. Barad says he lost hope for the village until he met Hyunsu. Seeing the sword that Hyunsu made, Barad became certain that he had found the one who could solve the problem of Balas territory. After explaining the situation, Barad hands Hyunsu a document, and the mission brief immediately pops up on Hyunsu's system window. Hyunsu is tasked with finding the reason for Balas's decline and restore it to its former glory. The reward for the mission is 10,000 gold for each 10% completion, and the penalty for failure is that Barad's favorability towards Hyunsu will decrease. Though he has no experience rebuilding a village, Hyunsu still accepts the mission because this is a village for blacksmiths. Determined to improve the environment for the blacksmiths, Hyunsu vows to rebuild Balas no matter the cost. By nightfall, Hyunsu arrives at the village of Balas with Nell and Bark, but they are surprised to find the place eerily empty. Nell wonders why the shops are closed since it's a blacksmith town, and Bark guesses something must be terribly wrong with the town. Nell then suggests looking around for more clues while Hyunsu notes that the situation in the village is more serious than he anticipated. Soon, they notice a light coming from one of the shops, so they decide to start their investigation there. Upon entering the shop, they find it empty, and no matter how many times they call for someone, no one answers. Judging by the thick dust covering the place, Nell suspects that no one has lived there for years. Suddenly, the door in front of them creaks open, startling the trio. Nell is especially spooked and immediately squeezes herself behind the boys for cover. A few seconds later, a hand slowly pushes the door wider, and a fit of coughing echoes from within, sending another wave of unease through them. They wait in tense silence, anxiously watching the doorway until a thin, frail-looking old man emerges from the darkness, holding a lamp and asking who they are. The old man then asks why they came, and Hyunsu first apologizes for their intrusion before explaining that they are outsiders who came to investigate the village under Barad's command. However, the old man doesn't trust them and suspects they might be from the Edrol Merchant Guild, but Hyunsu tells the man that he doesn't know any merchant guilds that go by that name. To prove they came on Barad's orders, Hyunsu shows the man the king's official decree, yet the old man remains skeptical, so Hyunsu carefully walks up to the door and rolls the decree over to the man for inspection. After dropping off the decree, he stands back to give the old man time to check it. The old man then carefully picks it up, and after a brief silence, he finally steps out from behind the door, telling them that it is indeed Barad's decree. The old man then reveals that he hasn't seen outsiders in Balas for a very long time. He introduces himself as Para, the personal blacksmith of the Lord of Balas. Hyunsu then asks Para why the forges in the village are out cold. Para narrates that a year ago, a merchant guild called Edrol came to the village, and that is when everything began to crumble. Hyunsu recalls it's the same guild Para mentioned earlier, and Para tells them that it is a long story. Asking if they would like to hear all about it, Para begins to recount how Edrol first came to the Balas territory. According to Para, the merchant guild came to Balas after learning that the village was a blacksmith village. The head of the guild offered them all sorts of luxury gifts and came under the guise of peace. He then proposed opening trade routes connecting the village to the outside world. The territory's lord happily accepted the proposal because she always wanted to promote the weapons made by her blacksmiths. Thanks to this, the Edrol Merchant Guild finally established itself in Balas. But one day, during a meal with the lord of the territory, the merchant head suddenly proposed a bet. The lord was young and innocent, so she trusted him and agreed to the wager without thinking much about it. She thought it was simply a game, but when she lost, the result was disastrous. The lord was then stripped of all her authority, and the Edrol Guild took over Balas, beginning their tyrannical reign. As their reign became unbearable, blacksmiths started fleeing Balas, but those who failed to escape were completely humiliated and reduced to slaves. As Nell and others listen to the story, she's pissed by the Merchant Guild's cruelty. Hyunsu is also angry, and just the thought of Edrol deceiving and exploiting the blacksmiths made him slam his fist into the desk. Because they took everything from the poor people, Hyunsu vows never to forgive them. He then asks if Para has also been subjected to working under Edrol, but Para explains that he's just a fugitive in hiding. Apparently, before the lord of the territory fell, she helped Para escape and told him that he must one day win the wager against Edrol and rescue all the blacksmiths. Bark notes that Para must be skilled enough to win the bet, since the territory lord trusted him with such an important request. Para quietly looks at his hands for a moment before telling them that the merchant head, Boksu, is quite skilled, even though he has a trashy personality. Standing up from his seat, Para tells them that Boksu will soon come for him so he can no longer run away from the wager. Before leaving, he thanks Hyunsu and the others for listening to his story and advises them to leave Balas before they get caught up in the situation. However, Hyunsu calls out to Para, telling him that he wants to help. Para is taken aback by the sudden request, but Hyunsu assures him that he can help since he's also a blacksmith. He also admits that he can't just stand by and watch such injustice. Para thanks Hyunsu for the offer and is about to decline it when someone suddenly kicks open the shop door. The violent entrance startles everyone inside, and Para is left trembling as the intruder angrily scolds him for hiding. The menacing newcomer is revealed to be Boksu, the head of the Edrol Merchant Guild and the notorious con man who has been terrorizing the territory. Wearing a wicked grin, Boksu gives Para a predatory stare and tells him that he can no longer run or hide. Without wasting a moment, Boksu walks over to the terrified Para and declares that it is finally his turn to accept the wager. He then presses a blade against Para and coldly warns him that refusing the offer will cost him his life. Just then, Boksu notices Hyunsu in his group and wonders if Para managed to gather a new crew. He then pulls out a glowing square, which he releases to build a system forge. Boksu explains that the enclosure is modeled as the forge of his dreams, and based on all his knowledge and experience, he can quickly craft weapons there. Nell and Bark are stunned that Boksu is just going to waltz in here and force the old man against his will. Bark points out that the whole situation looks more like a threat than a wager. He notes that Para is at level 230 while Boksu is at level 299. Bark stresses that the level difference between them is absurd, which is clearly disadvantageous to Para. However, Baksu ignores all the protests and continues taunting Para by promising to let him live if he beats him but still leave as a slave if he wins the bet. As the assessment begins, a scroll appears in front of Para to brief him on the terms of the wager. The rule of the game is that the loser must fulfill the terms of the assessment, so the scroll asks Para to state his conditions. Para is uneasy as he thinks about the consequences of losing the bet, but left with no other choice, he decides to play. As part of his conditions, he demands that the terms of the wager made between Baksu and the territory lord be cancelled and all the blacksmiths in captivity be released. After registering Para's conditions, the scroll reminds him that his life is on the line. Baksu then scolds Para for hiding and making him go through a lot of stress. After scolding him, Baksu barks at Para, telling him to pick up the hammer and craft. He smugly declares that the one who can forge the most superior sword wins the wager. Para agrees to the bet, and just as he's about to begin, Hyunsu pulls him back. But before Hyunsu can say anything, Para simply thanks him before walking into the makeshift forge, leaving Hyunsu speechless. As the wager begins, Hyunsu and his team quietly watch from the side. Para then heaves a heavy sigh and immediately starts hammering away, determined to forge the best sword of his life. Despite being tense, he pours all his focus on the forge. But before he can make any real progress, Para hears a sound coming from Baksu's end. He immediately turns around only to see that Baksu has almost finished crafting his sword. While Baksu admires the sword, Para quietly studies it from afar, and from his instincts as a blacksmith, he realizes that Baksu's sword is a masterpiece. As this realization hits him, Para admits that he has truly lost the wager and will soon lose his life. He then begins to tremble all over as he stares blankly at his own incomplete sword while thinking about how he has failed the territory and the lord. Just then, Hyunsu's voice brings him back to reality, telling him to concentrate. Para slightly turns towards Hyunsu, who shouts at him to focus on only crafting the sword and nothing else. Hyunsu then begins giving him pointers, telling him how to control the flame. Para quickly turns his attention to the forge and restarts his work while listening to Hyunsu's directives. Suddenly, the system scroll pops up in front of Para, and the contents on the scroll leave him stunned. After reading the information, he quickly turns around to look at Hyunsu. It turns out that the scroll had informed him that he was currently receiving the teaching of a master blacksmith. Para was shocked because he couldn't believe that the young boy behind him was a master blacksmith. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the user management team is panicking while watching the ongoing wager in real time. The dude who created Baksu is frustrated that Hyunsu is about to destroy an NPC he put so much effort into creating. The relations officer is confused by the guy's reaction because Baksu is supposed to be an ordinary NPC, but the dude lets her know that he designed Baksu to be the continent's future 11th legend. The officer is shocked to hear this, and the dude explains that since all the continent's legends are good, he was planning to make Baksu the only villainous one to spice things up. Turning to their team leader Kim, the officer wonders if Baksu will encounter any problems now that Hyunsu is involved. After thinking about it, Kim says he's not sure how things will unfold and reminds them that they cannot intervene directly. Since the only thing they can do is watch, Baksu's creator groans in frustration. Back in the game, Para is still trying to wrap his head around the fact that Hyunsu is a master blacksmith. But Hyunsu's voice, telling him to focus, soon snaps him back to reality. Hyunsu then reminds Para that he's almost out of time, so Para returns to forging while Hyunsu continues to guide him on how to craft the blade. Hyunsu tells him to quench the blade in oil since they're short on time and advises him on how to properly apply pressure while polishing the blade. At the same time, Baksu confidently focuses on putting the finishing touch on his sword while Para does the same. A few moments later, the two men complete the task at the same time and Para is almost in tears as he stares at his masterpiece. The system then announces that Para crafted a sword closest to legend. Nell and Bark are shocked to hear this, as Bark notes that it is an artifact any swordsman would covet. Bark also recognizes that Baksu was an opponent that Para could never have beaten without Hyunsu's guidance. Meanwhile, Baksu is livid when he realizes that he lost to the old man, and the system then announces that Para has passed the evaluation. Para is so moved and can't believe he could craft such a sword before meeting his ancestors. Baksu, on the other hand, is seething in anger as the system informs him that he has failed the evaluation. Para is delighted when the system announces that freedom has been granted to all the blacksmiths of the Ballas territory. According to the conditions set by Para, the agreement with the territory lord is also nullified, and the territory's development is increased by 10%. Still trembling in anger, Baksu drops his new sword, admitting defeat, before turning his anger to Hyunsu for interfering in his so-called sacred evaluation. He then strides over to pick up his main sword, with which he challenges Hyunsu to an evaluation. Without wasting time, the system scroll immediately appears in front of Hyunsu, informing him that the evaluation is about to begin.
Hyunsu is surprised by the sudden scenario and can't believe he's getting dragged into this. Back in the real world, Boksu's creator is panicking because of Boksu's sudden challenge. However, the relations officer isn't surprised that another NPC has gone off the rails because of Hyunsu. The dude rushes to Kim for support, asking if Boksu has any chance of winning against Hyunsu. But team leader Kim bluntly lets him know it's not possible because Hyunsu is the god of blacksmiths. The dude then wonders if Hyunsu would go easy on Boksu and let him off the hook. The officer tells him that from Hyunsu's track record so far, the chances of that happening are definitely zero. Kim nods in agreement as he points out that this Hyunsu is the one evaluating Boksu and not the other way around. While Boksu's creator mourns the upcoming end of his precious villain NPC, Kim reminds him that Hyunsu isn't a player that can be judged by level alone. Back in the game, Hyunsu notices Boksu's sword and realizes it's the main problem that fuels the dude's powers. Boksu, still oblivious that he's been found out, states that he wants an arm if Hyunsu fails the evaluation. This pisses Hyunsu off, making him decide that Boksu is a menace he cannot let off easily. He then declares that his condition for the wager is Boksu's sword, and Boksu, without thinking about it, immediately accepts the deal. Boksu then announces that the evaluation will follow speed crafting. This is a method that allows one to forge in seconds using a typical blacksmith's crafting speed, knowledge, and experience. Thinking Hyunsu knows nothing about speed crafting, Boksu secretly gloats, confident that he has this win in the bag. Without wasting time, he pulls out a crystal and declares that the evaluation begins now. Seeing how clueless Hyunsu looks, Boksu figures he's just an intermediate blacksmith who is only good at teaching. Boksu then focuses on crafting and counting his wins while trying to create a unique grade sword. But the next moment, a bright light explodes in his face as Hyunsu begins to forge, and in the blink of an eye, finishes crafting a sword. Once Hyunsu is done, the system immediately announces that a legendary sword has been completed. Boksu is completely shocked as he realizes that his basic, unique grade sword is nothing compared to Hyunsu's legendary one. To make matters worse, he started before Hyunsu, but Hyunsu still finished ahead of him. The system then notifies Boksu that he lost the evaluation, and the ownership of the sword will be transferred. Before he can react, his sword dematerializes right in his hands and appears in Hyunsu's hand. Hyunsu then lets Boksu know that he can't abuse his power anymore without the sword. As soon as he says he's going to make Boksu pay the price for all his past crimes, Boksu crumbles to the ground in disbelief. Placing the sword on Boksu's shoulder, Hyunsu sternly warns him to confess his crimes. After struggling to come to terms with his powerlessness, Boksu finally begins to confess. He reveals that he levied the blacksmith's 70% tax. He tries to stop talking, but Hyunsu urges him to keep going, and Boksu angrily grits his teeth while confessing that he enslaved all those who couldn't pay the tax. Hyunsu then reminds him that he also imprisoned the lord of the territory. Boksu argues that it was unavoidable, and he had to do it for profit as the head of the merchant guild. Para is pissed when he hears all these crimes and tells Boksu that what he did is unjust, but Boksu remains unrepentant. Hyunsu then asks where he hid all the wealth he amassed, and Boksu reveals that he hid it in the basement of the merchant guild building. Hyunsu asks if he has any other things to confess, and Boksu says there's nothing more while eyeing the sword next to him. He then carefully reaches for the sword while begging Hyunsu to spare him. Refusing to go down without a fight, Boksu grabs the sword and attempts to attack Hyunsu. But Hyunsu calmly counterattacks with the Barad sword art, Raging Waves. With this sword technique, he knocks the sword from Boksu's grip, leaving him in shock. Afterwards, Hyunsu lets his own sword go and uses his fist to deliver a devastating punch on Boksu's face, giving him a free facelift. After that, he takes back his sword, which was previously spinning midair, and with a single strike, cuts off Boksu's right arm. Boksu's scream echoes through the room as he screams in pain, clutching his wound. Hyunsu then lets him know that this punishment isn't nearly enough for all the wickedness he did. Hyunsu says that Boksu's true punishment is not for him to decide. He then apologizes to Para for startling him and assures him that Boksu will no longer be a menace. Hyunsu then tells Para to decide Boksu's punishment, leaving him surprised. Para carefully considers the offer for a moment and asks Hyunsu if he can give this opportunity to the territory lord to decide. Boksu immediately gets agitated when he hears this and scolds them for trying to play God with his fate. Bart quickly restrains him while Nell gags his mouth to shut him up, but Boksu continues to struggle to break free. As soon as the peace is restored, Hyunsu asks Para about the Lord's location, and Para says she's probably imprisoned inside the castle's dungeon. Hyunsu then orders him to bring the Lord to the shop and agrees to let her decide Boksu's fate. Surprised that Hyunsu accepted his request, Para shakes his hands, frantically thanking him. Meanwhile, in the castle's dungeon, the territory lord is seen locked up alone. Suddenly, she hears faint footsteps approaching, leaving her puzzled as she notes that no one should be able to get to her. However, the next moment, Para appears outside the cell, calling out to her. She is surprised to see him there and wonders why he came. She's also afraid for his safety and advises him to run away quickly, but Para tells her not to worry.
He then opens the prison door and informs the Lord that she can finally leave the dungeon. However, the Lord hesitates to follow him and demands an explanation first. Para tells her not to be shocked and reveals that an outsider saved the Balas territory. The Lord is stunned to hear this, and Para also informs her that their nemesis, Boksu, has been defeated. The Lord considers Para's word for a moment, but can't seem to believe that an outsider did all that. Para confirms that he's telling the truth and lets the Lord know that they're awaiting her judgment to punish Boksu. He then explains that their freedom was achieved by a true blacksmith, but the Lord still finds this unbelievable, so Para tells her to just follow him and see it for herself. Though still skeptical about the whole thing, the territory lord thinks about it for a moment before deciding to trust and follow Para out of the dungeon. A few moments later, they arrive at the blacksmith shop, and Para urges her to enter. Upon entering, she is shocked to see that Boksu has truly been captured and has also lost an arm. As she walks over to them, Hyunsu asks her if she's the lord of the territory. She then pulls off her cloak as she responds, telling him that her name is Balin, the lord of Balas territory. Even though she can clearly see that Boksu has been captured, Balin still finds it hard to believe that Hyunsu subdued him. Hyunsu reassures her that he did it and explains that he initially planned to leave the punishment to Para, but Para wanted her to make the decision. After hearing this, Balin trembles and clenches her fist as she prepares to deal with Boksu. First, she asks to speak with him and tells them to remove his gag. The moment the gag is removed, Boksu begins to bark like a rabid dog, as if he still has any right to speak back. However, Balin ignores his barking as she calmly talks about how he betrayed her trust just because she was naive enough to trust him. Balin says she can endure and forgive him for deceiving her, but she will not tolerate the fact that he harmed her people. Boksu remains unrepentant and taunts Balin for falling for his wicked scheme. Balin continues to ignore him and immediately orders Para to confiscate all Boksu's illegally acquired wealth and also release all the enslaved blacksmiths. Para accepts the order while Boksu starts barking again, warning them not to touch his property and slaves, while Bark tries to keep him still. Balin then turns to Boksu and declares that he will be locked up in the dungeon forever so that he can never torment innocent people again. Boksu is livid when he hears this and begins to protest against it, but Bark, already fed up, bundles him on his shoulder. He then informs everyone that he'll be taking Boksu to the castle to keep him from continuing to block their ears with his unnecessary screams. As Bark takes his leave, Boksu continues to wiggle on his shoulder while barking at Balin for trying to lock him up. Everyone quietly watches as Boksu is carried out, after which Hyunsu calls Balin's attention and offers to explain everything to her in detail. Shortly after Hyunsu finished narrating everything, Balin suddenly stood up, leaving him puzzled. She then bows to Hyunsu to thank him as she begins to cry, blaming herself for letting the territory suffer. In tears, Balin wishes she had been a little more careful, then none of this would have happened in the first place. Para takes her hand as he comforts her, reassuring her that it isn't her fault, but the fault of the one who approached her with evil intentions. He then lets her know that she did her best, and Balin thanks Para for the comforting words. Afterwards, she wipes her face, apologizing to Hyunsu for her dramatic behavior. Hyunsu assures her that he understands and then decides to introduce himself to her properly. Nell also does the same, and Balin bows again, expressing her gratitude to them for saving Balas. Hyunsu and Nell let her know it was nothing since they only did what they had to do. Balin then apologizes for misunderstanding them, but Nell is confused as to what she means. Balin explains that when Para told her that an outsider saved Balas, she refused to believe him. This is because, since she was young, Balin was told that outsiders are selfish and only exist to use others. But after meeting Hyunsu today, she admits that there are good outsiders like him. She then thanks him once again for saving them, and Hyunsu is glad he came, even though it was on Barad's request. Hyunsu is not just glad that he saved Balin and Para, but he is also happy that he was able to rescue the tormented blacksmiths. Shortly afterwards, Balin announces that she wants to reward them for saving her territory. She then reveals that she plans to give Hyunsu half of the money confiscated from Boksu, but Hyunsu immediately turns it down. He then tells her to use all the money to repair the territory and compensate the blacksmiths. Balin is stunned and can hardly believe how generous Hyunsu is. When he explains that his only wish is to see the territory restored to its former glory, Balin is completely captivated by his selflessness. Para is also moved and sincerely thanks Hyunsu for being such a Mother Teresa. Suddenly, the system notifies Hyunsu that his S-grade skill, Lord's Grace, has been activated. This special ability activates with an 8% chance when someone judges that they have received an unforgettable favor from Hyunsu. Once it is activated, the other party will harbor a strong desire to be with him or possess high respect and loyalty for Hyunsu. They may also hold other strong emotions towards him and volunteer to be his retainer, just like Banya from the Frost Mine. Hyunsu is surprised that the special ability was activated, causing him to wonder who, between Para and Balin, triggered the activation.
Outside the game, team leader Kim and the relations officer are also curious about who triggered Hyunsu's Lord's Grace. The officer suspects it might be Para, but Kim says it's impossible for Para to trigger the skill activation. The officer is shocked to hear this, as Kim reminds her about how Banya became Hyunsu's vassal. He explains that the conditions for Para are different from Banya's situation. When he asks what she thinks is the difference between the two men, the officer considers it for a moment before realizing that Para is already Bolin's vassal, while Banya has not pledged loyalty to anyone. Kim confirms that she's correct and adds that it is considered a serious crime for someone who has already sworn loyalty to promise to follow another person. However, the officer points out that the same rule also applies to Bolin. Kim tells her that it's not impossible because just as the empire is split into different factions, Belin can also swear loyalty to a faction while still being loyal to the kingdom. Therefore, without doubt, she's certainly the one who is about to swear loyalty to Hyunsu. Just as they predicted, Bolin carefully bends the knee to Hyunsu, wishing to pledge loyalty to him as her benefactor. Hyunsu is quite surprised that an actual lord is pledging to follow him because when the Lord's Grace was activated, he naturally thought Para did it. Confused, Hyunsu turns to Nell for an explanation, while Nell quietly lets him know that she's equally as confused as he is. Hyunsu then kneels to face Bolin, asking what she means by the sudden loyalty pledge. Bolin explains that it is because she felt his sincere desire to help the people of Balas. Before she can finish speaking, Hyunsu pulls her up, telling her to stand first. As she takes his hand, Bolin continues saying that she's certain that Hyunsu is destined for greater things, even though he's an outsider, which is why she made this decision to follow him. Bolin then formally pledges that she will stand by Hyunsu and grow together with him. Hyunsu is taken aback by this so much that he forgets to respond until Nell nudges him from behind to quickly accept Bolin. After a brief moment, Hyunsu finally breaks the silence and humbly welcomes Bolin to the team. Bolin then thanks him, after which she asks what he plans to do next now that he's in Balas. Hyunsu tells her that he plans to teach the blacksmiths of Balas some skills. He explains that as a blacksmith himself, he really wants to see them grow their art. Unbeknownst to her, Hyunsu is just saying this to sound noble, as this was also part of what he needs to do to clear Barad's quest. But Bolin doesn't know that, so she sincerely thanks him for being so magnanimous, while Hyunsu tries to act like a saint. Afterwards, Para congratulates Bolin, but she credits their success to his resilience in withstanding the tumultuous times. Meanwhile, Hyunsu is satisfied with how things turned out, and he gained a lord as his vassal, which means he can quickly clear Barad's quest if this village develops. But the major thing Hyunsu is looking forward to is the fact that he can start raking in some big bucks from tax money because Bolin is his vassal. Hyunsu excitedly decides to improve the skills of the blacksmiths, sell their weapons to players, and secure some huge funds. Hyunsu is so excited that he doesn't realize when he blurts this out in front of everyone, drawing their attention. Thankfully, they were too absorbed to hear what he said, so Hyunsu quickly brushed it off when asked what he said. A few days later, the blacksmiths troop into a forge for Hyunsu's first lesson, but they're all curious since no one told them why they came. They only attended the gathering on Belin's orders. Several minutes later, Hyunsu steps out in front of them, and after greeting them, he announces that he will be teaching them some skills starting today. The blacksmiths are stunned to hear this, as they wonder what a greenhorn like that can teach them about blacksmithing. They believe he's just a kid after all, even though he has some skills. Hyunsu pays no attention to their words, while some of them are even more reluctant to agree to it because Hyunsu is an outsider. Hyunsu simply ignores them and begins the teaching by showing them a demonstration to let his skill speak for itself. As the forge begins operating, the blacksmiths refuse to even glance at what Hyunsu is doing, dismissing it as a waste of their valuable time. It isn't until an elderly blacksmith urges everyone to settle down and watch that the others reluctantly agree to pay attention to Hyunsu. But by nightfall, Hyunsu is still hammering away at the forge, leaving everyone concerned that he's been at it for so many hours without resting. Seeing how invigorated Hyunsu still is, the blacksmiths wonder whether he ever gets tired. One person even suggests stopping him, but the next moment, Hyunsu finally finishes crafting the blade. To their shock, it turns out to be an epic-grade sword, leaving them completely speechless. One of the blacksmiths then walks over to Hyunsu, asking if he can check out the sword. Hyunsu gives him permission, after which the man asks him to explain how he created it. Hyunsu then explains that when making a sword, one shouldn't just focus on shaping it, but striking it repeatedly with consistent force and angle. He lets the blacksmith know that the most crucial moment for crafting the sword is immediately after it has been heated. Hyunsu further adds that messing up this part of the process will cause the sword to easily break. Before long, the other blacksmiths surround Hyunsu as they listen attentively to his teachings. One blacksmith then chimes in, asking if Hyunsu can craft other things other than swords. Another immediately apologizes for how he taunted Hyunsu and wonders if he can still ask a question. Hyunsu assures them that they can and even promises to teach them everything he knows.
2 weeks later, the blacksmiths are still hard at work in the forge, diligently learning from Hyunsu, but by this point they are completely exhausted. When Hyunsu finally announces the end of their training session, the blacksmiths erupt into cheers, relieved that their grueling ordeal is finally over. Watching their reaction, Hyunsu can't help but wonder whether they're celebrating the knowledge they gained or simply the fact that they no longer have to endure his lessons. The blacksmiths quickly assure him that his teachings were incredibly valuable, just a little too intense for ordinary people to keep up with. Afterwards, the blacksmiths bow to Hyunsu in unison, sincerely apologizing for doubting him at the beginning. They admit that they've gained so much from him over the past 2 weeks, and as they sincerely thank him, Hyunsu is notified that the 32 blacksmiths of Balas territory will never forget him. Hyunsu then thanks them for their hard work and declares that it is time to call back all the blacksmiths who left the territory. He shakes hands with the leader of the forge, telling him to sell their weapons, take crafting commissions, and prove to everyone that things have truly changed in Balas territory. The blacksmith then reassures Hyunsu that they will heed his advice. A few weeks later, life returns to normal in Balas as the once dead street once again buzzes with activity. A Zlatuber territory correspondent named Helen soon stumbles upon the small village and decides it's prime material for her stream. She's stunned when she notices an insane sword in the blacksmith shop, and she finds it hard to believe that in Balas the sword is considered an ordinary one. Helen then picks up the sword to test it, only to realize that the so-called basic sword is a rare grade item. Helen is even more astonished when she hears how cheap the sword costs. She then asks why the blacksmith is selling a rare grade sword so cheaply, and the blacksmith explains that a sword of this caliber is average in Balas, so he has no choice but to sell it at that price. Helen can't believe a sword of this grade is considered average, but the blacksmith laughs at her ignorance, letting her know that all this was possible because of one person. However, when Helen asks for the person's identity, the man refuses to tell her. He explains that it would be rude of him to reveal their name without their permission. Helen is left confused as she wonders who that person really is. Concluding that this might just be the exaggeration of a common NPC, Helen decides to check out the other stores, only for her to see even more incredible weapons. She soon stumbles upon a normal blacksmith's sword of epic grade, and when she checks the description, it simply says that it was created by an ordinary blacksmith after receiving the teachings of that person who shall not be named. Seeing how insane things are in Balas, Helen realizes that this is her big chance to go viral, so she decides to stream this to other players. As she starts streaming, everyone begins to wonder why she's suddenly streaming at this hour. Helen explains that it's because she discovered an amazing place for them to visit. Back in the real world, Hyunsu is exhausted even after sleeping for hours just to catch up on lost sleep. Since he's supposed to hang out with his best friend Ji-hun, he quickly checks his phone for the time, only for Nell to call. The moment he picks up, Nell almost screams his head off, asking if he has seen the community boards. Hyunsu nurses his shattered eardrum while replying that he hasn't checked the boards. He wonders if something bad happened, but Nell informs him that it is good news. She explains that a famous streamer visited Balas and spread the news about the incredible artifacts. Because of her post, people are curious about the identity of the person who taught the blacksmiths of Balas. As clips from Helen's stream spread throughout the player community, people are flocking to Balas to see things for themselves. Nell then informs Hyunsu that the blacksmiths who left the territory have started to return. Hyunsu is excited to hear this because this means he can complete his quest soon and with a huge completion rate. Soon afterwards, Hyunsu and Ji-hun meet up in their usual spot for pork belly and soju, and as usual, Ji-hun stuffs his face full while describing how the food hits the right spots. Hyunsu then asks him about his job and things in Aries, but Ji-hun, with a stuffed face, tells him to chill on the million questions. He then tells Hyunsu that work is the same as usual, and for his time in Aries, Ji-hun says there's supposed to be a new quest update for his class, but it might be a tough one. Hyunsu then asks if Ji-hun has joined any guilds, but Ji-hun says he hasn't found anyone that interests him. Hyunsu then invites Ji-hun to join his guild, but Ji-hun hesitates before responding. He explains that he wants to hold off on joining any guilds for the time being, as he first needs to find out what the new quest for his class will require. Asking Hyunsu to give him some time to think about it, Ji-hun politely postpones his decision. Just moments earlier, Hyunsu had been excited at the prospect of recruiting him, so the response leaves him visibly disappointed. Nevertheless, he agrees to give Ji-hun the time he needs. Noticing the look on Hyunsu's face, Ji-hun quickly clarifies that he isn't rejecting the offer but merely postponing his decision. Hyunsu quickly shoves meat into Ji-hun's mouth to stop him from rubbing more salt in his wound. After his meeting with Ji-hun, Hyunsu heads to the hospital to see his father. He begins to talk to the unconscious Hyuntae, telling him that their lives are about to change for good. Hyunsu tells his father about Ji-hun, who's always cheering him on, and his new comrades who trust and follow him. He also lets his unconscious father know that he found in Bharat an unexpected adult he can lean on. Brushing his hands against his father's hand, Hyunsu says that all the good things happening in his life are a great thing for him and his father. Afterwards, Hyunsu prepares to leave, but promises to return to the hospital tomorrow to check on him. On his way out, he turns around one more time and apologizes to his father for disturbing his sleep. A few minutes after Hyunsu's exit from the room, his father begins to react and even slightly moves his fingers. The following day in the game, Hyunsu arrives at the audience chamber of the Goyard Kingdom to inform Barad about the progress of his quest. After greeting the king, Barad tells him to rise and immediately asks if he has finished the task assigned to him. Hyunsu confidently replies that he did, prompting Barad to reveal that he has already heard about the situation in Balas and the involvement of a man named Boksu. He also mentions hearing how Hyunsu successfully drove the man out of the territory. Barad then firmly asks how much the territory has developed. Checking his system window, Hyunsu excitedly reports that Balas's development has increased by more than 150%. The figure leaves Barad stunned, and finding it difficult to believe, he questions the result, but Hyunsu assures him that the number is accurate. He goes on to explain that after imprisoning Boksu, he personally taught the territory's blacksmiths his crafting techniques. As their skills improved, more visitors began flocking to Balas than ever before. The increase in traffic ultimately boosted the territory's development level to over 150%. Pleased to hear this, Barad rises from his throne as he declares that Hyunsu will be awarded 1.5 million gold as a reward for completing the task. The reward is immediately registered on Hyunsu's system window, and Hyunsu thanks Barad for the reward while doing a silent victory dance. Barad admits that he originally expected Hyunsu to increase the territory's development by only 40%. However, Hyunsu's results far exceeded his expectations. He goes on to say that such an achievement is no different from saving the struggling people of Balas territory, making it worthy of special recognition. As a result, Barad decides to grant Hyunsu an additional reward for his outstanding performance. Hearing this, Hyunsu is taken by surprise, as he can hardly believe that, on top of the generous rewards he has already received, he is being given an extra bonus as well. Barad then informs Hyunsu that as an additional reward, he's allowed to set up his own personal forge within the Goyard Kingdom. This reward is immediately registered by the system, informing Hyunsu that this is an opportunity for him to establish a base in the Goyard Kingdom. He goes on to say that since Hyunsu made such a huge contribution to the Balas territory, it would be best to set up his forge there. However, Hyunsu humbly declines the offer, and his response leaves Barad wondering whether the territory is simply too small to satisfy someone of Hyunsu's caliber. Hyunsu quickly clarifies that the size of the territory has nothing to do with his decision. He explains that he wants Balas territory to continue growing and prospering. If word spreads that Blacksmith Hyun's forge is located there, most visitors would come solely to his shop.
Over time, this would draw attention away from the other blacksmiths, driving them out of business. Should that happen, the territory's growth could be stalled once again, ruining the progress that had been achieved. Barad is surprised that Hyunsu even considered such an important factor, making him convinced that Hyunsu has the qualities of a fine ruler. Barad decides to let it go, but tells Hyunsu to inform him when he finds a suitable territory he wishes to settle in. Hyunsu then thanks Barad, who asks where he plans to head for his next adventure. Hyunsu reveals that he has an appointment with the Lord of Balas, so he intends to make his decision after visiting her. Barad bids him farewell and promises to send for him in the future if he finds another quest. Hyunsu agrees and turns to leave while Barad quietly watches him. Barad is letting Hyunsu go as a test to see what he does next, as that would determine whether he can become a true monarch.
A few days later, Hyunsu arrives at Freya territory, where Nell has finally set up as their base of operations. It's been a while since they last met, and Hyunsu wonders why Nell called him here. Nell gradually builds up his anticipation before excitedly revealing that this place is going to be their guild's base. She goes on to tell him why she chose this place, and one of her reasons is that the Freya territory is not far from the capital. Player traffic here isn't bad either, so Nell believes it's the perfect place to lay their foundation. Hyunsu is pleased with her choice as he notes that things are finally beginning to pick up for their small team. He then takes a seat, informing Nell that he also has something to discuss with her. A few minutes into the discussion, Nell is shocked when she learns from Hyunsu that Belin asked him to become a noble. Hyunsu confirms that she truly did, but Nell tells him that she has never heard of a situation where a lower-tier NPC tried to make someone a noble. According to her, such an offer is usually proposed by an actual royalty. Hyunsu is also puzzled when he learns that this is a first, as he thinks back to when Belin asked him to become a noble. He was surprised by her request and couldn't understand what she meant until Belin explained that Hyunsu is a better fit for the job of leading the territory. As the lord of the territory, Belin said she felt inadequate to lead them, but she realized that Hyunsu is the best candidate after witnessing his journey during their short encounter. Because of this, Belin begged him to become a noble and return to lead the territory. Since she's a minor territory lord who has never sworn allegiance to anyone else, Belin offered Hyunsu shares of her territory to help him become a greater person. Hyunsu was stunned when he heard the offer, and at that moment the system prompted him that this was a hidden quest. According to the prompt, Hyunsu was urged to meet Belin's expectations and return to the Balas territory because Belin has a firm faith in him. The task was for Hyunsu to become a noble, and the reward was shares of the territory, while the penalty for failure was that Belin's affinity towards him would drop to the lowest point. Because this was already a registered quest, Hyunsu had no choice but to accept Belin's request. Thinking back to it, Hyunsu notes that having a stake in the territory means giving him authority to rule. This makes him wonder if Belin wants him to use her as a stepping stone to climb even higher. While he's still deep in thought, Nell's voice snaps him back to reality. She admits that the quest is indeed a unique case because usually it's royalty that bestows a title of nobility. Nell notes that Belin must have made that decision after seeing Hyunsu's potential. Hyunsu is considering her words when his attention gets drawn to a pile of documents on the table. He then asks Nell about it, and Nell immediately rolls open one of them. After opening it, she excitedly shoves it in Hyunsu's face, telling him that it is the information on the first official client of their forge. The request is from a user named Rizel, a level 323 Dragon Knight, ranked 21st in the official national rankings. Nell goes on to explain that Rizel is famous for not belonging to any guild, and the artifact he wants is a bit unique. She then tells Hyunsu that Rizel's request might be difficult, but completing it will cause Blacksmith Hyun's reputation to skyrocket even higher. Hyunsu wonders what type of artifact would cause such an effect, and Nell carefully reveals that Rizel wants an artifact imbued with a dragon's power. Hyunsu is left utterly shocked by the request that he stares at Nell in disbelief. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Black Anvil Guild, the guildmaster Rowoon is also telling Rizel that his request is impossible. Rizel is shocked that the so-called number 1 guild is unable to fulfill his request. Rowoon lets him know that a dragon has never appeared in Ares, so an artifact imbued with such non-existent power is even more impossible. Rizel is agitated to hear this as he reminds Rowoon that Black Anvil is supposed to be the undisputed number 1, famous for making anything possible. However, Rowoon tells him that such a rule only exists for things that are realistically possible. He then returns Rizel's money, firmly letting him know that his request is impossible, no matter how much he offers. Rizel is visibly disappointed as he takes back his money pouch and storms out of the room. On his way out, Rizel continues to think about his next move since Black Anvil was his last hope. He had contacted Hyun's forge, but because they're infamous for never accepting commissions, Rizel tried to check other options. But so far, none of them has agreed to his request. In his request to Hyun's forge, Rizel told them that the artifact just needs to look like a dragon, and it doesn't need to have any special abilities. But with no response so far, Rizel wonders why the forge is acting all high and mighty. Still, he decides to send one more request to them, and just as he's about to do so, Rizel receives a reply from Hyun's forge, leaving him stunned. After receiving the request, he soon arrives at the secret forge, where he knocks and a voice tells him to enter. From the voice, Rizel notes that the so-called Hyun sounds quite young, and upon entering, Hyunsu stops him from coming any closer. The room is poorly lit, so from that distance, Rizel is unable to see Hyunsu's face clearly. He then asks if the person standing before him is a staff member of Hyun's forge. Hyunsu replies that he's not before stepping into the light and introducing himself as Blacksmith Hyun. Rizel is surprised to see that Hyunsu is younger than he expected. He then says he came here because he wanted to personally ask a question before proceeding with the commission. Rizel then asks if Hyunsu can really create an artifact imbued with a dragon's power. Rizel is shocked when Hyunsu confidently assures him that he can do it. However, Hyunsu demands that a down payment must be made before he begins crafting the artifact. Apparently, he was doing this because Nell said it would make him look professional. Hyunsu then informs Rizel that the down payment will be very expensive since it's a dragon-imbued artifact. Rizel immediately begins to doubt the authenticity of this deal as he recalls that even the number 1 guild said it was impossible to create, so why would a new forge of unknown origin be any different?
Rizel blames himself for being so eager that he almost fell into a trap, but he was doing this because of his critically ill father. He then tells Hyunsu that he came to Hyun's forge out of desperation to fulfill his father's dying wish to see a dragon. Hyunsu is taken aback to hear this, and Rizel lets him know that this is his last hope. He then asks Hyunsu to show him that this request is possible before they proceed. Realizing the boy is doing this for a good cause, Hyunsu agrees to give him a glimpse of what he can do. So he activates God's emergency forging, instantly using it to craft a sword. Once the sword is completed, it unleashes an actual dragon, leaving Rizel frozen on the spot. After the demonstration, the dragon vanishes since God's emergency forge only has a short-term, limited use. Once Hyunsu is certain that Rizel has seen his potential, they decide to immediately get down to business. A few hours ago, when Nell and Hyunsu were still discussing Rizel's commission, Hyunsu had asked why Rizel wanted an artifact imbued with a dragon's power.
Nell simply told him to check the content of the request, and Hyunsu found it unusual that Rizal was asking for an artifact without any special abilities, as long as it could transform into a dragon. Nell then reveals that after that first request, Rizal sent hundreds of similar requests to them. She also heard that he contacted a lot of guild leaders and high-ranking summoners, asking if they could make a dragon appear. Hyunsu notes that Rizal's action seems a bit excessive for someone who simply wants to see a dragon. Nell agrees with him and points out that since a dragon has never appeared in Ares, the request is quite difficult to achieve. As Hyunsu considers it for a moment, Nell decides that maybe they need to consider other requests, so she picks up another document telling Hyunsu that they could choose from another option. Nell then reminds Hyunsu about his promise when he appeared on the AJ broadcasting program. Back then, he promised to accept a limited edition crafting request from one archer. Now, Nell shows him a request from Ian, explaining that the user has been consistently sending several requests since Hyun's forge became popular. Ian is a level 320 archer, and also the #1 ranked archer in the country. Seeing his name, Hyunsu recalls that he's the same person who bought the gauntlet. After scanning through the brief, he agrees that Ian's request is much simpler since it's to craft the most powerful bow possible. However, Hyunsu puts the request aside, saying he wants to try a new challenge. Nell is pleased to hear this, as she already figured Hyunsu would go for the tough commission. She then excitedly announces that she'll immediately contact Rizal to inform him that his request has been accepted. After thanking her, Hyunsu scans the brief again as he remembers there's a sword he can use as a template to craft an artifact imbued with the dragon's power. Back in the present, Hyunsu tells Rizal that what he just saw earlier was made in a hurry, so he could only summon the dragon for a short period of time. He further adds that the artifact needs some tweaking for it to last, and Rizal bluntly lets Hyunsu know that he needs it in a week. He asks if the artifact can be completed within that time frame based on in-game time. Rizal explains that he's in a hurry and hands Hyunsu a blank check, saying he's willing to pay whatever it costs. Hyunsu quietly stares at the blank check before returning it, telling him that he'll only accept payment after completing the request. Rizal is surprised to hear this, since Hyunsu previously demanded a down payment, but now his tone was different as he assured Rizal that he would do his best. Moved by Hyunsu's enthusiasm, Rizal shakes his hand as he looks forward to working with him. Back in the real world, Rizal, who is known as Taha, goes to the hospital to see his father, who apologizes for putting him through so much. Rizal says he doesn't mind and begs his father to hold on a little longer. He lets him know that he will be able to show him a real dragon very soon. Rizal's father, whose memory is already failing, confuses him with his older brother, Taesong, leaving him disappointed. Rizal then tries to remind him that he is Taiha and not Taesong, but the old man continues to call him Taesong. Rizal decides to call it a night and tucks his father in while the old man continues to call out for Taesong. Nevertheless, Rizal promises to come back tomorrow, after which he steps out of the ward. Outside, Rizal notes that it has been a while since he spoke with his older brother, and just then, his phone begins to ring. He then checks it to see that it's a call from his big brother, Taesong. A few hours later, Rizal arrives at the office to see him, and without wasting time, Taesong begins to scold him for clinging to a game. It is then revealed that Lee Taesong is the eldest son of the Hansong Group conglomerate, while Rizal is the youngest son. Taesong continues to scold Rizal for thinking he could find a dragon inside the game and points out that it's already been months with nothing to show for it. Even though Rizal assures him that he's close to finding the dragon, Taesong refuses to believe it. He angrily points out that it's always the same excuse every time, but Rizal firmly reassures him that this time is the real deal. Taesong completely ignores him and lets him know that this is his last chance. He then warns that Rizal must quit the game for good if this so-called real deal turns out to be another fluke. Afterwards, Rizal excuses himself and walks out of the office, clenching his fist, determined to show Taesong that he did it. After seeing the dragon from Hyunsu's demonstration earlier, even if it was just for a moment, Rizal believes that Hyunsu will surely be able to fulfill their father's dying wish. The following day in the real world, Hyunsu heads to the National Museum to check out the dragon sword template he plans to use to model Rizal's artifact. As he stares at the sword on display, Hyunsu notes that it has been many years since he restored the sword with his father. A few years ago, at the National Museum, Hyunsu's father, Hyuntae, was commissioned by the museum to restore the Yonggwang sword. Hyuntae tried his best to restore it, but he failed because the long years of working as a blacksmith had ruined his arm. He was devastated about this, and Hyunsu couldn't just watch his father's despair, so he offered to do the restoration. Under Hyuntae's careful guidance, Hyunsu successfully restored the Yonggwang sword, and to protect his father's reputation as a master craftsman, they kept it a secret from everyone. After the restoration, people came from afar to admire the restored Yonggwang sword. Hyunsu could never forget how he felt as he watched them from afar with his father. Now he plans to use his father's teaching to create something similar for Rizal. However, Hyunsu notes that relying on memory alone isn't enough. He still needs to remember the kind of emotion and sensation he used to restore the sword back then. Just then, Taesong brushes past him along with the museum director who leads Taesong to the sword display. Staring at the Yongguang sword, Taesong remembers when his father brought him here when he was young. Back then, his father told him that it was the only sword that possessed the spirit of a dragon. Looking at it closely, Taesong is confused because it's now different from the rusty old sword from his childhood memory. What surprises him more is the fact that this current sword has the form of a dragon. Sensing his confusion, the director explains that a master craftsman restored the sword a few years back. Taesong quickly positions himself properly and apologizes for losing his composure earlier. He then praises the master craftsman for doing an amazing job on the restoration. The director agrees that he did, but she tells Taesong that the master craftsman fell into a coma a few years ago after a fire incident. Just then, she turns sideways and notices Hyun-soo, whom she immediately recognizes despite his disguise. Seeing he can no longer go unnoticed, Hyun-soo greets the director as she shakes his hand, saying he must have come to see the sword his father restored. While they're exchanging pleasantries, Taesong and Hyun-soo's eyes meet briefly before Hyun-soo quickly excuses himself. While watching him leave, Taesong commits the fact that Hyun-soo is the master craftsman's son to memory. A few moments later, Hyun-soo logs back into the game to begin forging Rizal's artifact. After seeing the Yongguang sword earlier, he was starting to get the hang of what he needed to do. Just like his father did before restoring any cultural artifacts, Hyun-soo plans to analyze its meaning first. And to do that, he decides to start with Haemasu, the man who first wielded the Yongguang sword. According to the annals of the Joseon dynasty, it was said that Haemasu descended from the heavens holding the Yongguang sword. As Hyun-soo considers the hidden meaning of Haemasu's other name, Cheonwangrang, it suddenly hits him that the name contains the character for sky. At the same time, it also carries the meaning of the sun, so Hyun-soo begins to scribble a few ideas down. After breaking it down, he figures that from this, he can now recreate the perfect Yongguang sword. Suddenly, an urgent notification pops up on his system window. The message is from Rizal informing Hyun-soo that he wants to cancel his request for the dragon sword. Hyun-soo is surprised to see this as he wonders why Rizal would suddenly cancel the request. He then figures it must be because Rizal's father's condition might have worsened. As he recalls how desperate Rizal seemed during their meeting, Hyun-soo wonders if there's another way to help him fulfill his wish. After considering it, he suddenly gets a brilliant idea and immediately crafts a return message for Rizal, asking to speak with him for a moment. Back in the real world, the Hansong family gathers around to be with the old man on his final journey. The doctor informs them that they need to prepare themselves because he might not be able to make it past tomorrow. With the little breath he has, the old man struggles as he tries to say that he misses the Yongguang sword. He then carefully raises his hand in the air, saying that he sees a dragon ascending to the heavens. Gently grabbing the old man's hand, Taesong begs him to stop grasping at straws and firmly lets him know that dragons do not exist. Suddenly, Rizal bursts into the room, calling out for his brother. The doctor then warns Taesong that the patient cannot handle such a disturbance. Without paying him any attention, Rizal excitedly tells them that he's about to connect to Ares right there in the room. He then rushes to his father's side, promising to show him a dragon. Fed up, Taesong angrily scolds Rizal for still clinging to the impossible, but Rizal ignores him and immediately connects to Ares with his father. The next moment, the old man is confused when he finds himself in the beginner zone of the Barden territory. As he tries to make sense of his environment, Rizal comes rushing towards him, and the old man actually recognizes him this time. Rizal excitedly tells him to wait a moment, and as they anxiously wait, a group of instructors arrives, drawing everyone's attention. As they walk up to Rizal and his father, one of them turns out to be Hyun-soo's old blacksmith friend Ren from Ren's smithy. Just behind Ren is Relson, the hunting training ground instructor whom Hyun-soo apparently contacted. Rizal humbly greets the duo, after which they tell him to follow them. As they head out, the old man asks Rizal where they're going, and Rizal simply tells him that he'll know the answer when they get there. A few minutes later, they arrive outside the territory where Barden's Lord Vans is waiting for them on a horse. Pointing to a horse behind him, Vans explains that Hyun-soo contacted him to help, and he urges them to mount the horse. Rizal then carefully helps his father onto the horse before setting out with Vans in the lead. During the ride, Vans is excited as he explains that this is the first time in his life that he's experiencing something so thrilling thanks to Hyun-soo. Rizal also agrees with him, as he says he never thought it would be possible either. As they continue riding forward, he can't help but wonder why an NPC is being so friendly. The entire encounter leaves him questioning what Hyun-soo truly is. Just then, Rizal's father slightly turns around only to react in shock as a horde of terrifying monsters begins to chase them relentlessly. Back in the real world, the special user management team is shocked as they watch the whole scene unfold. The officer can't believe that Vans, the lord of the beginner zone, opened up his territory for a level 1 old man. The most shocking part of the whole thing is that Vans is personally escorting the old man because of Hyun-soo.
Team leader Kim is so shocked that he figures this must be because of a bug in the game. While the duo stares at their screen in disbelief, the game developer, Seijin, arrives, telling them it's not a bug. Seijin goes on to explain that those guys are all NPCs who have maxed out their bond with Hyunsu, so they're moving according to his request, ignoring the game's restrictions. The officer wonders if it's possible for Vans to actually ignore the restrictions and leave the beginner zone. Kim also doubts it's possible, seeing as monsters were already in pursuit just to stop him from leaving. But Seijin believes it's possible since that's exactly what he hoped for when he built Ares. He wanted to create a world changed by players, and Hyunsu was doing exactly that with how he had managed to spark a change in several NPCs' behavior. Meanwhile, Rizel's father is terrified when he sees the hordes of monsters chasing after them. As the horde gets closer, Vans is puzzled to see them because he purposely took this route just to avoid them, but somehow they still found him. He then informs Rizel that it's just a little further before they reach the border and promises to escort him that far. Before long, one of the giant monsters catches up to them and is about to smash them to pieces when an arrow hits the monster, halting its attack. It turns out to be more loyal NPCs all the way from the Cassel territory. The soldiers prepare to battle as they encourage each other to do their utmost best for Hyunsu's sake. Soon, a fierce battle ensues as the soldiers block the monsters while their knight captain Carl arrives to help Rizel and his father cross over. After introducing himself to them, Cal tells them that he came at his benefactor's request and urges them to move quickly. Vans then thanks him before urging Rizel, telling him that they need to move faster. Before long, they finally arrive outside the main gate of the Goyard Kingdom, and Vans tells Rizel that he can only escort them this far. Rizel then thanks him, and when the gates finally open, Barad is seen with his army waiting for them. Barad then asks if they're his friend, Hyunsu's acquaintances. Realizing that they are the ones Hyunsu told him about, Barad orders the kingdom's vice commander of the knights, Bella, to escort them. At the same time, Rizel is astonished that the Sword King himself refers to Hyunsu as a friend. It only deepens his curiosity, leaving him wondering just what kind of insane game Hyunsu has been playing. Soon afterwards, they continue their journey as Bella leads the knights who surround Rizel and his father. The old man then asks Rizel about their destination, and Rizel happily informs him that they're going to meet a dragon. As soon as he hears this, a wide smile spreads across the old man's face, like a child who's about to see Disney World. A few moments later, they arrive outside a clearing where Nell and Hyunsu are waiting for them with the artifact in hand. As their horses come to a halt, Bella tells Rizel that Hyunsu is waiting for him in front. Rizel then alights from the horse and carefully helps his father down. As soon as they meet up with him, Hyunsu immediately presents the sword to Rizel, telling him that the artifact imbued with a dragon has been completed. Rizel then takes the sword, and after quietly running his hands over it, his anticipation grows as he turns to the side to look at his father. He then unsheathes the sword, and as he raises it to the sky, a golden light erupts. From the golden light, a massive dragon emerges, circling right above them, leaving them stunned. Even Nell can't believe it's an actual dragon, and as the dragon continues to circle the sky, covered in golden light, joyful tears well up in the old man's eyes. He had finally seen a real dragon flying in the sky, and this was his lifelong wish. As Rizel quietly watches the show next to his father, he asks why the old man is so obsessed with seeing a dragon. Just as the old man struggles to remember the reason for his obsession, Taesong joins them, making Rizel wonder how he got here. Once the old man hears Taesong's name, he finally recalls that he was obsessed with dragons because Taesong said he wanted to see a dragon with Rizel. Taesong is instantly emotional as he realizes that all along, he was the cause of his father's obsession. The memories finally come flooding back to Taesong. When he was young, he had been completely obsessed with dragons. Back then, Rizel was still just a baby, yet dragons were all Taesong ever wanted to talk about. He constantly bombarded his father with questions like whether dragons really exist, what they ate, and how big they were. His father always answered patiently, telling him that dragons were enormous creatures that lived in a distant land far away. More importantly, his father had promised that one day he would take Taesong to see a dragon. Taesong eagerly looked forward to the day he and his younger brother would see one together. Back in the present, tears well up in Taesong's eyes as he realizes that his father never forgot that promise. Placing his hand on his father's shoulders, Taesong thanks him for keeping his promise. Soon afterwards, the old man places his hands on his two sons as they watch the dragon circling the sky together. After a while, they sit on the grass together to continue watching the dragon as a sense of relief washes through the old man that he has fulfilled his lifelong wish before joining his ancestors. Shortly after the dragon show, Nell and Hyunsu return to their base, where Nell commends Hyunsu for summoning a dragon. Hyunsu says it wasn't him but Rizel who succeeded in summoning the dragon. He then reveals that Rizel said the moment he held the sword, several system windows popped up.
Nell is surprised to hear this, but Hyunsu tells her that he doesn't know the exact details about the window. However, Rizal promised he would tell Hyunsu about it after his father's funeral. Nell then asks Hyunsu whether he really turned down a blank check from Rizal. Hyunsu confirms that he did, but adds that Rizal later returned the check. Nell then urges him to fill in an amount as she wonders how much he plans to ask for. She suggests asking for something practical, like a building, since real estate is the best investment. However, Hyunsu rejects the suggestion, saying that he has something else in mind. Curious, Nell asks what he is planning. After listening to his explanation, she looks at him in surprise, impressed that he came up with such an idea. She then commends him for thinking of something so practical and reasonable. Back in the real world, Rizal receives a message from Hyunsu and he figures it must be about the payment. The moment he sees Hyunsu's demand, a faint smile spreads across Rizal's face before turning into full-blown laughter. Rizal continues to laugh as he stares at what Hyunsu wrote on the blank check. 2 days ago at the funeral hall, Taesong had called Rizal and asked him to sit next to him. Rizal complied without questioning why, after which Taesong asked him what he planned to do with his life in the future. However, Rizal didn't have an answer, so Taesong reminded him about what their father said while they were watching the dragon circle the sky. Back then, the old man called his sons and told them to make sure they live fun lives without regrets, experiencing things that money can't buy. As Taesong rises to his feet, he encourages his brother to pursue the kind of life their father once spoke about. He gives Rizal a pat on the shoulder and tells him to follow whatever path he truly wants. Before Rizal can respond, Taesong turns and begins to walk away. However, knowing his brother will likely remain devoted to Ares, he glances back and tells Rizal to become the very best at it. As he walks away, Taesong waves at Rizal, promising that he will focus on making the Hansong group the best. Rizal was moved by his big brother's words as he quietly watched him leave. Back in the present, Rizal arrives in Freya territory to fulfill his agreement with Hyunsu. As he stares at Hyunsu's base, Rizal looks forward to joining the guild. Even though he knows that the guild is newly formed, he believes it will soon become the world's best guild. Rizal immediately pushes open the door where Nell and Hyunsu are already waiting for him. Hyunsu then welcomes him, and Rizal goes straight into business, asking if Hyunsu recalls what they previously talked about. He then pulls up the system to show Hyunsu the content he promised to tell him about. It turns out that what Rizal saw the day he held the sword was 2 different choices to become the Dragon Lord or a Dragon Knight. Basically, the Dragon Lord is a Lord class that can command many allies under their command, while the Dragon Knight is a unique class that can protect someone and even punish those who threaten them. Hyunsu and Nell are surprised to see this because the 2 choices are unique ranks and it's the first time they've seen something like that. Rizal then reveals that the 2 choices popped up the moment he held the Dragon Flame sword. Hyunsu then asks if he has made his decision, and Rizal hesitates before confidently announcing that he has chosen the path of the Dragon Knight. Speaking about the 2 paths, the Dragon Lord dominates others, while a Dragon Knight is a class meant to protect others. This is the major reason why Rizal chose the latter path, as he lets Hyunsu know that he wants to protect everyone together with him. Hyunsu is pleased with Rizal's choice as the duo shakes on it, and Hyunsu welcomes him to the guild. And just like that, Rizal is registered as a member of the Gwangmyeong Guild, also known as the Guild of Light. Nell then happily lets Rizal know that he's the 3rd member of the guild. Rizal is surprised to hear this and asks her about the 2nd member of the guild. Nell explains that the 2nd member is a tank named Bark, and she promises to introduce them when Bark arrives later. Afterwards, Rizal tells Hyunsu that he wants to offer additional compensation apart from what was written on the blank check, but Hyunsu tells him not to bother. Rizal then informs Hyunsu that Taesong wants to meet him, and at that moment, Hyunsu realizes that the man at the National Museum was actually Rizal's brother. He then agrees to meet, but as Rizal immediately decides to contact Taesong, Hyunsu is taken aback by the sudden meeting. Later in the real world, somewhere in Gyeongju City, Hyunsu observes the workers renovating the blacksmith's workshop. He's still thinking about how to finish paying for the construction when someone calls out to him. Hyunsu then turns around to see Taesong waving at him instead of Rizal. When they finally meet, Taesong properly introduces himself to Hyunsu as the chairman of Hansong Group and Rizal's older brother. That is when it finally clicks for Hyunsu that the Hansong Group Taesong is talking about is South Korea's top conglomerate. Ruffled by this revelation, Hyunsu stammers as he greets Taesong back. Hyunsu says he wasn't expecting Taesong to come find him in front of his father's forge. Taesong explains that it's because he was eager to meet since Hyunsu did something incredible for them. Hyunsu tries to explain that he didn't do much, but Taesong disagrees and goes on to explain that what Hyunsu did for him, his younger brother, and their father was enough for them to be grateful. He then reveals that he also knows Hyunsu was the one who restored the real Yeonggwang sword displayed at the museum. Hyunsu quickly objected, insisting that the restoration was his father's work, but Taesong disagreed. He then recounts how, as a child, he had been fascinated by dragons, and because of that, seeing the rusted dragon flame sword at the museum had left a strong impression on him. Then, when he saw the restored version earlier, it felt as though he had been transported back to his younger days. Taesong goes on to tell Hyun-soo that what he and his father accomplished is truly remarkable. By restoring the sword, they preserved a piece of the nation's history and ensured that future generations would continue to remember it. He then admits that he never expected people who had contributed so much to preserving the country's cultural heritage to be struggling through such difficult circumstances. Nevertheless, Taesong tells Hyun-soo that he wishes to change this and begs Hyun-soo to allow him to help in whichever way he can. Pulling something from inside his coat pocket, he says it's his way of repaying Hyun-soo for what he did for them. He then hands Hyun-soo an envelope with the Hansong Group's logo, telling him to move forward. Afterwards, Taesong declares that he wants to clear the path for the master. Soon after his meeting, Hyun-soo logs back into the game where he receives a confirmation for a pilot program from AJ Broadcasting. The program is supposed to be a special segment for Rezel to reveal his new Dragon Knight class and unbox the artifact from Hyun's forge. However, Hyun-soo is confused after receiving the confirmation, so he turns to Nell for an explanation. He then learns that it's a broadcast appearance for Rezel and an unboxing event for the Dragon Flame Sword. Nell excitedly assures Hyun-soo that with this program, the ranking of Hyun's forge will skyrocket. Hyun-soo stares at her in disbelief as he wonders what happened to asking for his own 2 cents since Nell made this decision without telling him. Nell then asks Hyun-soo about Hyun's forge's current ranking, and Hyun-soo quickly checks to see that they're ranked 48th on the national rankings. Their follower count was still a little over 400,000. Nell decides to check the current overall Blacksmith rankings, where Black Anvil, Golden Shield, and Jejeon Gong are firmly holding on to the 1st to 3rd place. Nell explains that these guilds mass-produce high-quality weapons and sell them to secure a place on the rankings. Hyun-soo wonders if he should also start mass-producing weapons to catch up with them, but Nell tells him that their current strategy works fine. She says the fact that their rank rose to 48th place when they hardly sold any items is proof that Hyun-soo's artifacts themselves have a powerful ripple effect. Nell then excitedly tells them that revealing a new artifact on the live broadcast will cause an insane sensation and help them rise in the national rankings. She adds that Rezel is the best candidate for this and shakes his hand, telling him that she trusts him to handle it properly. Rezel returns the handshake as he reassures Nell that he will do his best. The whole time, Hyun-soo is cast aside, watching them like an unimportant NPC. A few moments later, as they settle down to watch the live stream, Hyun-soo is still lost about Nell's plan. Despite asking her what to look forward to, Nell lets him know it's no fun for him to know beforehand. Soon afterward, the program begins, and Hyun-soo decides to just watch it. The host, MC Two Thumbs, takes the stage, welcoming everyone to the new show. The viewer count soon skyrockets to almost 200,000 as everyone in the comment section urges Thumbs to stop dawdling and go straight to the point. Announcing that he'll be introducing a new job class, Thumbs immediately invites Rezel to the stage as the Dragon Knight. Upon taking the stage, Rezel greets the audience, but when he tells them that he's a Dragon Knight, the comment section is flooded by people mocking him for being delusional since it's already common knowledge that Ares has no dragons. Seeing the strong negative reaction from the viewers, Thumbs then asks Rezel to reveal how he obtained the special dragon class. Before Rezel can even respond, the comments flood with impatient users urging him to explain quickly. Thumbs also asks Rezel to reveal if this so-called Dragon Knight class truly exists. Rezel immediately opens his system window for everyone to see, but he sets a few pieces of information to private. This time, the stream is flooded with comments of viewers expressing how astonished they are that it was not a fluke. Rezel then goes on to explain that he was originally just a normal knight, but Thumbs lets him know that someone ranked 21st on the national rankings is far from normal. He then asks how Rezel changed his class to Dragon Knight, and the viewers also urge him to reveal the secret, complaining that the intro is taking too long. Without wasting any more time, Rezel pulls out his Dragon Flame sword, and as he swings it, the viewers begin to wonder what he's trying to do. Ignoring the noise, Rezel then continues to swing the sword until the golden light erupts and the dragon finally emerges. Thumbs is so shocked that he stumbles to the ground, speechless at the sight of the enormous dragon circling behind Rezel. Rezel quickly lends him a hand to stand up while asking if he was surprised. Thumbs carefully accepts Rezel's hand as he pretends as if he didn't almost pee his pants just now. After regaining his composure, Thumbs faces the audience as he returns to his usual chummy self. Meanwhile, the comment section is flooded with users praising the team for giving them a good show. Afterward, Thumbs asks Rezel why he summoned a dragon, and Rezel replies that it is a long story. He then points out that showing them would be much faster than trying to explain everything himself. Rezel then opens the sword's stats panel to show everyone that the Dragon Flame Sword is a legendary weapon custom-made by Hyun's forge. Its durability is over 8,000, with an attack power of over 500. Apparently, the sword increases its user's stats by 1.3%, and the attack power against animal-type monsters increases by 70%. The sword can also give Rezel a special active skill named with the dragon and a passive skill called Dragon's Claw. After checking the stats, the viewers are amazed as the comment section is flooded by praises for the artifact and people wishing they could get one. At the same time, Thumbs explains to the audience that Rizel's class change to Dragon Knight was largely thanks to the Dragon Flame Sword. He also announces that it's the first legendary grade artifact in the country, causing the audience to applaud the great feat. Meanwhile, Hyunsu finally understands that the surprise Nell was talking about is that she wanted to show a dragon on the broadcast. Nell confirms that it is and explains that it was her secret plan with Rizel. She then goes on to explain that Hyun's forge makes incredible weapons that everyone covets but can't have because they're not mass-produced, so she decided to use this as their advantage. Therefore, by showing off the dragon on the stage, Nell wants people to perceive the artifacts from Hyun's forge as rare and extremely special. By doing this, their forge will solidify that image completely in this broadcast. Back in the show, Thumbs mentions that Rizel became a Dragon Knight with the second legendary grade artifact of all time. He also asks Rizel if the sword was crafted by Blacksmith Hyun, but to his surprise, Rizel tells him that he's wrong. Thumbs is confused as he quickly checks the sword again to make sure he didn't get that wrong. But the next moment, Rizel informs him that this sword is actually the third legendary grade artifact in the entire world. As soon as the words leave Rizel's lips, the comment section is flooded with users telling him to explain. Some even demand that Blacksmith Hyun make an appearance. Elsewhere, Rowoon, who has been following the live broadcast, is also surprised to hear that this is not Blacksmith Hyun's first legendary grade artifact. He notes that even Smith, who is ranked number 1 among blacksmiths in the entire world, has only been able to craft one legendary grade artifact so far. Just then, Rowoon receives over 100 messages from the Blacksmith Guildmasters group. He then opens the message only to see that it's from the top guildmasters, panicking that Hyun's forge is about to steal their spot as the top dogs in the country. One of them is even worried that Blacksmith Hyun might soon steal all their VIP customers. Back in the live stream, Rizel shows the audience a clip to let them know that Barad's sword was the first legendary grade artifact crafted by Blacksmith Hyun. At the same time, the viewer count for the live broadcast skyrockets to over 400,000, and Rowoon notes that it is the highest count ever. Rowoon is astonished as he wonders just who exactly this Blacksmith Hyun is. The following day after the broadcast, Nell and Bark commend Rizel for doing a good job during the broadcast. Nell then informs him that AJ Station will send $40 million as a sponsorship fee and $10 million for appearance fees. However, Rizel lets her know that he already rejected the appearance fee, but Nell explains that they said the fees are for Hyunsu. Nell then praises Rizel, telling him that he was much more shameless on the show than she expected. Afterwards, she shows them the new ranking for Hyun's forge after yesterday's broadcast, and it turns out they skyrocketed all the way to the 20th place. Hyunsu is pleased that they were able to reach the top 20 in a single day. Bark points out that this is the first time a personal blacksmith shop has reached that rank. Nell is over the moon as she reveals that their requests have increased several times more than usual. Apparently, many VIPs who used to go to the top 3 blacksmith shops have switched to Hyun's forge. Nell mentions that the other guilds must be nervous about this. Rizel and Bark congratulate Hyunsu, telling him that all his hard work is finally paying off, and Hyunsu thanks them for the kind words. He is about to tell them their guild activities will begin on a full scale when he receives an urgent notification. Hyunsu then brushes off the topic of officially starting their guild activities as he announces that he received a message from the Black Anvil Guildmaster, Rowoon. Everyone is curious to hear this as they rush to surround Hyunsu just to see the message for themselves. Hyunsu then begins to read the message out loud and is surprised when he realizes that Rowoon is asking to meet with him directly. Bark finds it absurd for anyone to ask to meet a user who is famous for having a mysterious persona. Rizel agrees with him and asks Hyunsu if the message contains any other information. Before Hyunsu can respond, Nell chimes in as she points out that this isn't the first time that Rowoon has contacted Blacksmith Hyun. Hyunsu confirms this, and Nell then suggests he agree to the meeting. She points out that for someone of Rowoon's caliber to reach out like this means he wants more than just to see Hyunsu. After briefly considering it, Hyunsu agrees it's a good idea for them to meet. However, before the meeting, Nell excitedly informs them that they need to make thorough preparations. She then instructs Rizel and Bark to take out all the artifacts they possess, as Hyunsu silently dreads what she's about to do to him. A few hours later, Hyunsu, covered from head to toe in disguise artifacts, arrives at the location to meet Rowoon as promised. As he walks into the room, Hyunsu feels like a clown and notes that Nell might have gone overboard with the voice changer mask and even a robe to disguise everything about him. Upon entering the room, he finds Rowoon waiting for him in front of a lavish feast. Rowoon immediately welcomes Hyunsu, and after properly introducing himself, the duo sits down for the feast. Unfortunately, because of Hyunsu's mask, he's unable to enjoy the feast prepared for him. Nevertheless, Hyunsu thanks Rowoon for the feast and explains that it will be difficult for him to eat because of his face mask. Rowoon assures him that it's fine and adds that he's already grateful that Hyunsu even accepted the invitation. Without wasting time, Rowoon then jumps straight to business as he bluntly invites Hyunsu to become the Vice Guild Master of Black Anvil. He even goes as far as to offer Hyunsu half of the guild's profits if he agrees to the proposal. Hyunsu is taken aback by this offer because Black Anvil isn't just ranked first domestically, but from what Nell said, their annual income exceeds 10 billion won. Hyunsu then asks Rowoon if he's serious about the offer and wonders what Rowoon would do if he demands more. Rowoon bluntly lets him know that he would agree no matter the terms. Hyunsu is quite taken aback when he hears this, as Rowoon explains that Hyunsu is worth it since he crafted 2 legendary-grade artifacts. He then declares that recruiting Hyunsu will help their guild aim for the #1 spot in the world. After hearing him out, Hyunsu thanks Rowoon for the offer before straight-up rejecting it. Rowoon isn't surprised, as he says he was already expecting the rejection. He adds that he knew Hyunsu would refuse, so he prepared a separate offer and asked if Hyunsu would like to hear about it. After his meeting with Rowoon, Hyunsu heads to the hospital to check on his father. He's relieved when he discovers that his father's condition seems to have improved a lot. Afterwards, he heads to the reception, where the nurse immediately recognizes him as Kang Hyun-tae's son. She asks what he wants, and Hyunsu simply says he wants to register. Another nurse checks his father's profile and points out that all his payments have been fully settled. Hyunsu then explains that he came for himself today to register for rehabilitation therapy for his lower body and hand. He further adds that he's earning more now and wants to look healthy when his father finally wakes up. The nurse is so touched when she hears this and excitedly helps him out with the registration. They're almost moved to tears as they cheer for Hyunsu, and he thanks them for their kind words. By the time Hyunsu leaves the hospital, it's already evening, so he decides to check his messages before heading home. Hyunsu is surprised when he finds over 100 messages waiting for him, as usual, most of which are from Nell. From the message, Nell tells Hyunsu to check out the link she sent and reveals that the internet is in uproar because of Blacksmith Hyun. As Hyunsu opens the link, he finds several articles written about his 2 legendary artifacts and another about how Hyun's forge skyrocketed to 19th place in one day. Other articles were comparing which was superior, Barad's legendary sword and Rizel's dragon flame sword. As Hyunsu continues to scroll, he finds a post asking if Blacksmith Hyun will soon surpass Black Anvil. This immediately reminds him of his meeting with Rowoon. Apparently, after the meeting, Rowoon gave Hyunsu a card containing his personal number. After that, he declared that Hyunsu would definitely claim first place in the world rankings with his own strength. Rowoon had told Hyunsu that when that day came, he should make sure to personally scout him. Thinking back to Rowoon's strange request, Hyunsu notes that the guy is a very unique person. Instead of trying to buy Hyunsu out or crush him before he can threaten Black Anvil, Rowoon simply wanted to join him. Because of this, Hyunsu admits that he's a decent guy. Later, as he logs back into the game, Hyunsu makes up his mind to work harder and grow quickly. To do that, he checks through his job quest and learns that he can now proceed with an old quest left by the god of blacksmiths. This was the quest that he picked when he first changed jobs, and it was classified as A rank. The quest required him to be the descendant of the god of blacksmiths, and he must be between level 100 and 130. Back then, because of the level limit, Hyunsu put the quest aside to focus on grinding. Besides, he didn't know much at the time, so he simply prioritized other quests. But now that he has reached the level restriction, he wants to pick it back up. The quest's reward was still unknown, but the penalty for failure was that Hyunsu would be disqualified as a descendant of the god of blacksmiths, and Hyunsu is required to meet the Tower Lord of the Sword Blacksmiths, Dang, to ask how to proceed with the quest. Hyunsu isn't particularly enthusiastic about the quest once he realizes that the penalty for failure is incredibly brutal. Nevertheless, he decides to proceed with it and summons a messenger pigeon to send a message to the blacksmith's tower as he looks forward to seeing some familiar faces. Meanwhile, outside the blacksmith's tower, danger lurks as a horde of monster wolves gradually approaches the tower with their vicious alpha. Inside the tower, the legacy already claimed by Hyunsu suddenly appears, leaving the tower lords confused. Everyone is shocked that the sword of the god of blacksmiths returned to its original position, even after they witnessed Hyunsu claiming the sword. The doubting Thomases of the group immediately begin to argue that Hyunsu was never qualified to claim the legacy in the first place. Another question is what Hyunsu has been doing since he became the successor, while some old dude wonders if their tower has no future. 2 other lords lament that their generation will probably be the last since the god's existence has become meaningless. With monsters always attacking the tower recently, one of them reasons that the tower might be done for. However, while everyone is bashing Hyunsu, Coulson grits his teeth in anger. Fed up with all the unnecessary insults on his role model, Coulson angrily barks at the naysayers for spouting nonsense about Hyunsu. He argues that Hyunsu is the new god of blacksmiths acknowledged by him, so no one has the right to speak ill of him. He then turns to Dang to back him up, and Dang reminds the lords that they all saw Hyunsu prove himself before them, yet they doubt him over such a trivial matter. But the lords refuse to back down as they point to the returned sword, saying they need to figure out why it reappeared. Just then, a loud rumble echoes throughout the tower, shaking its foundation. The lords are spooked as they begin to wonder what is happening. They immediately rush outside the walls only to see a large horde of monster wolves heading towards the tower. The wolves soon begin chasing after the workers who race towards the tower like their very lives depended on it. Meanwhile, the lords are stunned that monsters are attacking so close to the tower this time. While they're wondering what to do, Dang pulls out his sword and urges them to come together to deal with this monster crisis first. Before long, a fierce battle ensues between the wolves and tower lords, but the wolves soon begin to overwhelm them. No matter how many they killed, the number of monsters refused to decrease. Dang then suggests requesting backup from the surrounding territories, but someone informs him that all mages are currently deployed in battle, so calling for reinforcement is impossible. Soon, everyone prepares themselves as another wave of monster wolves rushes towards the tower. Seeing the massive horde approaching, the lords begin to panic as they wonder if this is truly the end of the Tower of Blacksmiths. Coulson quickly barks at the old dude to snap out of his petty self-pity, asking if he's already giving up without putting up a fight. Suddenly, one of the wolves pounces on Coulson before he can react, but he blocks the attack with his bare hands. Just as the vicious wolf is about to tear through his defense, a miracle happens as the wolves begin to tremble like wet puppies and back away slowly. The tower lords are left puzzled as they wonder why the monsters are suddenly acting weird. From a distance, Hyunsu struts into the battlefield, oozing Fenrir's aura because of his armor. The wolves start barking at him like measly mutts, and all this is thanks to the ability of Fenrir's armaments to inflict the fear status effect on wolves and monsters. As Hyunsu continues to stride forward, the monsters whine and whimper to the side in fear, avoiding him.
Except for one huge wolf, whom Hyunsu immediately recognizes as their alpha. Without fear, the alpha swiftly charges towards Hyunsu, but before it can even get close, Hyunsu pulls out the 1,000-pound bow and shoots it directly in the head. The arrow immediately applies 1,000 pounds of weight to the monster, causing it to be crushed into the ground. Once their alpha is dead, the mutts start whining in fear as they slowly back away until they finally flee from the scene. The blacksmiths are left completely puzzled while Hyunsu deactivates his armor, after which he checks on Coulson, who is over the moon, when he realizes that Hyunsu was the one behind the armor. As Coulson wonders how he got there, Hyunsu is surprised and explains that he already sent a messenger pigeon earlier. Just then, the stupid pigeon arrives fashionably late, leaving Dang confused and making things awkward.
Afterwards, everyone heads back inside the tower, where Hyunsu is surprised to see the sword he already claimed. This leaves him puzzled as he recalls that he previously absorbed the sword's essence. Coulson explains that the situation also left them confused, so they were wondering if Hyunsu received a separate message about it. However, he did not, and after considering the situation, Hyunsu concludes that it may be because he has been putting off his class quest for so long. Suddenly, a notification pops up asking Hyunsu to prove his achievements. After thinking about it for a moment, Hyunsu begins to list out his achievements as he walks up to the sword. He comments that he crafted the 1,000-pound bow and won the martial arts tournament. Hyunsu also adds that he saved the Sword King, Barad, and crafted his first legendary sword. As he grabs the sword, Hyunsu recounts that he crafted a second legendary sword and summoned a dragon. The Tower Lords are left in shock after hearing all the insane things that Hyunsu has been up to so far. Afterwards, the system informs Hyunsu that he has proven his qualifications as the god of blacksmiths. Coulson is over the moon when he hears this, as he notes that he was right about Hyunsu, and the god of blacksmiths didn't abandon the tower. Dang is so relieved that he joins Coulson as they cry tears of joy. Coulson then proudly turned to the naysayers to make sure they saw and heard everything. But before he can finish talking, the other lords fall to their knees to pledge their allegiance to Hyunsu. They also apologize for doubting him earlier, but Hyunsu doesn't hold it against them and even thanks them for believing in him right now. The lords then bow down and in unison swear to risk their lives to follow Hyunsu, no matter the cost. The sudden gesture takes Hyunsu by surprise as he tries to get them to stop. Unable to stop them, Hyunsu decides to flee while they chase after him, determined to prove their loyalty. Somewhere in the Ares' temple, chaos erupts as cloaked soldiers scramble around searching for the Saintess. The leader of the team tells his men to eliminate everyone except for the Saintess. At the same time, two young girls hide beside a wall close to the temple, secretly observing everything. The blonde girl soon notices a good hiding spot behind her, so she tells the brunette named Belia to go over there. Without wasting any time, Belia rushes over and squeezes herself behind a cluster of rocks. Just as she is about to call out to the blonde girl, who turns out to be the Saintess, and urge her to hide as well, the assailants spot the Saintess first. They immediately seize and gag her, preventing her from making a sound. One of the men then scans the surrounding area, searching for anyone else who might be nearby. Fortunately, Belia remains hidden behind the rocks and escapes his notice. At the same time, she presses her hand over her mouth to keep herself from making a sound. As she watches the Saintess being taken away, her mind races as she desperately tries to figure out what to do next. Just then, a class quest notification appears before Belia. The message informs her that, as a child of the Saintess, she has been assigned a new quest to find the Savior. The reward for completing the quest is divine power, while failure will result in the destruction of Ares' temple. The notification warns her that both the temple and the Saintess she serves, Arya, are in grave danger. To prevent that fate, Belia must locate the Savior, who is currently in the Tower of Blacksmiths. Meanwhile, inside the tower, while Hyunsu is still struggling to convince the Lord to stop kneeling to him, a new class quest notification pops up on his interface. Seeing his reaction, one of the lords asks Hyunsu if he received any new revelation from the gods. However, Hyunsu completely ignores the old farts as he scans through the new class quest. According to the prompt, the quest is termed the God's Wish, and it is strictly for the descendant of the god of blacksmiths. The message informs Hyunsu that Asuka, the first blacksmith god, has been forsaken, and now the Saintess of the Church of Ares is in danger. He's then tasked with becoming the savior of the church and proving Asuka's continued existence. The reward for the quest is Asnium, known as the god's secret art, and the penalty for failure is that Hyunsu cannot proceed with the next class quest. After checking the brief, Hyunsu finally answers the old farts, telling them that he just got a revelation in his mind. He then informs them that it seems the Church of Ares is in danger. The lords are shocked to hear this because the Church of Ares is supposed to be the most powerful faction on the continent. One of the lords points out that something really unusual is happening around the continent and not just to the Tower of Blacksmiths. As Hyunsu stares at the quest info, he wonders how he's supposed to prove Asuka's continued existence. Daeng is stunned when Hyunsu mentions Asuka, so he asks for confirmation. Once he confirms it, Hyunsu tells Daeng about the reward for completing the task, which is Asnium, but Hyunsu says he has never heard about it before. Daeng then recounts that according to ancient records, Asuka was the first blacksmith and was known as the blacksmith god. As for Asnium, it is a divine mineral created by Asuka and imbued with divine power. But now, this divine mineral is considered a legendary mineral. After narrating the story, Daeng asks Hyunsu if he can also see the real Asnium. But Hyunsu lets him know that he can't get the reward right away until the mission is resolved. Daeng immediately deflates in disappointment when he hears this. Hyunsu then informs Daeng that the message asked him to save a Saintess in danger. He asks if Daeng knows where he's supposed to go to save the so-called Saintess. Unfortunately, no one knows anything, and Coulson explains that it's because they have no interactions with the Church of Ares, so they're not familiar with them. Just then, a man interrupts them and announces that he brought the Saintess's child. Hyunsu is surprised to hear this, as it seems everything is beginning to fall into place. Back in the real world, Seijin is surprised by the sudden linked quest that popped up for Belia and Hyunsu. One was to find the savior, while the other was to become the savior. Because of this, Seijin concludes that the game, Ares, seems to be biased towards Hyunsu's guild. He then points out that the only thing Gwangmyeong lacks right now is a healer. So if they succeed in recruiting Belia through this quest, then the guild will become the strongest elite guild. Back in the game, Belia pulls off her cloak as she explains that she came to the tower to find the savior. After introducing herself, Belia tells them that she's the successor of the Saintess, Arya, a high-ranking official of the Church of Ares. Belia says she's tasked with assisting the Saintess, even though she considers herself lacking. She then humbly begs Hyunsu to save Arya and help them stop the wicked deeds of the Calamity Cult. Hyunsu is taken aback by Belia's sincerity as he notes that she feels like a proper NPC. Afterwards, Belia asks for Hyunsu's class or level, and Hyunsu tells her that he's a blacksmith at level 120. After mentioning his level, Hyunsu begins to feel like a real game player. Meanwhile, Belia is shocked when she learns that the so-called savior is a blacksmith. She's visibly disappointed that he not only has a weird class, but also a low level, making her wonder if maybe she came to the wrong dude. The whole impossible situation almost causes Belia to collapse as Hyunsu rushes to her side to check on her. She then manages to steady herself, and as her eyes lock on Hyunsu, she decides to trust him since he didn't deny the savior title in the first place. Clenching her fist, Belia earnestly begs Hyunsu to save the Saintess who was captured by the Calamity Cult. Without hesitation, Hyunsu agrees to help her as long as it's something he can do. Like a clueless mutt, he then asks Belia about the Calamity Cult. Belia is shocked that the so-called savior knows nothing about the Calamity Cult, so Coulson offers to tell him about them. According to Coulson, the Calamity Cult is a religious order that worships evil, and they have been hostile towards the Church of Ares for a long time. After the cult's power was greatly weakened by the Holy War, they suddenly vanished into thin air. Because of their sudden disappearance from the public eye, the Church of Ares refocused all its efforts on relief. But one day, Belia suddenly received a strange notification that the Calamity Cult's high priest Jack had used the Book of Calamity to form a barrier around the temple. She immediately rushed outside only to see the whole temple shrouded with a dark barrier. This barrier greatly weakened everyone in the temple imbued with divine power, and the barrier expanded up to a 5-kilometer radius from the temple. Because of the divine power debuff placed on the temple, the saintess, paladins, priests, and believers nearby couldn't even use their strength to fight back. The Calamity Cult took advantage of that opening to wreak havoc on the temple and capture the saintess. Apparently, they planned to offer her as a sacrifice to summon an evil deity. As soon as the Tower Lords hear this, they note that this whole thing might spark a second holy war. Meanwhile, Hyunsu quietly digests the story before asking the messenger who brought Belia earlier if there's a horse they can use right now. The man confirms there is and tells Hyunsu that he'll get it ready for them. Hyunsu then walks away while Belia follows behind, calling his name. Before she can say anything, he informs her that he also received a similar quest to hers. Hyunsu then lets Belia know that their quest is supposed to be something they need to work on together. He then glances at her and tells her, saying they need to leave right away if they want to save the saintess. He then tells Belia to lead the way, and Belia, concerned, asks if Hyunsu will be alright alone. She explains that there were so many monsters on her way to the tower that she's worried he might not be able to handle it alone. Hyunsu then tells her not to worry about it and assures her that he will keep the monsters from laying a finger on her. Despite the comforting words, Belia is still anxious as she wonders whether there's nothing she can do to help. Soon afterward, Hyunsu rides off to save the saintess with Belia on his back. On their way, they end up passing through the Sanctuary of Wolves recommended for players between levels 110 and 180. As Belia clutches tightly to Hyunsu, one of the wolves suddenly appears beside them. Just as it is about to leap on them, she calls out to Hyunsu to warn him. Without batting an eye, Hyunsu effortlessly kicks the wolf in the face, crushing it. He then asks Belia if there is any other route they can take, but Belia explains that this is the only path leading to the temple. Before long, the horde of monsters catches up to them once again. This time, Hyunsu abruptly brings the horse to a halt, deciding that it would be better to eliminate the monsters now rather than continue running from them. Hyunsu and Belia dismount as the monsters quickly surround them from all sides. While the creatures growl and slowly close in, Belia stands behind Hyunsu, trembling with fear. She is worried because, like her, Hyunsu does not belong to a combat class, and his level is relatively low. Determined to help in any way she can, Belia decides to support him from the rear with healing magic and leave the rest to fate. After casting Heal, she opens her eyes and instantly freezes in shock as a huge monster leaps straight for Hyunsu. With the wolf charging toward him with ferocity, Hyunsu simply prepares himself to deliver a powerful cut that slices the wolf's head off. Without holding back, he goes after the rest of the pack, delivering quick cuts to dismember them before they can even react. Even Belia is left in utter shock because this isn't something that should be possible at Hyunsu's current level, but he did it anyway. With the wolf's blood all over his face, Hyunsu turns around to ask Belia if she is fine, and she assures him that she is good. He then urges her to step back if she feels overwhelmed, but Belia lets him know that she is good. Belia notices the cut on Hyunsu's hand that Hyunsu didn't even feel. He tells Belia that it must have been from his fight against the wolves. He tries telling Belia that it is nothing, but Belia shuts him up as she starts to heal the wound. Using her holy power, she heals the cut in no time, leaving Hyunsu in awe. Belia tells him that she might not be of help when it comes to combat, but she is pretty confident in her healing, so she can provide buffs. Belia then tells Hyunsu that she is going to support him from behind while he takes on the rest of the wolf pack. Hyunsu acknowledges this, and he tells her that he will be counting on her. Belia wastes no time as she activates the blessing of the Saintess's child, which increases Hyunsu's attack power by 15% for 30 minutes. Hyunsu is shocked when he sees this because this basically means he can move faster. Without hesitation, he lunges toward the wolves, and he activates the third chapter of Sword King's sword art. With a single strike, he cuts down a bunch of wolves. He heaves a sigh of relief, and just as he is about to say it is over, the system tells him that a boss monster has just appeared. Hyunsu freaks out as he didn't expect to face a boss monster out of nowhere. The boss monster turns out to be a gray wolf of level 212, and the system lets him know that he will receive a reward if he defeats the boss monster. Hyunsu turns around to see the wolf staring down at him from the top of a rock. Suddenly, the wolf leaps toward him, and just as he prepares to block the wolf's attack, the wolf leaps over him and goes directly for Belia. The wolf knocks Belia to the ground, and Hyunsu immediately activates his emergency crafting because he knows that to save Belia, what he needs is a spear, not a sword. He brings forth a unique spear, and before the wolf gets to tear Belia apart, Hyunsu hurls the spear at it. The spear travels with so much speed and force that it impales the wolf's stomach. The wolf cries in pain as it steps off Belia, and Hyunsu immediately goes after it. Hyunsu leaps into the air and he descends with an incredible force, which allows him to push his blade into the wolf's neck, ultimately defeating it.
Just as promised, the system tells him that he has obtained Fenrir's broken boots as a reward. Hyunsu walks up to Belia to ask her if she is fine, and she says yes. Belia appreciates Hyunsu's help, saying that if it wasn't for him, she would have died and her quest to save the Saintess would have failed. She starts tearing up while bowing to Hyunsu to thank him, and Hyunsu nervously tells her that it is too early for thanks because they still have to save the Saintess. Seeing how humble Hyunsu is, Belia finally concludes that Hyunsu is the savior. Just then, the system tells Hyunsu that a special event is occurring, and a bright light appears in the sky before the system tells Hyunsu that he has now acquired the title King of the Wolves. In addition to this, he has been given a wolf egg, and this leaves him surprised because he hasn't heard of wolves laying eggs before. Meanwhile, Ji-hun is also on a mission against the Cult of Calamity to save the Saintess. With the number of enemies in front of him, he wonders if he will be able to save her. As if this wasn't enough, he soon receives a report from one of his men telling him that the Saintess has been dragged inside the temple by the evil priest, Jack. Jack had prepared a magic circle beforehand, and he cut the Saintess's hand to spill her blood on the magic circle. The Saintess asks him what he is trying to achieve with her blood, but he slaps her away instead. He tells her that it might be an incomplete magic circle, but it is more than enough to curse a single person. The magic circle activates, giving off an ominous aura. Jack says he has to let everyone know that the Calamity cult has returned. He says the Goyard kingdom has had deep ties with the Church of Ares for too long, and he finds this really annoying. Because of this, he plans to lay a curse on someone who is close to Barad to punish him and to also announce the return of the Calamity cult. Bella is having a discussion with Barad when she is suddenly struck with Jack's curse and she starts coughing up blood like crazy. Barad rushes over, asking her if she's fine, but not wanting to scare the king, she tells him that it is nothing. She claims that she must have been suffering from tiredness and she hadn't finished this statement when she passed out. Barad rushes over to catch her while screaming at the top of his voice, asking for help. Not long after this, the royal physicians show up to check on her, and they tell the king that they don't even know the nature of her illness. Barad asks them what they mean by this, and they tell him that Bella is not suffering from an illness, but a curse from the Cult of Calamity. Barad is shocked to hear this, since the last time he heard, the Cult of Calamity had disappeared. He also wants to know why Bella, of all people, was targeted, but the physicians let him know that they have no idea too. Barad then asks the royal physician if he knows a way around the curse, and he reveals that the only way out is to kill the one who cast the curse or receive a saint's prayer. Barad is taken aback when he hears this because he knows that both methods won't be easy, but he orders that they spread the word across the kingdom. He tells them that anyone who manages to accomplish either of the two will be granted a noble title. Meanwhile, Hyunsu and Belia are now riding on wolves toward the temple. On the other hand, Ji-hun and his men find themselves surrounded by the cult members. Ji-hun and his men have kids that they have to protect, and the kids look up to Ji-hun for safety. Even though they are in a game, Ji-hun still feels very bad for the kids because he can't stand to watch young ones suffer. One of the kids asks Ji-hun if they will be able to return to their families, and Ji-hun assures her that he will make sure that she returns to her parents. However, the cult members are not about to let Ji-hun go free easily. Ji-hun prepares to sacrifice himself so that the other knights can take the kids and run. But the girl, who just finished talking to Ji-hun, trips and falls into the hands of the cult members. The dude immediately holds a knife to the girl's throat, telling Ji-hun and his men to drop their weapons if they don't want the girl to die. Seeing how vulnerable the girl is, Ji-hun has no choice but to comply. Ji-hun drops his weapon, and he urges the dude to let the child go, but the evil dude laughs at Ji-hun for being so naive. He presses his knife against the girl's throat, ready to cut her throat, while talking down to her. He is about to go ahead with it when an arrow comes out of nowhere, piercing his head. Ji-hun turns around in shock because he wasn't expecting reinforcements from anywhere. Ji-hun is shocked to see a pack of wolves charging towards them with two strange individuals riding on the wolves. Hyunsu then orders the wolves to take down the cult members, and following the instructions of the King of Wolves, the wolves do as told. They lunge at the cult members, tearing them apart like paper, giving Ji-hun and his men the chance to push forward. Hyunsu finally reaches where they are, and he is shocked when he realizes that the one in danger was his friend. He asks him what he is doing there, and Ji-hun proceeds to ask him the same question. After the cult members have been wiped out, the soldiers check on the kids to make sure that they are fine, and Ji-hun thanks his friend for the help. Ji-hun asks Hyunsu what he is doing there because it is a priest-related quest, and Hyunsu lets him know that he got a related quest too. Hyunsu introduces Belia to Ji-hun, telling him that she is the child of the Saintess. Ji-hun jumps up for joy when he hears this because he thought Belia was dead. Belia then bows to Ji-hun, thanking him for the assist because she was able to escape successfully thanks to him. Belia then mentions that the savior who will save them is Hyunsu. Ji-hun almost loses his mind when he hears this because Hyunsu is the last person he expects to be called a savior. Hyunsu teases his friend, telling him that it is just as he heard.
Ji-hun thanks them for coming, but he still believes that Hyunsu is going to be a disadvantage in battle because he is a blacksmith. Hyunsu then asks Ji-hun if his reason for rejecting the guild offer is because of the mission, and Ji-hun says yes. Because of this, Hyunsu assures his friend that he will help him complete the quest, so he should consider joining his guild. Ji-hun is shocked when he hears that his friend now has a guild, and Hyunsu tells him that it might be a small guild, but when it comes to what they can do, they are nobody's match. Seeing how reluctant Ji-hun is, Belia speaks up, telling Ji-hun that she has not spent so much time with Hyunsu, but all she knows is that he is definitely the savior chosen by their god. Belia tells Ji-hun that if they work together, they might just have the chance to safely rescue Arya. Seeing how much respect she has for Hyunsu, Ji-hun finally agrees to work with his friend. Ji-hun lets his friend know that the quest is really important to him, so there is no room for failure, and Hyunsu assures him that they won't fail because he trusts his guild members. Hyunsu's team soon gathered after they received instructions from their leader concerning rescuing the Saintess. After their arrival, Bark wonders where Hyunsu, who called them together, is, and just then they get a message from Hyun telling them where they need to go. They soon arrive at the weird location that Hyunsu gave them, and upon entering, they find Hyunsu with the kids he rescued alongside Ji-hun. The kids become frightened by the presence of the strange people who have just entered, but Hyunsu urges them to stay calm because they are his friends. Ji-hun is shocked when he hears this, as he didn't expect that they were Hyunsu's guild members. He is even more shocked when he realizes that his guild members are people of respectable standing, and they also wield incredible artifacts. Ji-hun wastes no time approaching Riesel to introduce himself while telling him that he is a fan. Bark and Nell also introduce themselves to get familiar with the group. Ji-hun then tells them that he appreciates the fact that they want to help with the quest, but he is curious to know if they have a good plan to approach the situation. Nell realizes that it is her time to shine, and she quickly steps forward with a scroll, which she claims she had prepared the moment she heard that there was a mission of sorts. She unveils the scroll, which turns out to be a long, detailed explanation, which is supposed to be the plan. Since she is the one with the plan, she is also the one with the knowledge to explain everything there. The group sits down to listen to everything she has to say, and after a first boring couple of minutes, Nell gets into the main subject, telling them that it is fine for them to infiltrate while Riesel draws the cultists' attention. However, she has one concern, and this is the fact that the priests might not be able to use their full power due to the debuff that they are going to suffer when they face Jack head-on. Ji-hun confirms this, saying the debuff will remain active unless Jack himself lifts it or dies. Nell expresses her concern, saying it would have been much easier for them if this aspect could be resolved. Belia notices the worry on her face, and she quickly jumps in to tell Nell that she might have a solution to the problem. With excitement all over her face, Nell asks Belia what it is, and she explains that the saintess of the church, Arya, has a duty to protect an important mineral that is imbued with divine power. The name of this mineral is osmium, and she has it on her all the time. When Hyunsu hears this, he remembers that it is the same reward he is supposed to get if he clears the quest. Belia mentions that weapons made of osmium exert absolute power against evil energy. However, the problem with this is that the mineral is still in an unrefined state. She has not even finished mentioning what the problem is when Hyunsu cuts in, telling her that he can help with this because it is his area of specialization. Later on, two cult members who are guarding the perimeter notice someone's presence in the bushes, and they point their spears in the direction, demanding that the person come out of their hiding place. Suddenly, a dragon emerges out of nowhere, and it rises high into the sky, sending fear into every cult member who can see the dragon. Riesel then emerges from where he is hiding, wielding his legendary sword while telling the cult members that dragons possess the divine power to punish evil people like them. Even with the dragon's presence, the cult members still rally around to stand their ground. However, the dragon descends upon them to knock them down. While dealing with the dragon, Riesel tells Nell that they now have the chance to easily infiltrate, and Nell confirms this, assuring Riesel that she will inform the others too. She passes on the information, telling them to carry out the next phase. With Hyunsu leading the charge, the others follow suit, running toward the temple where Arya is being held. While searching through the temple, Ji-hun asks Belia if she can sense Arya's energy, and she offers to search for her holy power. She activates her own holy energy, and it allows her to resonate with Arya's to pinpoint her actual location. She points in the direction that they have to go, and moments later they find the Saintess lying in a dark magic circle with a barrier around her. Ji-hun rushes in with an attempt to cut down the barrier, and before Belia can stop him, he already lands the hit. However, this only results in a shockwave that sends him backwards. His hand vibrates from the hit, and he is shocked that even with the amount of force he applied on the barrier, nothing happened. Belia helps him heal his injured hands, telling him that he is lucky that it wasn't something major. Belia then calls on Arya, who finally wakes up after hearing her name. Arya opens her eyes, and she is surprised to find Belia there, even though she had told her to run away. She asks her why she had to come back, and Belia lets the Saintess know that there is no way she is leaving her behind. Arya argues with her that it is not a form of running, but a mission to become the spark that revives the Church of Ares. Belia maintains her stance that there is no way her conscience would have allowed her to abandon the Saintess, and she reveals that she has brought people to help them. Instead of being happy, Arya tells them that it is already too late because Jack has activated the evil god's summoning circle. She mentions that once the ritual starts, there is no turning back, and Arya offers her sympathy that they had to come for nothing. Arya urges Belia to evacuate everyone before the situation becomes even worse. Just then, Hyunsu steps forward, patting Belia on the shoulder while telling Arya that they didn't come here to run away. Hyunsu kneels before the Saintess, telling her that even though it is hard to believe, he has been selected by Ares as the savior, so his intention is to save the Saintess and her people. However, to do this, he lets the Saintess know that he needs the mineral that she possesses, and he is talking about asnium. Arya takes a moment to think about the whole situation, and she figures out that more people will only lose their lives if the ritual continues. She admits that asnium is a holy relic, but at this stage, she knows she has no choice, since human lives are at stake. Arya then agrees to release the asnium she has with her. She closes her eyes and does her thing to bring forth a small golden rock. She tells them that the barrier was created by Jack using the Book of Curses, and to break it, she will have to use all of her holy power. However, the problem is that Jack will know the moment the barrier breaks, so she urges everyone to get ready. Arya then pushes against the barrier with everything she has just to make sure she gets the asnium to Hyunsu. The moment she places the rock in Hyunsu's hands, the system warns them that Jack has sensed the Saintess's holy power. In no time, Jack appears on the scene and the group is about to have a beating of their lives. Jack descends from above, saying he thought Arya was only acting up, but he didn't expect to see that some parasites had crawled in. However, he lets them know that he is not worried because their presence doesn't change a thing. Ji-hoon, being the hothead, angrily rushes toward Jack, but he gets sent flying with a magic blast from Jack's hand. Ji-hoon crashes into the wall and Jack expresses his disgust that Ji-hoon had the audacity to come after him. Hyunsu rushes toward his friend to check on him, but thankfully, he didn't sustain enough injury to get logged out. Jack then looks down on the Saintess, telling her she should be happy that she gets to become a sacrifice for the evil god. Arya argues with Jack, telling him that his plan will never work because the god of Ares has intentionally guided Hyunsu and his people to them. Jack almost dies from laughter when he hears this, and he asks Arya if she seriously believes that Hyunsu and his people are some kind of saviors. Jack turns his attention to the group, asking them if they are the ones the Saintess believes in so much. He then hurls his dark spear at them, with the aim of wiping them out pretty fast. As the attack travels toward them, Bark raises his shield in preparation to block the attack. The attack leaves an overwhelming shockwave, and when everything clears out, Bark turns to his friends to ask them if they are fine. They assure him that they are good, and Hyunsu asks about his own well-being too. Bark boastfully reveals that he is good because a tanker like him can easily crush such an attack from Jack. Jack expresses his discontent that the group survived the attack, and because of this, he admits that they are no mere rats whatsoever. Just then, he sees a dragon entering the room with Rizal riding on it. Instead of being scared, Jack is actually impressed that they came prepared for him. Rizal jumps off the dragon and he urges Hyunsu to get down to crafting while he and the others hold Jack off. Hyunsu and Belia then rush away from the scene so that they can get to a safe space. Jack immediately figures out that they have something dangerous planned for him, and he shoots a magic blast at the two with the aim of stopping them, but Bark jumps in to block the attack. Even with his shield, Bark is pushed backwards, showing just how overwhelming Jack's power is. Bark then tells Jack to focus on them instead because they are his opponents. Jack is pissed at how they are interfering in everything he does, and he calls back his spear using his telekinetic power. Rizal uses the opportunity to get behind Jack, and Jack finally concludes that he will have to kill the group first before he can go after Hyunsu and Belia, who escaped. Jack wastes no time going after Bark and Ji-hoon, who prepare themselves for an overwhelming attack from the evil dude. On the other hand, Belia and Hyunsu reunite with Nell, who asks them if they managed to obtain the asnium. Hyunsu says yes, and he immediately gets down to crafting. He activates his god's emergency crafting. However, he hits a brick wall when the skill refuses to activate to make the asnium into what he wants. The system tells him that the crafting has failed because of an insufficient ingredient, which they didn't reveal to him. Hyunsu expresses his worries to the two, telling them that this is the first time he has lacked something that is needed to craft what he wants. In the other room, Ji-hoon and the others are having a hard time facing Jack's overwhelming strength. Rizal unleashes his dragon on Jack, and he puts up a shield to block the attack. Rizal himself then lunges toward Jack with an attempt to cut down his magic circle, but Jack pushes him backwards. Rizal manages to land safely, and he makes another attempt at Jack. He rushes toward Jack while he recites his evil spell to unleash a bunch of magic circles. Nell, who is watching everything unfold, starts getting worried because she can see that Ji-hoon's group is having a difficult time against Jack. Rizal gets hit on the neck with Jack's attack, causing him to scream out in pain. Hearing his friend scream in pain, Hyunsu wonders what it is that he is missing, and just then Belia calls his attention to the fact that the weapon he plans to craft is a holy relic. Hyunsu confirms this, and Belia unleashes her holy power, telling Hyunsu that it might have failed because what is missing is holy power. Belia then infuses the asnium with holy power before telling Hyunsu to retry the crafting process. In the other room, Ji-hoon has been beaten so badly that he finds it hard to move. The other two are also struggling to keep up with Jack's insane power. Tired of playing around with them, Jack finally decides to finish them off, and he unleashes a powerful malice that pierces through their bodies. The two are impaled by Jack's corrupt power, causing them to cough up blood while also losing every sense of functionality. Jack proudly points to the sky, declaring that it is time for the evil god's reign. Suddenly, he notices that the sky is now getting clearer, leaving him to wonder what is happening. Momentarily, Hyunsu enters the room, offering his apology for coming in late. Bark and Rizal are happy to see their master, and they tell him how relieved they are because they were about to lose all their HP, which would force them to log out forcefully. Hyunsu thanks his teammates for holding out for so long, and he unveils the sword he managed to craft using asnium. Hyunsu points the sword at the sky, telling them that he will take over from where they left off. Hyunsu starts casting a divine chant to activate the power that lies in the sword, and after he is done with his chant, the sword is finally complete. The legendary sword is infused with the power of the four directions, and it is named Sangjom, the Four Tigers' Sword. A tiger's presence emerges with the sword's activation, which leaves Jack utterly shocked. In fact, he is scared, and this surprises him, as he is not supposed to be scared whatsoever. Just then, he turns around to see Arya struggling, and since her life force is being drained, he smiles because he believes that the calamity god is upon them. He dashes toward Hyunsu, telling him that no matter what type of sword he wields, it is utterly useless. However, the energy from the white tiger ultimately suppresses Jack's power, weakening him on the spot. The overwhelming divine power forces a 5-second stun effect on Jack, and this is when Jack realizes that he is screwed. He finally admits the sword's power, and he asks Hyunsu what type of sword it is. Hyunsu places the weapon on his neck, and he tells him that what he is looking at is the wish of the people for peace. He tells Jack that the sword contains everything good, including the king's heart, and with this, Hyunsu delivers a power slash that cuts Jack down. With this, Jack the Evil is defeated, and his barrier, which holds the Saintus in place, also shatters. Since Hyunsu managed to clear the quest, the system rewards him with a ton of experience points, which shoots him up to level 227. Hyunsu opens his mouth in shock, and in addition to this, the system tells him that he has obtained 4 Blessed Enhancement Stones. As if this isn't enough, he is informed that he has obtained the Coat of Calamity. Hyunsu is glad that he gained a lot from the mission, but he expects the sword to disappear anytime soon since it was created using emergency crafting. Hyunsu holds the sword in admiration, expressing his disappointment that such a good sword had to go because it would have been very useful later. Moments later, he notices that the sword is not disappearing yet, and this leaves him surprised. The group soon notices that he is acting weird, and they ask him what the issue is. He lets them know that the sword he is holding is supposed to have vanished because he obtained it via his skill, which is emergency crafting, but it hasn't, which is totally strange. Nell then asks him if there is anything that happened that was not usual, and he reveals that Belia infused it with holy power as support. Nell mentions that this might be the difference, and it dawns on Hyunsu that she might be right. Hyunsu holds the sword in his hand, and the system finally tells him that the sword is being maintained by holy power, so basically holy power is required to maintain the artifact. Hyunsu is trying to understand if the sword needs more holy power when he is suddenly hit by a curse. It turns out that it is the curse of death, and it is a curse of calamity that activates upon Jack's death. It is one that will forever track the one who killed Jack, and to make it worse, it would spread across the continent if it is not removed. Hyunsu kneels in pain on the ground, and his friends rush over, asking him what happened to him. Corrupt energy can be seen taking over his body, and he fell unconscious. While they are all panicking, Arya tells them that what they are looking at is a curse that activated automatically when Jack died. Arya then places her hand over Hyunsu's head and she chants a holy spell, which unleashes a bright light that courses through Hyunsu's body. The effect of the light is so overwhelming that it almost blinds the spectators. Thanks to the saint's blessing that Arya used, the curse of death was removed. Arya heaves a sigh of relief that she was able to repay Hyunsu's kindness in such a way. She mentions that it is thanks to Hyunsu that she regained her strength, which allowed her to be able to protect the Church of Ares. Arya thanks the rest of the group for their contribution, and just then, the rest of the group also receives notifications that they have leveled up. Arya tells them that she is going to lead them to a place where they can rest, so it would be better if they join Hyunsu in taking a rest too. Arya calls on Belia, telling her that it is time for them to take care of their helpers. Bark picks the unconscious Hyunsu up. telling them that he will carry him. As they leave the scene, Arya turns around and notices that the holy sword has been left behind. The holy power radiating from the sword catches her attention. Meanwhile, in the operations room, they are all surprised that Hyunsu's guild is able to clear the quest. The team leader expresses his concern that the quest that they were reserving for a high ranker has just been cleared again by Hyunsu and his group. The team leader then remembers that what Arya used on Hyunsu was the Saint's Grace, which is something quite important because it is an ability that the Saint can only use twice in their lifetime. They believe that Arya didn't hesitate to use it because Hyunsu saved the church, so he deserves it. Instead of worrying about this, the team leader says they should be curious about how the story is about to proceed. It turns out that Belia has had a personal meeting with Arya concerning what she wants, and she assures Arya that her mind is already made up. Arya is surprised that she is willing to take this drastic decision even if it means losing everything. Later on, Hyunsu wakes up in the room where he is resting, and it suddenly dawns on him that he collapsed because of Jack's curse placed on him by Jack. Hyunsu springs up in anger, calling out Jack's name because he believes that he is not dead yet. Just then, he hears Belia's voice outside the door, and he quickly lies back down on the bed. Belia asks him if she can enter, and he says yes. Belia enters the room with a plate of food that she had prepared for Hyunsu. Hyunsu nervously tells her that she didn't have to stress herself that much, but Belia insists that it was nothing. She mentions that there is also something that she had to deliver to him personally. In addition, she lets Hyunsu know that she is curious about something, and Hyunsu wonders what it is. Belia brings out a scroll and mentions that it is a divine secret art that was stored by the Church of Ares. She mentions that the Saintess judged that it is right that Hyunsu gets the art and instructed her to deliver it to him. Hyunsu collects the scroll from her, and the system immediately displays the details of the art. It is called Reversal, and it is an active skill of divine status. It has no penalty, and within 30 seconds, the user can recreate an artifact that he has previously crafted. He is also allowed to use one of the artifact skills once, and depending on probability, he can create up to 3 artifacts. Hyunsu is left completely speechless because it looks like a really overpowered skill. Hyunsu then thanks Belia for giving him something of great magnitude. Hyunsu then asks her what she is curious about, and Belia starts by asking him about his guild. After a couple of questions, Hyunsu already figures out that she has something else that she really wants to know, but she is beating around the bush. Hyunsu then cuts her short, telling her to stop asking so many questions and just say what she actually wants to. Belia admits that there is something she really wants to say, and Hyunsu urges her to be comfortable with him. Belia starts stuttering before she finally reveals her intention to join Hyunsu's guild. Hyunsu is surprised to hear this, and he admits that Belia is talented. But he reminds her that she is the child of the Saintess, which means she is expected to be at the church always. Hyunsu tells her that joining a guild will only mean that she gets to travel around a lot, and he wonders if the church will allow this. Belia then assures Hyunsu that her request has already been permitted by the Saintess herself. It turns out that this was what she was talking to Arya about the night before. She had told Arya that she was prepared for everything, and even if her body leaves, her heart will always belong to the Church of Ares. Seeing how determined Belia was, Arya comforts her and tells her that she is free to do whatever is on her mind, so there is no need for her to give anything up. Belia is even surprised that the Saintess is agreeing to her request, and Arya lets her know that a bird inside a cage might look beautiful, but a bird is happiest when it is allowed to fly freely through the sky. Arya urges Belia to use her abilities where they are actually needed, while telling her that she is pretty sure that the god Ares would want the same for her. Arya also told Belia that she saw something incredible lying inside Hyunsu. She mentions that there is a possibility that he will be the Holy King. Because of what she has seen, Arya has no objections to Belia's request to leave. However, Arya lets her know that no matter where she is, she will always be her successor. Upon hearing this, Belia's face lights up like the sun. Hyunsu finally got to learn everything that happened, and after this, Belia tells Hyunsu that the Saintess would like to see him. Hyunsu wonders why the Saintess wants to see him again when he believes that all the important discussions are already over. Belia tells Hyunsu that the Saintess mentioned that she has a favor she wishes to ask of Hyunsu. As they approach the Saintess's chambers, Hyunsu is still puzzled about what it is because he believes that the whole cult matter has been settled. Hyunsu enters Arya's chambers with Belia outside. He finds her praying, and he whispers to Belia at the door, asking if he should come back, but Belia has already closed the door and can't hear him. Arya then tells Hyunsu that he doesn't have to worry because she just finished praying. In addition, she was the one who requested that they bring him over. Arya gets up from where she is, and she walks up to Hyunsu, whom she addresses as her savior. Arya then stretches her hand toward him, as she bestows upon him the blessing of the saint. The system informs Hyunsu that the blessing of the saint has descended upon him, and with this, he has acquired 250 points of holy power. The system tells him that whenever he performs actions that are judged to be worthy of a saint, he is going to acquire holy power. Arya then tells Hyunsu that there is one favor she wishes to ask of him, and Hyunsu wonders what it is. Arya then walks to the altar to pick up the holy sword that Hyunsu created. Hyunsu is shocked to see that the sword still hasn't disappeared, even though it was made through emergency crafting. Arya tells Hyunsu that after he passed out, she used her holy power, and Hyunsu realizes that the sword maintained its form because of Arya's holy power. She tells him that the sword has become a holy relic infused with powerful divinity. The system confirms this, telling Hyunsu that the four-tiger sword has been reborn as a holy relic. It contains a bunch of skills that are meant to counter evil. Arya then reveals her true intentions, telling Hyunsu that she would like the sword to remain in the Church of Ares as a holy relic. The moment she makes the request, the system tells Hyunsu that he has been given a special quest. He is free to offer the sword to the church, but the reward remains hidden. However, refusal doesn't incur any penalty, so he is free to decline if he wants. Hyunsu is left in shock that his creation is about to become a holy relic of the Church of Ares, but he wonders if this is going to be fine. Hyunsu weighs his options, and he knows that he can still recreate the four tiger swords through replication or emergency crafting. The sword is a legendary artifact that he can use himself or even sell, but he believes that it would be much better if it becomes a holy relic that is revered by everyone. After thinking about it, Hyunsu agrees to the request, and he tells Arya that it is right for it to be at a place where it is needed. In fact, he considers it an honor as a blacksmith, and Arya is overwhelmed with happiness when Hyunsu agrees to the request. She thanks him for granting her request, and just then she casts a holy spell that brings forth a big chunk of asnium. She tells Hyunsu that the asnium she is holding is the last of it, and it was the legacy that was left behind by the god of blacksmiths, so she urges Hyunsu to accept it as his reward. The system tells Hyunsu that the saintess was moved by his dedication, and this is why he is being given the special reward. Hyunsu is left in awe as he collects the asnium from her. The system displays the mineral's impressive traits. It has a recovery rate of up to 70%, and the buff skills also increase by 70%. Just by possessing the mineral alone, it will restore 15% HP if his HP falls below 10%. As if this is not enough, he gets to have infinite durability when crafting artifacts. It is basically the mineral containing the greatest divine power in the world, and Hyunsu is so overwhelmed that he asks Arya if it is all right for him to have all of this to himself. Arya smiles, telling him that he is worthy of it, and just by staring at the mineral, Hyunsu can tell how incredible it is. Hyunsu bows his head, thanking the saintess, and with this, his affinity with the saintess reaches the max level. Arya then tells him that his reward doesn't end there, since he donated such a precious holy relic to the Church of Ares. She tells Hyunsu that she is willing to grant his one request from him, giving that it is within her authority. Upon hearing this, Hyunsu remembers that there is something that needs to be done, and he asks her if she can grant the said request at that very moment. In the Goyard Kingdom, the king receives a visit from Marquis Lukeberg and his entourage. The king is pissed that Lukeberg has the audacity to enter the royal palace without prior notice. Barad stares down at Lukeberg with anger, asking him where he left his manners. The Marquis tries to act humbly, asking the king to forgive them for coming so hastily. Barad then asks him why he came so suddenly, and Lukeberg mentions that it is now public knowledge that Bella, whom Barad named as his successor, has fallen unconscious, which means she is no longer fit for the said position. Lukeberg's companions mention that they heard that her condition was a curse, so there is no way a person who is under a curse can bear responsibility for the kingdom. Lukeberg scolds his companion for such harsh words, but deep down, he is pleased with him. Lukeberg then tells Barad that the Count's words might be harsh, but it is the bitter truth. He mentions that he had sought advice from many places concerning Bella's curse, and from what he heard, a saintess's prayer is required for full recovery. However, he is pretty sure that the saintess will not just stand up to come to their kingdom simply because they asked for it. Lukeberg finally jumps into his real intentions, and he tells Barad that since Bella is no longer active, they need a new successor, and with this in mind, he wants Barad to officially name him the successor. Barad then tells them that his friend, Hyunsu, will be returning from the Church of Ares very soon, and as long as there is a way out, he has no intention to abandon Bella. Lukeberg expresses his discontent over this, saying he heard that Hyunsu is nothing but a mere blacksmith, so he doesn't think it is wise for Barad to expect too much from him. Just then, Barad's butler enters the room, interrupting the meeting to give Barad important information. He whispers in Barad's ears, telling him that a guest has arrived. Without hesitation, Barad tells him to let them enter, and just then a dude with a scary aura, with a hood covering his head, enters the room alongside his companions. The nobles in the room almost choke from his overwhelming presence because the aura appears to be from the Calamity Cult. They start yelling at the dude, asking him what gave a Calamity Cult member the audacity to enter the throne room. They yell at Barad, asking him why he allowed them to enter, and just then, Barad shocks them by welcoming the strange dude as Hyunsu. Hyunsu takes off the hood, offering his greetings to the king, telling him that it has been so long. This is when it finally dawns on the nobles that the man they just got scared of is Hyunsu, the blacksmith. It turns out that Hyunsu is wearing the coat that he obtained from Jack after his death. It is the Coat of Calamity, and it is a unique item that has a commanding aura around it. Hyunsu is glad that he wore the coat, as it helped to overwhelm the nobles from the very start. The coat basically has a fear effect that has been imbued into it. Hyunsu then mentions something strange as he looks at the ceiling, asking Barad if there are always this many people gunning for his life. The nobles believe that he is talking about them, and they start yelling at Hyunsu, asking him what gave him the right to say such trashy things about them. Hyunsu ignores them, and with a stern voice, he says he is only going to count to 3. Hyunsu whips out his sword as he begins the countdown, and the nobles as usual yell at him, asking him what gave him the right to draw his weapon in the king's presence. Unknown to them, there are assassins hiding out in the ceiling, and the moment they see Hyunsu looking at them, they realize that their disguise has broken. They can't believe that they were exposed by a mere blacksmith, and the assassins immediately descend upon the room. The leader of the squad tells his men to forget about the king in the meantime and kill all the nobles instead. The nobles panic when they hear this, and while they are trembling in fear, Hyunsu and the knights who came in with him rush toward the assassins to engage them. Hyunsu activates one of the coat's skills, the Command of Calamity, which immobilizes the assassins for 3 seconds. With the assassins unable to move, it gives Hyunsu the chance to cut them all down in one swing. After the assassins have been taken care of, Lukberg has no choice but to admit that Hyunsu's martial prowess is impressive. Lukberg was ready to engage the assassins, but he returned his sword to the sheath, thanking his stars that he survived. When the dust settles, Barad gets up from his throne and he walks up to the woman hiding under the hood, who walked in earlier with Hyunsu. He thanks her for coming, and she replies that it is not a big deal because she had to come, since it was a request from her benefactor. The nobles are surprised to see the king interacting with the strange woman with so much respect, and just then, she takes off the hood to reveal that she is Arya, the saintess, leaving the nobles in complete shock. Some days prior, Barad had written a letter to Hyunsu. He lets him know that assassins have infiltrated the castle, and even though it is something he can handle himself, he decides to leave it be. Apparently, he wants Hyunsu to deal with the assassins in the presence of the nobles because they are always looking down on him since he is a mere commoner. Barad wants Hyunsu to crush the nobles' arrogance right in their presence. Now, in the present day, with the assassins dealt with, Barad considers their attempt a pathetic one and orders his men to cut off one of their heads and send it to the kingdom of Praham. After this, the nobles walk up to Hyunsu to thank him for saving their lives. Lukberg sees this and realizes that they have just given Barad the excuse that he needs. Barad quickly jumps on the trend, calling their attention to the fact that Hyunsu just saved the lives of the greatest nobles in the kingdom. With this, he tells them that they are supposed to feel a sense of gratitude toward his dear friend. Lukberg has no choice but to admit that Hyunsu did well, and the moment Lukberg says this, Barad jumps in to tell Lukberg that he certainly has no issue if Hyunsu is rewarded with the title of a baronet. Lukberg groans in frustration, but he knows that he can't object to this. Since there is no one who has the guts to object to this, Barad immediately bestows upon Hyunsu the title of a baronet. However, Barad doesn't stop there, as he mentions that there will be punishment for the nobles who disgraced themselves in front of the saintess, who had come to treat Bella. Barad ultimately orders Lukberg that he has been given the territory of Araham to govern, and this shocks Lukberg's companions because they know how bad the territory is. The nobles groan in frustration with the realization that they have been played by Barad. However, they have no choice, and Lukberg shamefully acknowledges this order given to him by Barad. After this, Barad tells them that they can leave because there are still important matters that need to be discussed with the saintess. After their departure, Hyunsu heads to Bella's quarters to check on her. He calls on her name, and she manages to open her eyes to see who is calling her. She is surprised to see Hyunsu standing over her with the saintess behind him. Bella tries to get up even in her worst condition, but Hyunsu tells her not to force it. Bella thanks Hyunsu for coming, but she tells him that there is no hope for her anymore. Hyunsu cuts in, telling her that the curse has been lifted, but Bella argues with him that the dark energy has already consumed every nook and cranny of her body. Bella tells Hyunsu that there is no hope for her anymore, claiming that she is only going to become a burden to Barad in her current state. Bella urges Hyunsu to stand by the king in her stead, but Hyunsu straight up refuses her offer. Bella asks him why he is refusing the offer, and Hyunsu reminds her that she is the king's sword. He reminds her of the oath she swore to the king, asking her if the oath was all talk. He asks her if she has not thought about how the king will survive the long seasons to come if she abandons him. Bella lets Hyunsu know that she has thought about all of these, and it is not that she has given up. Bella confesses that she wants to live, and just then, the saintess walks up to her. The saintess commends her bravery, and she places her hand on Bella's head, telling her that she wishes for her to bloom. Arya wishes all the good things for Bella, and she activates her holy power, which immediately cleanses her of all the corrupt energy in her body. Some days later, at the church's papal state, Carcel, the 16th pope of the church, is seen scolding the saintess for acting of her own volition, without consulting anyone else on the decisions she has made in recent times. Arya and Hyunsu had come to see him, but even in Hyunsu's presence, he refused to mince his words. It turns out that they brought the holy relic for him to inspect, and even though he is skeptical about how good the sword is, he still agrees to check it out because the saintess asked him to. Carcel then takes off the wrap around the sword, and his doubts are immediately brushed aside when he sees the impressiveness of the sword. Carcel starts trembling as if he has never seen a sword before, and Arya is still trying to tell him what the sword is when he raises it up in the air, declaring that the sword is a holy relic of Ares. Carcel celebrates so much that even the two who came to see him are left in complete shock. Carcel immediately asks Arya how much compensation she was looking to give Hyunsu for this impressive work. Arya is still telling him that she hasn't decided when Carcel cuts in, saying he will call on the treasurer to make sure that Hyunsu is well compensated. Hyunsu and Arya heave a sigh of relief because things turned out well in the end. With Hyunsu's creation selected as one of the church's holy relics, the system tells him that his status has increased. In a surprising turn of events, the system tells him that the wolf egg is delighted, and this leaves him surprised. Meanwhile, in the Farum Kingdom, the king of the kingdom, Ben, has received a gift sent to him by Barad, which contains the head of one of the assassins. Ben is pissed that someone carried out an order he didn't give, but nonetheless, he is more interested in Hyunsu, the blacksmith. Later on, a proper title ceremony is held in the kingdom where Hyunsu is granted the title of a baronet in everyone's presence. The system then tells Hyunsu that he has been elevated to the sub-baron of the Goyard kingdom, and with this, he may command and lead soldiers. Barad then thanks Hyunsu for his help concerning Bella and the people of Goyard. He also urges him to continue to lend them his strength to protect the kingdom and the world. Barad soon leaves because he has a council meeting to attend, and he tells Hyunsu that he would like to see his face one day during one of the meetings. The system then shocks Hyunsu by telling him that if he accumulates enough achievements, he may be revered as the next sovereign of Ares. Hyunsu is left in awe when he reads this because the system is basically telling him that he could become a king. Bella appears in the room to thank Hyunsu for giving her a second chance at life. She smiles ear to ear as she shows her appreciation to Hyunsu, and the system informs Hyunsu that his affinity with Bella has reached the max level. Later on in real life, Hyunsu attends a medical session with his doctor, where he is asked to squeeze a hand grip with his right hand. Hyunsu struggles to do this, and after a while he tells the doctor how tough it is. The doctor tells him that it is normal because he is suffering from nerve damage, but he assures him that he will get over it with time. Hyunsu smiles, telling the doctor that he hopes he is right. And after this session with the doctor, Hyunsu sits on a public bench to reminisce about what happened in recent times. It turns out that the payment from Carcel was so good that it covered his treatment costs. In addition, he learns from the doctor that his father's condition is now stable. Even though he has just started his own recovery journey, he is willing to give it everything he has. Since his right hand is currently out of commission, he plans to get used to his left hand before his right hand recovers. After this, he returns to his forge in the game. He thinks about their last battle, and he realizes that Rizal and Bark took a lot of beating in an attempt to cover for him. He hates the fact that he couldn't handle more damage himself, which led to his friends getting hurt really badly. Just then, he remembers the coat of calamity that he got from Jack. He realizes that the coat came in handy, but he believes that it can even be more useful if he repairs it. He wastes no time activating the Divine Custom Repair, and he orders the system to reinforce the coat with what he needs and strip away what he doesn't need. The system begins its job, and Hyunsu fully focuses on what he wants with the coat. Because the system could detect his unparalleled will to protect his allies, the Coat of Calamity is upgraded to the Coat of the Sovereign. Hyunsu excitedly picks it up with the intention of putting it to the test. He is in the middle of this when Nell arrives at the forge, and she opens the door to find him moving items with telekinesis. It turns out that the coat now has a skill called the Sovereign's Command that allows him to control all objects within a 50-meter radius with telekinesis for 12 seconds. Nell is completely blown away by this, and she yells at Hyunsu, asking him how he is able to do this. Nell's presence causes Hyunsu to lose concentration, and the items he is holding out with his mind all crash to the ground. Hyunsu then tells her that what she just witnessed is the effect of the coat that he just repaired. Nell is surprised that there is actually a skill like this. Nell wastes no time talking about the number of things that they can do with this type of skill, but Hyunsu cuts her short, asking her why she is at the forge. Nell then congratulates Hyunsu on his recently obtained title. Hyunsu nervously appreciates her and mentions that it was all thanks to her and the rest of the guild members. Nell then tells him that since he is now a noble, it is time for him to set some new goals.
Hyunsu asks her what type of goals she is talking about, and she mentions that the first thing he has to do is recruit his own soldiers. She proceeds to say the second thing is to secure a territory and become a lord. This shocks Hyunsu as he didn't think he could become a lord. Nell tells him that he can't become a lord right away because he is still just a baronet. Hyunsu drops his head in disappointment, and Nell tells him that if he can earn enough achievements that the kingdom recognizes, it will definitely come to him. She also lets him know that he can raise his title rank, but both ways don't appear to be that easy. Nell comforts him, telling him that compared to other guilds, his rate of growth is pretty fast, and he might end up setting a new record. Hyunsu immediately becomes interested in this, but Nell lets him know that this isn't why she came. She asks Hyunsu if he can show the quest that he got after he became a baronet, and Hyunsu says yes. He opens up the quest window to show Nell that he was given a quest as a commander of the subjugation force. The reward is 3 soldiers, but failure automatically strips him of his title. He is informed to seek out Commander Philip, situated in the more remote territory of the Goyard Kingdom, the Araham Kingdom. Nell is not surprised, but she urges Hyunsu to take the quest carefully because the amount of rewards he obtains depends on his achievements. Hyunsu acknowledges this, and he tells Nell that he has something to show her. He whips out the wolf egg that he obtained after hunting a gray wolf days earlier. Nell is blown away by the size of the egg, and Hyunsu asks her what she thinks will come out of the egg. Nell says she has no idea, but she has heard that pets usually take after the creature that dropped them. Nell lets Hyunsu know that she has a gut feeling that something cute is going to come out of the egg. Suddenly, the egg starts moving and a crack appears on top with a bright light emerging from it to tell them that the egg is about to hatch. Meanwhile, Sejin is watching this unfold and he is impressed by Hyunsu's achievements so far, so he believes that he has what it takes to hatch the divine wolf beast. Talking about the Araham territory, which is located in the north of the Goyard Kingdom, it is a place where battles against monsters happen every single day, thus making it a gateway that anyone aspiring to become a knight has to visit. It was also known as a place of exile for those cast out by the central power. Recently, Lukberg has been sent to take over the Araham, and he has started taking control of things. A new batch of ammunition has arrived in the territory, and he is trying to make sure the forts are well fortified. He is present in the territory with his son, Luke. Since he is the first to have access to Commander Philip, he tells him that Hyunsu is just a normal blacksmith, so there is no way someone like him can properly command soldiers. The commander wants to believe otherwise, but Lukberg leaves, telling him to remember his words. As he leaves, he tells his son, who is a knight, to prepare the foundation for their return with pride. Luke acknowledges this order as he prepares to make his father proud. Philip, on the other hand, is interested in the fellow called Hyunsu because he wants to see how many soldiers will die if someone like him leads a subjugation. Philip stands on the fort, watching the soldiers move the ammunition boxes. Suddenly, one of the soldiers hit his leg and he fell, spilling the explosives inside the box he was carrying. The soldiers panic when this happens, and the wise ones immediately make a run for it. Others are crippled with fear, and they freeze right where they are. Philip screams at his soldiers, telling them to get down. Just as the explosives go off, Hyunsu appears on the scene, and he activates the monarch's command to move the explosives into the air for a controlled explosion. After the dust settles, the soldiers check around and realize that they are all in one piece. Hyunsu appears behind the smoke, asking the soldiers if they are fine, and they assure him that they are fine, while thanking him for saving them. They ask him who he is, and he introduces himself as Baronet Hyunsu, who has come there to meet the commander. Later on, Philip meets with the leader of the Gale subjugation squad, Khan. Philip tells him that he is putting him in charge of following Hyunsu's command. Philip tells him that they have no choice because it is Barad's order. Philip admits that he is also confused, and he has no idea what the king is thinking when he gave such an order. Apparently, the Gale squad's original mission was to assassinate or protect important figures, but for weird reasons, they have been on the sidelines. After waiting for so long, the first order they received was to watch over an outsider. Khan then says it might be because the king wants to prevent further soldier casualties, and Philip says he would have to go and see Barad personally. The next day, the subjugation unit prepares to move out, and Philip reveals that the unit has been divided into 2. The first unit will be led by Luke, while the second will be led by Hyunsu. Philip thanks Hyunsu for saving the soldiers the day before, but he lets him know that real combat is different. Because of this, he tells Hyunsu that he is going to assign him to the task of defeating the Ogre Lord. The reward for the quest is 3 soldiers, and the penalty for failure is getting his title revoked. Hyunsu is shocked that he might lose his title thanks to such a crude task. Philip mentions that he will be away for a while because he has business in the kingdom, so he lets Hyunsu know that he will hear the details of the mission from Khan. As he prepares to leave, Philip tells Khan to make sure that the number of casualties is brought to a minimum. Khan acknowledges this, and without wasting time, Luke rolls out with his unit.
With Luke's unit leaving for their mission, Hyunsu suggests that they do the same. Moments later, Khan tells Hyunsu that they have reached ogre territory, and if they move further, they will reach an area full of green leaves, so they won't go there. Hyunsu asks him why they should avoid this location, and Khan says the giant king is resting there. He admits that it is a monster that even knights don't want to mess with. They are in the middle of this when they hear a giant footstep approach them, and the soldiers casually believe that it is an ogre. Their smile soon fades away when they finally get to see the monster's size, and they realize that they are not dealing with a normal ogre. It turns out that it is a cyclops, and the soldiers scream out in fear, wondering why they are already coming across a cyclops. The cyclops goes after the soldiers, and after missing a couple of his swings, he finally catches a soldier in his crosshairs. He's about to crush the soldier with his giant weapon when an arrow comes flying into his eyes. The cyclops grabs his eyes in pain, and while Khan and the others are watching in fear, Hyunsu dashes toward the cyclops. He tells them that he is going to create an opening, and he wants them to finish off the monster. He dodges the cyclops' swings and pushes his sword into its shoulder, causing the cyclops to roar in pain. Khan watched in awe, not believing what he was witnessing. He soon pulls himself together, and he and the rest of the unit charge toward the cyclops. Thanks to Hyunsu for providing the perfect opening for them, they get the chance to cut down the monster pretty easily. The soldiers are surprised that they were able to take down the monster without sustaining any casualties. Just as they are about to start celebrating, Hyunsu tells them that they are not out of the woods yet, and Khan asks him what he means by this. It turns out that the system has given him an emergency quest telling him that the Giant King is about to awaken, so the subjugation target has changed from the Ogre Lord to the Giant King. Hyunsu tells Khan that they still have a lot to do because the scary Giant King is about to descend upon them. Hours earlier, Luke and his men are seen cutting down ogres like butter, but Luke is not satisfied, as he was already expecting the Ogre Lord to appear. Even though the soldiers are tired and on the verge of collapsing, he tells them that they have to keep moving. They also tell him that the area where they are currently operating is close to the Blue Leaf Zone, where the legendary Giant King is sleeping. The soldiers urge him to order a retreat, but Luke refuses, saying he doesn't care. He says his father was demoted, so he has to prove himself with a greater achievement. He tells the soldiers that legend is just legend, and he whips out an explosion scroll. The soldiers panic when they see this, and Luke tells them that he intends to draw out all the hiding ogres with the explosion. Without taking his men's advice into account, he tears the explosion scroll with the intention of taking down the Ogre Lord by all means. Back to Hyunsu and his men, the system tells him that because the Giant King has awakened, the monster spawn rate has increased to 200%. Basically, giant-type monsters become excited by the appearance of their king, and they get even more ferocious. In no time, they find themselves facing off against all types of giant monsters, from a double-headed ogre to a high-level cyclops. The soldiers freak out with the giant monsters spawning like flies, and they start crying to Hyunsu, telling him that they can't keep this up if they don't want to die. Khan runs forward, telling Hyunsu that he is going to act as a decoy so that he and the rest of the soldiers can retreat. However, Hyunsu shocks him, telling him that he is not going to do this. Khan yells at Hyunsu, asking him if he is asking them to all die in the forest because he is an outsider who can't die. However, Hyunsu shuts him up, asking him where he ordered him to die. Hyunsu prepares for combat as he tells Khan that he has no intention of letting his people die. He activates the emergency crafting with the intention of creating the legendary Vietnamese auto crossbow. This is a crossbow said to be able to strike down 1,000 enemies with a single arrow. Without hesitation, Hyunsu fires the crossbow, and a giant arrow flies out of the bow, cutting through the ankles. The single arrow is able to hit all of them in the heels, causing them to crash to the ground. With the ogres groaning in pain on the ground, Hyunsu orders his men to begin the subjugation. Even though he has never led a group before, Hyunsu is confident in his understanding of armaments. Hyunsu orders the vanguard squad to form a line into a circular formation. After this, he tells the spearmen to lower their stance and position themselves behind the vanguard squad. The squad follows his instructions, and with this, they engage the ogres. The shieldmen stay in front, while the spearmen stay behind them to poke the ogres. Hyunsu, on the other hand, single-handedly takes on the ogre formation. He delivers fast cuts to the ogres while still calling out instructions to his men. He lets them know that the most important part of it all is to make sure that the formation doesn't break. Moments later, one of the ogres gets the drop on the soldiers, and just as he is about to crush them, Hyunsu activates the Lord's command, which allows him to control all objects within a 50-meter radius for 12 seconds. However, the effectiveness depends on the level difference. With this, Hyunsu knows that if he targets the ogre directly, the effect will weaken due to the level difference. Since it has come to this, Hyunsu decides to target the ogre's weapon instead. He causes the weapon to move irrationally until it falls off. Even without a weapon, the ogre remains dangerous, and just as he is about to crush the soldiers with his bare hands, Khan races to them and he cuts off the ogre's head with a single strike. Khan then turns to Hyunsu, assuring him that he is going to take care of whichever ogre breaks away, so he should just focus on giving commands. Hyunsu is surprised by this, and he continues with what he knows best. Soon afterward, the whole ogre army had been wiped out, and the soldiers didn't even register one single casualty thanks to Hyunsu's impressive commands. Hyunsu commends the soldiers, telling them that they did a good job, and he calls Khan forward. Out of nowhere, Hyunsu punches him hard in the stomach and he coughs in pain, while asking Hyunsu why he punched him. Hyunsu then tells him that it is the price for disobeying his orders. Khan asks him what he means by this, and Hyunsu lets Khan know that it is up to him to take responsibility for all the soldiers, which includes Khan himself. He tells him never to throw his life away so easily again. Hyunsu walks away after saying this, and Khan is shocked by the realization that Hyunsu is different from the other outsiders. Hyunsu then tells the soldiers to evacuate first, because he plans to head to where the Giant King is. The soldiers acknowledge the order, and Hyunsu's method of handling things leaves Khan completely amazed. On the other hand, Luke's men are getting trashed by the Giant King, whom he had accidentally awakened. Luke stands, frozen in fear, because he realizes that the deaths of his men are on him. He totally blames himself, and because of this, he loses all sense of danger as he waits for his turn to die. Luke is about to be crushed by the giant's weapon when he suddenly vanishes into the distance, leaving the giant monster curious. It turns out Hyunsu was the one who pulled Luke out just in time, and as Luke pants to catch his breath, he wonders who saved him since everyone should already be dead. When he finally realizes that the one who caused his father to be demoted had saved him, Luke quickly pulls away in disgust. After standing up so abruptly, his legs almost give way as he screams in pain. Hyunsu notices that Luke seems to be injured, so he tells him to stay hidden while he handles the giant. Luke claims responsibility for the giant as he tells Hyunsu that it isn't something for one person to handle alone, but Hyunsu tells him to stay alive, as that is the only way honor can be defended. As he prepares to face the giant, Hyunsu says that he'll definitely hold Luke responsible for leading his soldiers to their death. With that, Hyunsu swiftly charges forward to attack the giant and manages to slash it twice. The giant immediately counterattacks, but Hyunsu swiftly dodges the attack and falls backwards. He is shocked when he notices that the giant has instantly healed where he was injured earlier. Realizing that blades are useless against the Giant King, Hyunsu stores away his sword, leaving Luke surprised. Luke calls Hyunsu insane for putting away his sword instead of relentlessly attacking the Giant King. However, Hyunsu ignores Luke's rants, and as the giant charges towards him, he immediately activates God's emergency crafting, using it to craft a club. Luke is utterly shocked when he sees this, as he wonders how a tiny club is supposed to work against a Giant King. But as Hyunsu prepares to face off against the giant, he loudly recounts the tale of a man who became a god. Using the so-called tiny club, Hyunsu attacks the Giant King and, with a single strike, sends him crashing to the ground. The system immediately informs Hyunsu that the Giant King's HP has fallen below 90%. At the same time, Luke is utterly shocked by what he just witnessed as Hyunsu continues to tell him about the story of the man who became a god. According to Hyunsu, the man was born out of wedlock to a mortal mother and the absolute god. But as soon as he was born, his father's actual wife almost killed him. However, he overcame all the countless trials and tribulations thrown at him and became a hero who slew the giant race with a single club. That man was Hercules, and Hyunsu recreated his club with the strength of Hercules, using the god's emergency crafting. The effect can concentrate the user's stats into the club. Although stats decrease by the amount concentrated, the club's power increases accordingly. Hyunsu decides to go all in with his stats, and as he pours everything into the club, its power continues to be amplified. Afterwards, he charges forward to deliver a powerful strike on the Giant King's right side. Without giving it time to recover, Hyunsu leaps forward to strike the Giant King directly on its head. The giant then staggers around as it roars in pain while clutching its head. However, this only enrages him further, instantly sending him into rage mode. Luke, who has been observing the whole scene from afar, calls out to Hyunsu to watch out for himself. Once the giant's rage is fully activated, Hyunsu is forced into a state of fear, causing him to freeze on the spot. The system then notifies him that the fear state will cause him to be stunned for 3 seconds. While Hyunsu is stunned in place, the giant punches him, causing Hyunsu's HP to fall below 60%. As he continues to cough and retch in pain, his HP continues to fall until it reaches below 10%, which means he might be forcibly logged out at any time. Before long, Hyunsu's HP finally hits 0, but just as he's about to be forcibly logged out of the game, a golden light explodes from his body. Because of the asnium he possesses, his HP is instantly restored to 15%. Feeling strength return to his body, Hyunsu realizes that this is one of the special effects granted by the asnium ore. After regaining his strength, Hyunsu boldly comes face to face with the monster. As the giant swings his club to crush him, Hyunsu learns that the giant has fully recovered all his lost strength, and his current level is at 291. The giant roars fiercely as he prepares to finish him, but Hyunsu swiftly bolts away with the giant chasing behind him. As Hyunsu slightly turns his head to check it out, he realizes that the giant is way too fast despite his massive size. The giant king soon catches up to him before he can get away, so instead of continuing to run, Hyunsu blocks the attack with his tiny club, which begins to crumble under the weight of the giant's huge club. A few seconds in, and Hyunsu's Hercules club finally shatters. When Luke sees this, he calls out to Hyunsu, telling him that he cannot face the monster alone, so he suggests they retreat together for now. But Hyunsu refuses to back down because more soldiers will get hurt if he lets the giant king be. Frustrated with Hyunsu's stubbornness, Luke asks if he has another way, reminding him that nothing can be done in this situation with one weapon, even though it's a weapon of the gods. Hearing this, it immediately dawns on Hyunsu that he can now form multiple weapons at once. As the giant king prepares to crush him, a smile spreads across Hyunsu's face and he charges forward, deciding to craft two weapons since one isn't enough to go up against the giant king.